Undead Mecha. Welcome back, brave explorers of impossible worlds. We are excited to have you here to continue this odyssey together. Before we continue, everything you'll hear is pure fiction, so please don't try to replicate combat techniques at home. This wonderful story and all its rights belong to its brilliant original author. We are only the messengers of entertainment. Want another dose of adventure? Subscribe to our YouTube channel so you don't miss a single chapter, and if you can't wait, our Patreon has exclusive surprises you'll love. Chapter 176, Waiting. You're an ant. Until you reach the saint rank, you'll never understand the meaning of being an ant below the saint rank. Now, what tricks do you have left to withstand my attack? The Angel of Light's gaze was filled with contempt, infuriating Kenolite. Was he simply inferior in skill? Could it be that he was being suppressed? Summoning ordinary mech warriors was useless. The zombie lord hadn't recovered yet. He was already severely injured, and he probably wouldn't be able to withstand another attack. If you don't have any, then die. He slashed through the air, still casually. Facing the 10-foot-long sword energy, Kenolite remained unyielding. He unleashed 1,000 mech warriors at top speed, all of which self-destructed, ultimately blocking the attack. However, the force of the explosion dealt him another heavy blow. After all, he was within its range. A mouthful of blood spurted out, and Kenolite was utterly weakened. His consciousness was hazy, and if he hadn't forced himself to hold on, he would have fainted. You're trying to kill yourself. Take another attack from me, fuck you. This time, Kenolite was completely helpless. Sending his mech warriors to self-destruct wouldn't help, it would only kill him. But even if he died, Kenolite wanted to die standing. He stared coldly at the Angel of Light, chest puffed and head held high, a look of righteous indignation. As the sword energy approached, Kenolite's eyes held no trace of resentment. He only blamed himself for not arriving sooner. If he had achieved the saint rank, it would have been easy for him to kill the Angel of Light. The next moment, a flash of green sword energy shattered the 10-foot-long sword energy. Though it was only barely dispelled, Kenolite was saved. Thank you, Master, for your divinity. From now on, Yasuo will be your loyal guardian, forever and ever, until my death. Yasuo's body was shimmering with green sword energy, his whole body trembling, his voice agitated. He had dreamed of reaching the saint rank for decades, and today he finally achieved it. The overwhelming power of the laws intoxicated him. Without Kenolite, he might never have reached the saint rank. Faced with this immense gift, he would surely repay it with his lifelong gratitude. All that talk is empty talk. Let's defeat this Angel of Light first. He was once a god-level being, an absolute fighting machine. Kenolite couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Yasuo had finally broken through to the saint rank. Unable to suppress the passion within him, his blood rushed out once more. Kenolite then pulled out various healing magic potions from his space ring and drank them in one gulp. He then drew out the spirit-gathering array and sat on it to meditate and recover. It wasn't that he didn't want to summon the mech warriors, but it was simply useless. A single strike from the enemy's sword could easily kill him with a mech warrior's self-destruction. As for using magic scrolls and summoning the undead holy dragon, that would take time, and the Angel of Light would never allow him that time. Thanks to the healing spirit-gathering array, Kenolite's wounds healed at a noticeable rate. After all, so many masters had perished nearby, and almost all of them had been lost to him. The engulfment of the burning spirit fire had imbued him with a formidable life force. The Angel of Light and Yasuo faced off, both equally cautious. The Angel of Light clearly sensed the power of Yasuo's previous attack, and at the same time, Yasuo also felt the force of the Angel of Light's casual blow. Die, Judgment of Light. With a single word, without a single word, a phantom angel appeared above the Angel of Light's head, and a massive cross sword slashed down from the air. Facing the Angel of Light's full-strength attack, Yasuo remained cautious. As an orthodox warrior, he would not dodge. The dignity of a saint-level warrior was unquestionable. With a loud roar, Yasuo charged forward, then swung out a green sword with a force equal to that of the Judgment of Light. The two sword energies collided, annihilating each other almost instantly. This time, neither was harmed. Equally matched, equally matched? You overestimate yourself. Keep going, and see if you can withstand it, the Angel of Light sneered. If it were an ordinary saint-level warrior, he would have killed him long ago. After all, his light jade was divine level, and even when suppressed, its offensive power was unquestionable. But comparatively speaking, Yasuo was now wielding a divine power, making them both comparable. Their attacks were similar, so now it was a battle of attrition, a test of who could outlast them. Sword energy surged, but Keno stopped recovering. He hadn't expected Yasuo to evenly match the Angel of Light. If so, he might be able to summon the Holy Undead Dragon. With this in mind, he didn't hesitate, casting his summoning spell as quickly as possible. Even if he couldn't defeat the Holy Undead Dragon, even a 2-on-1 situation would still give him an advantage. Keno's summoning spell was naturally observed by the Angel of Light. Its gaze turned cold, and in a flash, it approached Keno. But how could Yasuo allow him to do so? It stood in front of it, then swept away with a sword. Keno was clearly summoning a low-level monster, otherwise, if he wasn't heartbroken, Keno would be just as hurt. As long as Keno summoned the monster, he would have a chance to recover. Naturally, he hoped Keno would. You're overestimating yourself. However, facing Yasuo's attack, the Angel of Light sneered. He actually rushed directly in front of Yasuo and thrust his sword. The strike seemed simple, but it was unavoidable. Yasuo's pupils shrank, and he dodged as quickly as possible, but he was still struck in the heart. Then, the Angel of Light's sword swung, opening a large hole in Yasuo's chest and simultaneously striking Yasuo's longsword, breaking it. Yasuo stared at his chest, the excruciating pain excruciating. However, for a saint, the heart wasn't a vital part. Even if shattered, it could grow back. Moreover, he possessed the divine nature. Unless it separated from his body, he was safe. A green light flashed on his chest, and the wound healed at a visible rate. He sneered at the Angel of Light, as if it were nothing. Roar, continue. Keno threw his sword of terror, and the summon ended. A 5-meter-wide black hole appeared, and the figure of the undead holy dragon burst out from the undead pet dimension. This is the holy undead dragon. Upon seeing the holy undead dragon, the Angel of Light's face was filled with disbelief. Starblade Lord had said that holy undead dragons were extremely rare, even in the divine realm. To some extent, they were already extinct. But what puzzled Keno was the strange look on the Angel of Light's face. It was just a holy undead dragon, so why would he be so rude? Roar, the holy undead dragon seemed to have been absent for a long time. With a furious roar, soul-burning fire erupted. The terrifying sound made the Angel of Light's face grim. Don't tell me the holy undead dragon is suppressing you. A flash of inspiration struck Keno, and he sneered, testing his luck. But the Angel of Light sneered in disdain. The undead holy dragon is the Dark Lord's mount, and it has a certain degree of suppressive power over us. It's a pity that your undead holy dragon is only a level 9 magical beast, otherwise I'd be in for a real headache. No, your undead holy dragon seems to be lacking in its soul. It seems like it can't even cast magic, but what is that flame? It seems quite special. The Angel of Light's expression shifted, yet he showed no signs of fear. However, Keno was pleased that a level 9 magical beast could hold off the Angel of Light. If that's the case, why are you still standing there? Fight, Keno sneered, then produced a scroll of forbidden spells. Attacking the Angel of Light with laser cannons was unrealistic. The opponent wasn't a fool, he'd just fight him where he was. This time, the Forbidden Spell Scroll was a wood-based entanglement spell, capable of trapping a saint-level powerhouse. Even if it only trapped the Angel of Light for a short while, it would be enough to kill him. Yasuo naturally cast the Forbidden Spell Scroll fastest, but he couldn't free himself. Keno had no choice but to take on the task himself. Thanks to his restorative magic potions and the spirit-gathering array beneath his body, casting another forbidden spell with this scroll seemed like a piece of cake. As the incantation began, the Angel of Light's face darkened. Then, sword of light in hand, he charged forward once more. However, something unexpected had happened when he descended, leaving him only at the early stages of the saint rank. While a match for the newly advanced Yasuo might have been enough, facing the undead holy dragon would have been a real problem. Roar, as soon as he approached the Angel of Light, the undead holy dragon unleashed a burst of burning soul fire. In an instant, the 6-foot-tall Angel of Light was enveloped in the flames. However, the Angel of Light, radiating a surge of sword energy, quickly dispelled the burning soul fire. While the burning soul fire was powerful, it was still a low-level opponent. The undead dragon wasn't surprised. With a roar, he charged forward again, his entire body shrouded in burning soul fire, his claws clawing directly at the Angel of Light. The Angel of Light sneered, his sword of light slashing directly into the undead dragon's claws. A massive wound appeared on the undead dragon's claws, but the light angel's body flashed with burning soul fire, and the wound healed at a visible rate, without shedding a single drop of blood. What a strange flame. It actually has a healing effect. Even with its devouring power, it still inflicts significant damage to opponents of the same level. The Angel of Light stared in disbelief, but it was clear that the attack wasn't enough to harm him. However, with the undead dragon's strength, holding him back wasn't impossible. The battle continued, but Yasuo's strength and the undead dragon's combined power proved ineffective. The Angel of Light's effortless demeanor seemed to be teasing them. As time passed, the two sides gradually reached a draw, neither able to defeat the other, and the situation remained stalemated. Keno's forbidden spells continued. Everything hinged on his entanglement. As long as it held, his chances of killing the Angel of Light would greatly increase. The undead holy dragon and Yasuo's combat abilities continued to improve with each battle, especially Yasuo, whose understanding of the laws of nature grew with each battle. It wasn't long before they could gain a significant advantage. Yasuo knew this, and so did the Angel of Light. What puzzled Keno was why the Angel of Light continued to improve without unleashing his ultimate move. He was also responding. Chapter 177, Advanced. Be careful. His strength hasn't recovered yet, but he's slowly recovering. Although the Angel of Light was recovering, it was certainly faster than Yasuo's. After all, Yasuo had just advanced, while the Angel of Light was at the peak of the saint rank. This explained why the Angel of Light grew stronger with each fight. His opponent's strength was essentially constantly recovering, and this increase was steady and continuous. Once he successfully recovered, killing them would be almost effortless. Therefore, even without a forced attack, Yasuo and the Holy Undead Dragon would likely be unable to defeat him. With Kenner's warning, they were well aware of this, and so they all launched their full force attacks against the Angel of Light. However, as time passed, the Angel of Light appeared to be at ease. It seemed his recovery was still quite rapid. Entangle and bind. Finally, Kenner's forbidden spell was complete. Under Kenner's mental lock, a turquoise light struck the Angel of Light. The next moment, the emerald light transformed into finger-thick vines that spread across the Angel of Light's body at an incredible speed. However, upon seeing the entanglement, the Angel of Light relaxed, evidently unconcerned at the moment. Keno unleashed a laser cannon from his special ring and aimed it at the imprisoned Angel of Light in midair. Pulling the trigger, the laser cannon instantly unleashed. Yasuo's full-strength attack, combined with the Holy Undead Dragon's powerful bite and Keno's magical laser cannon, instantly struck the Angel of Light. The laser cannon then pierced through him, and the sword energy also wounded him. Yet, facing these attacks, the Angel of Light seemed unfazed. A radiant aura shone from his body, and in a matter of moments, all his wounds healed, the only change being that his aura had weakened considerably. Holy crap! Such severe injuries can be healed instantly. Considering the Lord of Light's army of angels, they were all god level. One wondered how much more powerful those Angels of Light could be. Of course, Keno knew the Angel of Light possessed many secret techniques, he just hadn't expected them to be so perverse. As he prepared to attack again, the binding force suddenly lost its power. The Angel of Light stared icily at Keno's laser cannon. What is that? Why do I sense a hint of divinity? And it's of our light nature. Guess, I bet you'll die? The Angel of Light flashed, appearing before Keno almost instantly. Keno's pupils shrank, his face filled with disbelief. Damn teleportation. How did the Angel of Light manage to pull it off? If he had used it right from the start, there wouldn't have been so much trouble later. The Angel of Light can only use teleportation, which ignores all barriers, once. You should consider yourself lucky to have used it on someone as insignificant as you. As the sword descended, Keno felt completely pinned down. Given the vast disparity in power, Keno couldn't even move a finger, let alone dodge. Die, bang! At that crucial moment, the longsword stopped at Keno's forehead, a trickle of blood dripping from it. Beside him was the Zombie Lord. The Zombie Lord now exuded a furious aura, his strength having reached the initial stage of the saint rank. Not only had his wounds healed, but his expression also appeared to possess a newfound intelligence. With a single hand, the Zombie Lord blocked the falling sword of light, demonstrating the Zombie Lord's physical strength at this point, while also demonstrating that the Angel of Light's power had been significantly reduced. In a mere pause, the Zombie Lord launched a kick, sending the Angel of Light careening away like a ball. Yasuo and the Undead Holy Dragon seized the opportunity, unleashing a burst of sword energy and a burst of igniting soul fire. The zombie lord then charged forward, stomping the angel of light to the ground with another kick. 3 against 1, an all-out attack, without a single pause. The angel of light was tossed back and forth like a ball, leaving even the humiliated Keno feeling the pain. Wait a minute, the angel of light roared, but no one stopped. The frustrated angel of light was now covered in wounds, and even with a continuous emanation of the aura of light, he was unable to recover quickly. Damn it, the angel of light was furious. This was the first time in his life that he had been furious. The angel of light was originally a fighting machine and was not angry at all. With a flash of his figure, he finally escaped the attack of the 3 people. Then, he gasped for breath, staring at Keno with cold eyes. Damn it, you and like existence have embarrassed me so much. I originally wanted to come and take a look, but now it seems that there will be some price to pay. The words of the angel of light made Keno feel strange. What did he mean? Was he going to fight to the death? But with the current ability of the angel of light, it seemed that fighting with him would not be able to win anything. What do you mean, self-destruct? Holy crap, Keno's expression changed drastically. Almost without a second thought, he placed the zombie lord and the undead holy dragon in front of him. The holy angel contained a divine level light jade within its body. Self-destruction was no joke. The light angel's face was solemn and sacred, and a blazing white light burst out from its body. Almost instantly, a 100-mile radius was enveloped in white light, and the terrifying aura spread thousands of miles away. By then, almost everyone around could sense the terrifying destructive aura. The light pope's face was filled with caution, his eyes filled with disbelief. The self-destruction of the divine level light jade was something he could sense anywhere in the divine and demon continent. And how could such a being exist on the divine and demon continent that could cause a holy level light angel to self-destruct? The one who most experienced the power of the divine level light jade self-destruction was undoubtedly Keno. It was a stroke of luck that Keno escaped death at the center of the explosion. At this moment, he had only a shred of consciousness left, unable to feel even the pain. The holy undead dragon and the zombie lord were both severely wounded and had returned to their pet space to recuperate. It would likely take them a long time to recover. Meanwhile, Keno could sense the spirit gathering array beneath his body, constantly absorbing the pure luminous energy from the surroundings and infusing it into his body. As it absorbed this luminous energy, Keno's body slowly began to recover. If he had regained consciousness, he would have found himself covered in wounds, with much of his body exposed to bone, and even an arm missing. However, after absorbing the surrounding luminous energy, his body healed at a visible rate. This was true for both him and the holy undead dragon and the zombie lord, though their injuries were so severe that the recovery was barely noticeable. Keno's consciousness slowly returned, and he felt his mental power growing at an extraordinary rate. It seemed as if a blessing in disguise had been found, as he advanced to the level of mage. At this moment, the magic array from the earth ruins reappeared in his mind. The massive mecha warship was covered in that special magic array. This magic circle looked much more complicated than the spirit gathering circle, and it was engraved on the surface of the mecha battleship. It was either a flying or defensive type, both of which were what he needed most at this stage. In Keno's spiritual world, the magic circle continued to magnify, and all the details became clear. One after another strange runes appeared in his spiritual sea, emitting extraordinary magic. At this moment, Keno was completely attracted by the magic circle in front of him. Forgetting everything and being immersed in it, time seemed so redundant to him. Day by day, Keno didn't know how much time had passed, but when he woke up, Yasuo was sitting quietly practicing beside him, and they were also in a huge cave. Feeling Keno wake up, Yasuo opened his eyes, looking at Keno, his expression relaxed slightly. That day the angel of light self-destructed, and I was severely injured and fainted. Fortunately, you gave me the wood godhead, and with its restored power, I recovered quickly. Although my strength has only recovered 10% now, I am lucky not to have died in the angel of light self-destruction. When I woke up, I wanted to take you away, but I found that the magic circle under your body seemed to be absorbing the surrounding light energy and speeding up your recovery. So I didn't move you. I waited until the surface of your body had almost recovered and your strength had advanced to that of a magician, then I took you to another place. After all, such a big commotion will definitely attract a lot of people. Even those saints will come out to see what's going on, Yasuo explained in a low voice, but Keno smiled. Although he had recovered at this time, he found that he had no other abilities except speaking. You are from the Sword God Empire, right? You found me to kill me. Killing me now is definitely the best choice. Besides, I have 2 gout heads in my space ring. You are simply courting death by saying this now, so I am curious, why don't you kill me? Kano smiled lightly and looked at Yasuo indifferently. This situation made Yasuo frown. Disciple, I am a man who keeps his promises. Secondly, the favor you have shown me of divine nature is greater than anything else. Third, the self-destruction of the Angel of Light did not kill you. I find it hard to believe that I can kill you with my current ability. Fourth, I feel that following you will only bring benefits to me. After all, although I have divine nature and can quickly advance to the god level, after the god level, you have so many divine natures, but you haven't used any of them. This makes me a little suspicious. Is there any taboo in this? Of course, I know that even if there is any taboo, it is still a great opportunity for people like us. It's interesting, although a bit annoying, but still very good. The only drawback of fusing divine natures is that you can only fuse one by fusing divine natures. Moreover, you are fusing a divine nature that has just been promoted to the god level. It is possible that you will always be at the god level. Although it sounds a bit bad, I seem to have picked up a big bargain. 99% of the people in the continent of gods and demons seem to have never even seen the saint level. Yasuo didn't care. This contentment and calmness surprised Kino a little. In his cognition, human greed was too evil. Chapter 178, Flying Magic Circle. After recovering somewhat, Kano immediately summoned the zombie lord and the undead dragon, sending them for a stroll outside to recover as quickly as possible. Although both were severely damaged, they had the soul-gathering array battle armor. Given their undead nature, recovery meant strength. Given their strength, they were practically invincible to anyone short of a saint-level cultivator. Furthermore, Kano also had a saint-level Yasuo with him. After regaining his mobility, Kano immediately began studying the flight magic circle. With this, his mecha fighter could finally debut. Kano pulled out a piece of metal from his space ring and began carving it. However, after painstakingly completing the carving, he discovered that the flight magic circle had no effect at all. This puzzled Kano. What could be going on? Could it be a lack of energy? Thinking of this, Kano quickly carved another soul-gathering array on the other side of the flight magic circle. However, when he finished, there was still no effect. Kano was stunned. This situation seemed completely unexpected. Quickly, Kano embedded another magic core into the iron plate. To prevent a lack of energy, he specifically inserted a 9th level one. However, the result was the same, completely useless. Don't magic circles require magic metal? Yasuo, watching Kano toil fruitlessly, reminded him. It was common knowledge in the land of gods and demons that magic circles required magic metal. Kano blinked. It seemed so. Perhaps that was the reason. While the spirit-gathering array only required ordinary iron, this flying array wasn't necessarily the case. With the idea of giving it a try, Kano took out a small amount of magic metal and carefully carved the magic circle. Once it was complete, to his surprise, it began to float. With his mage's mental power, he could clearly sense the flying magic circle absorbing the surrounding energy to maintain its levitation. He could now conclude that it possessed both flight and spirit-gathering abilities, though the gathering ability was only for self-dissipation. At least Kano didn't sense any emanation of magical energy from it. Though he wasn't sure if it was right or wrong, he seemed to have mastered the characteristics of the flying magic circle. Combining the properties of flight and spiritual concentration, the more energy injected, the faster it flew. This put Kano in a dilemma. Given the nature of the flying magic circle, it must be equipped with laser cannons. Otherwise, it would be a waste to use it in the air, as it would only be effective against magical metals. However, if it were equipped with laser cannons, it would be enormous, and he could only build 10 at most. That sounds like a lot, but when used in group combat, it seemed a bit too little. Kano also had an idea, a small warship carrying mech warriors. However, given the size of the mech warriors, the small warship wouldn't be much smaller. With all this going on, it might be better to just build a small reconnaissance fighter with a small laser cannon. It would be more powerful than a laser gun and would also use a level 9 magic core. Given his current situation, he could easily construct 5 small laser cannon frigates and around 20 reconnaissance aircraft. To increase firepower, The small frigates could also be equipped with 10 omnidirectional laser guns. A flight magic circle and a spirit gathering magic circle were essential. Their only drawback being their defensive capabilities. As for the old Warcraft HP, their defense levels were too low to be of any use now. Yasuo, the holy undead dragon, and the zombie lord hadn't recovered yet, so Kino wasn't in a rush to go elsewhere. Since he had nothing else to do now and the cave had plenty of space, he might as well stay and focus on crafting the small mecha frigates and reconnaissance aircraft. The flight magic circle was a complex undertaking, requiring considerable refinement. Kino wasn't yet proficient, so it would take a long time to create. Furthermore, since it wasn't mass-produced, it was somewhat challenging. However, this period allowed him to practice the 9 extreme hammer, strengthening his physique and strength. Kino didn't shy away from Yasuo, because even if Yasuo knew about this, it wouldn't be a big deal. He couldn't imitate the spirit gathering in flight magic circles, and he didn't possess soul fire. Yasuo, tactful enough, found a quiet spot on his own. Using the magic spirit gathering array Kino had given him, he quickly recovered. However, the power of a saint-level warrior was too great to recover in a short time. And what Kino lacked the most at this moment was time. To expedite his progress, Kino constantly manipulated the law of time. His power increased, and so did his law of time, so that time now accelerated by a factor of 2. Triple time acceleration might not sound impressive, but the concept was terrifying, especially in combat, where a sneak attack at twice the speed could be absolutely fatal. The tripling of his work speed also halved his completion time. This process took a year. A year later, looking at the 5 small frigates and 20 reconnaissance planes before him, Kino's excitement was indescribable. Only now had he achieved air superiority. All air forces on the continent of gods and demons, with the exception of the Warcraft, shared a common characteristic: insufficient defense. Their strength lay in their rapid maneuverability, far exceeding the range of ordinary weaponry. Their lack of defensive capabilities means they can't launch large-scale attacks, therefore, their current air force is primarily focused on reconnaissance. As for why the Orcs' air force is the primary force, it's because of their sheer numbers. They can easily reach hundreds of thousands, hurling their spears downwards. Leveraging their own weight, the weight of the spears upon impact creates a force comparable to a single strike from a swordsman. When tens of thousands of spears are hurled into the ground, the impact is comparable to that of thousands of elementary spells. A swordsman-level player has little chance of blocking them, and a swordsman-level player has no chance at all. And aren't swordsmen the most numerous in the military? The small frigates resemble flying saucers, oval in shape and 2 feet in length. They have a laser cannon at the center, surrounded by 10 laser lances. They attack in all directions, each powered by a light jade. The 2 light jades are used because Keri discovered that light jades increase the power of the laser cannons and significantly enhance their speed. It could also, to a certain extent, enhance the small frigate's defensive capabilities. He had only recently discovered that the luminous aura emanating from the light jade possessed defensive properties, and the same was true of the magic metal. To prevent magical attacks and provide sufficient mana. In addition to the flight magic circle, a small portion of the small frigate was covered in a spirit gathering array. With a magical metal's support, the spirit gathering array absorbed energy at an astonishing rate, and the light jade's powerful energy wouldn't be depleted quickly. As for the ultimate killer move, it was the light jade's self-destruction ability. 2 light jades exploding at close range would be as powerful as a forbidden spell. Even a saint-level cultivator with bad luck would likely be annihilated, let alone a mage or great swordsman. Of course, a saint-level cultivator in the prime wouldn't be killed, but a wounded one could certainly survive. This was especially true for an ordinary saint-level cultivator, especially after being hit by a small frigate. As for the reconnaissance aircraft, its appearance was similar to a satellite, but it was only 10 feet in size. Besides a small laser cannon, it also had 2 laser guns on its wings. Inside, it housed a saint-level magic core and 5 9th-level magic cores. Holy-grade magic cores power small laser cannons, powerful enough to throw great sword masters and mages at a distance of 1,000 yards. Even a sneak attack could be fatal. These holy-grade magic cores were intended for Kino to construct giant mech warriors, but now with the addition of small frigates, both attack and evasion capabilities have been greatly improved, making giant mech warriors somewhat obsolete. Of course, the main drawback is the mech warrior's slow speed. While it can attack buildings, it's only marginally effective against a great swordmaster. Keno will only continue using mech warriors once new materials emerge to address their shortcomings. After all, their mech warrior prowess in close combat remains undeniable. The reconnaissance aircraft is relatively small, slightly faster than the small frigates, and with the added power of a flight magic array, its speed rivals that of high-level flying beasts. Even when fully activated, the energy consumption is accelerated, or in areas with relatively dense energy, flight speed can be even faster. Furthermore, as Keno's understanding of flight magic circles increases, his proficiency allows for smaller and smaller flight magic circles. The more flight magic circles he can create, the faster his flight speed will naturally be. Currently, Keno has only created 10 flight magic circles on a 10-foot wide reconnaissance plane, and only 2 spirit gathering circles. After all, Keno only deploys the reconnaissance plane to attack rarely, so recharging isn't necessary. Similarly, small frigates and reconnaissance planes aren't suited for long-range, prolonged combat. The result is depleted energy and inability to launch any attacks. Of course, Keno now has many attack methods, so he doesn't need to constantly deploy his mechas. Whether it's a zombie lord or a holy undead dragon, he can withstand them. Furthermore, with Yasuo around, he's definitely not leaving anytime soon. However, Keno remains wary of Yasuo. After all, the two aren't familiar with each other, and if he were to rebel, the Saint level's power wouldn't be easily dealt with. But this didn't stop Keno from trusting Yasuo. After all, a Saint level master wasn't easy to come by. Moreover, encountering a clever Saint level wasn't easy either. At least, Yasuo didn't sneak up on him at the beginning, otherwise, Keno would have been dead long ago. There was no doubt about that. As for other reasons, Keno didn't know. Even if he did, it wouldn't affect the main point. Chapter 179, Transformation and the Fire of the Soul. Gazing at the 25 flying mechas before him, Keno stretched out his hand, and a burning spirit flame condensed in the shape of a small frigate. Then, in a flash, it attached itself to the small frigate, appearing incredibly mysterious. Such a bizarre scene would surely shock anyone witnessing it. Because besides a few transformation spells, the only other means of transforming an attack were the legendary magic spirits, a technique only attainable by saints. Magic spirits are the companions of a certain level of magical cultivation. They lack intelligence and are the purest form of concentrated magic. They can instantly cast elementary spells on their own, remaining incorporeal. Even if dispersed, they can instantly recover. Of course, to a fellow magician, a magic spirit is nothing. A single strike could annihilate it. But for all magicians, a magic spirit is a symbol. For a sword saint, their symbol is a 10-foot-long sword aura. A single strike of 10-foot-long sword energy is undeniable. After Keno advanced to mage, his swordsman strength also broke through to great swordsman. His physical form naturally reached the level of a junior great swordsman, and even further improved. His mental power increased dramatically, making him almost comparable to a half-step saint. His instantaneous mental blade attacks were powerful enough to kill a swordsman. This surge of mental power allowed him to comprehend the magic circle of flight, and at the same time, his burning spirit fire underwent a transformation. Originally, the burning spirit fire could not attack from outside the body, at least not at great distances. However, this burning spirit fire could now take on any form and attack from a distance. Of course, the burning spirit fire's form had limitations. First, its size could not be too large, typically about 1 foot. Second, the longer the attack range, the less powerful it was. The maximum attack range was 1,000 feet, at which point the attack power was 0. The effective attack range was only 100 feet, enough to kill a swordsman. Within 10 feet, it could also kill a seriously injured swordsman mage. After all, the burning soul fire's ability to break through and devour objects was theoretically quite powerful. However, Keno's soul power was too low, preventing it from unleashing its true power. Suddenly, Keno had a flash of inspiration, and the burning soul fire transformed into a spear. He then grasped it in his hand and fiercely hurled it far away. To Keno's disappointment, the further he struck, the smaller it became, and even striking stone did no damage. It seemed the burning soul fire had 0 physical damage, and only had some damage against living things. This led him to a conclusion: as long as it stayed within his body, his burning soul fire could still condense half a meter. However, if he attempted to attack from outside, it would only be a foot. Then, Under Kano's mental control, the burning soul fire condensed on his body. Looking at the nearly 3-foot-long burning soul fire armor, Kano felt a surge of excitement. This defensive magic capability was far superior to the spirit gathering array. Kano once again manipulated his movements, and 2 flaming wings condensed behind him. Though only 3 feet in size, they still allowed him to fly. The further advancement of the burning spirit fire significantly increased his strength. Both his attack and support abilities reached a quantum leap. The zombie lord advanced to the saint rank, the undead dragon reached the 9th rank, and the phantom demon, diligently devouring magic cores, also increased its strength to that of a 9th rank. This series of advancements boosted Kano's physical strength, mental power, and recovery abilities to a considerable level. The subsequent stages of the 9 extreme hammer only required comprehension, rapidly increasing physical strength. Although Kano had only grasped the wordless art and had yet to grasp the later stages of the heart, he sensed that the 9 extreme hammer was no longer having much effect on him. This puzzled him. Perhaps the 9 extreme hammer greatly enhanced ordinary people's strength, but once the physical body reached a certain level of strength, the amplification effect diminished significantly. If it weren't for his need to build a mecha warrior, he would have likely abandoned the 9 extreme hammer. After all, the 9 extreme hammer's use in close combat is rare these days. Opponents encountered are either too weak or too powerful, and the law of time is sufficient to deal with them, eliminating the need for further effort. The 9 extreme hammer's multi-hit attack power has been weakened since his advancement to swordmaster. It hadn't been effective in previous battles. With those few insights, he still had some skills in combat. However, facing saint and god-level opponents, those tricks seemed ineffective. Kano suspected that it was likely a simplified version of the law, specifically a simplified version of power. Unfortunately, Kano had already mastered the law of time, and that no longer mattered. The burning spirit fire entered the small frigate, and it seemed to activate. After a brief pause, a beam of white light emanated from the frigate, spreading across the surrounding area, emitting a nearly 10-foot wide glow. The spirit gathering array's energy gathering effect nearly drained the surrounding energy. The white light was nearly 20% more concentrated than at the outset, clearly enhancing its defensive capabilities. Under Kano's control, the small frigate slowly rose, then staggered through the air. Initially, its speed was slow and unstable. Any faster and it would have likely crashed into the cave. After all, the cave wasn't large, only 100 feet across. But as he became more proficient in its operation, the frigate's agility grew, until it became as effortless as his own arm. Kano dispatched only 25 mechas in a single blow. After all, entering the Mage realm had dramatically increased his mental power. Combined with the amplification of the Phantom Demon's mental power, his burning soul fire had reached an incredibly powerful level. This power was undoubtedly immense. The offensive capabilities of his burning soul fire were unmatched by those of other necromancers. Furthermore, his burning soul fire permeated his entire body, transforming it into a form of energy 10 or even dozens of times greater than that of an ordinary necromancer's soul fire. Within his body, his burning soul fire possessed a completely uncanny presence, like a pet, already developing a hint of spirituality. Of course, Kano wasn't familiar with the other necromancers, perhaps they held their own unique mysteries. After all, among all magicians, necromancers ranked third in mysteries. The soul and time magic that preceded them were both profound and bizarre. Even in the entire god and demon continent, it would be hard to find even one or two. Once the small frigates and reconnaissance planes were imbued with soul fire, Kano immediately took control of all the mechas, even deploying mecha warriors to coordinate air and ground operations. However, he soon discovered that while operating the mecha warriors himself was fine, controlling 25 flying mechas proved a significant strain. It seemed as if operating the magic mechas consumed a significant amount of his mental energy, more than operating 1,000 mecha warriors. But upon closer inspection, Kano hadn't operated a magic mecha, nor had he ever operated more than 2,000 mecha warriors. Could there be some difference between operating a magic mecha and operating a flying mecha, or even operating mecha warriors? With this in mind, Kano released 5,000 mech warriors. He didn't notice anything unusual while manipulating them. It seemed that quantity wasn't the issue. However, he clearly felt the immense strain on his mental energy from manipulating the magic mechas. With his current mental strength, he could only control 100, and that for an hour at most. What went wrong? Kano looked at the mech warriors and flying mechas with confusion. then suddenly slapped his head. Wasn't the fundamental difference between the two the nature of the burning spirit fire? Some of Keno's mech warriors still lacked the burning spirit fire. Now was the perfect time. Keno immediately released them to attach it. However, after attaching the burning spirit fire, Keno found his control significantly reduced. He was shocked to discover that he could only control 500 mech warriors. This confirmed his hypothesis: control ability is strongly correlated with a level and number of burning spirit fires. The small frigate contained 3 times as much soul fire as the reconnaissance aircraft. The reconnaissance aircraft's soul fire was 3 times as much as the mech warriors, and now the mech warriors' soul fire was over 5 times what it had been before the transformation. This was why he found it difficult to control it. The transformation had occurred. This meant that there would be a limit to the amount of soul fire he could manipulate. However, the benefit of these limitations was that the mech warrior could control it more easily. It was like controlling his own arms and fingers, allowing him to control almost every detail. Faced with these advantages and disadvantages, Keno was a bit hesitant. After all, the gains he was gaining seemed to be outweighed by the losses. Of course, there might be other special features, but he hadn't discovered them yet. However, this didn't stop him from enchanting all the other mech warriors that didn't have soul fire attached. After all, simply speaking of agility, the mech warriors had become much more agile. Their evasive abilities had increased, making them less vulnerable to single blows. Many of his previous mech warriors had been slashed by great sword masters and sword masters, and the damage from a single blow was truly immense. Losing a level 9 magic core in one fell swoop was only for him. No one else could bear it. Level 9 magic cores are worth hundreds of thousands of gold coins. They're usually embedded in magic wands, and only mages can use them. If the transaction didn't involve the divine realm, how could he have so many? In the divine and demon continent, to obtain a level 9 magic core, one must hunt a level 9 magic beast. Hunting a level 9 magic beast requires a large mercenary group, and even that's not guaranteed to kill a level 9 magic beast, and even then, the losses are severe. Large mercenary groups generally don't hunt level 9 magic beasts unless there's an unexpected event. They only do so when hired by a magus. This demonstrates the enormous cost to Keno of losing dozens or hundreds of level 9 magic cores. Chapter 180, Choosing a Direction. Yasuo, where do you think we should go? Suddenly, Keno was at a loss for where to go. He had no idea. The path to the warrior kingdom had been chosen for him by Mingaya Arsenu, and it had yielded such a significant benefit. Now, he naturally understood the benefits of choosing the right path. The timing had to be right, or it would be easy to miss. The route had to be right, or the encounter wouldn't occur. But he wasn't a fortune teller, so making the choice was a challenge. Not wanting to miss the opportunity, Keno gave Yasuo the task of choosing. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yasuo chose to remain silent. After all, Keno's choice was just an excuse. The final decision rested with Keno. Furthermore, now that he had reached the saint rank, he had no idea where to go. To be precise, it made no difference where he went. By integrating with the Godhead, his cultivation was to comprehend the Godhead. The Godhead contained all the experience, the power of laws, and the combat techniques he needed. There was no need to seek out anyone to spar with. Sorry, young master, I don't know either. You don't know either. Has anything unusual happened anywhere recently? The Orc Empire attacked and occupied the mercenary kingdom and the Night Kingdom, and created the Berserker Cavalry. This surprised Keno. It seemed like he had something to do with it. If it weren't for the blasters and artillery, the orcs wouldn't have the courage to attack. A single Berserker Knight, with their magic, would have decimated the Orc Cavalry. If they really wanted to attack, it would have to be delayed for decades. At the very least, more preparations would be necessary to ensure complete safety. Anything else? Nothing else, Yasuo replied flatly, leaving Keno feeling helpless. After all, to Yasuo, none of this really mattered. Of course, he wouldn't let Keno go to dangerous places. He wouldn't risk his own safety in places like the Endless Caverns. And to Keno, it sounded like they had ulterior motives. Keno's overall strength was far superior to his own. If a fight broke out, Yasuo would simply run away. That's all. This is too much trouble. Looks like we'll just have to let someone else make the choice. Let's find a main road and see who passes by willing to take us with them. We'll follow them. Yes, young master, no need to call me young master, just call me Keno. Understood. Kano nodded, summoned the holy undead dragon and the zombie lord, locked onto the main road, and headed straight for it. Although Yasuo's strength had only recovered to 60% or 70%, he was a true swordsman. Destroying a great swordsman was easy, and so was flying. Even without attacking, his presence was enough to intimidate. Of course, he wouldn't reveal his strength, and would only appear as a junior swordsman. As for Kano, he only displayed the strength of a senior swordsman. For his age, he possessed the strength of a senior swordsman, and his ordinary appearance didn't attract attention. Soon, the two found a wide, 10-foot wide road, a rarity in the wilderness. Naturally, because it was in the wilderness, traffic was sparse. Especially since the Night Kingdom wasn't far away, the orc cavalry could attack at any moment. The merchants' losses would be undeniable. Although the Orc Empire currently ruled the Wild Riders province well, there was no guarantee they would go on a rampage. After all, orcs were still orcs. Not the same race as humans. They would never treat anyone fairly, and according to human legend, orcs ate human flesh. Kino waited all day, calming himself to comprehend the burning spirit fire while Yasuo sought to comprehend the law of wood. For both of them, time seemed like no problem. The sound of hurried horse hooves echoed in the distance, but it didn't sound like a caravan. It was night, and caravans didn't typically travel at night, let alone at such high speeds. Soon, a line of cavalry appeared within their sight. This wasn't a regular army, but rather a group of 8 well-trained guards, all skilled swordsmen, clad in uniform soft armor and adorned with family insignias. They appeared to be 8 family guards. Behind them was a seemingly ordinary carriage, its interior space limited to only half a meter. However, the 2 horses pulling it were quite fine. Kaner immediately noticed a floating magic circle atop the carriage, intended to mitigate the jolting. This alone indicated that this was a member of a prominent family, albeit one of low status within the family. Inside the carriage were a young girl and a female guard. The female guard was a high-level swordsman, with ordinary appearance, in her 30s. Her face was stoic, and she was resting with her eyes closed. The girl, about 15 or 16 years old, had a plain, unassuming appearance, but she was a magician, a high-level one at that, and appeared quite talented. Logically, a family magician wouldn't receive such ordinary treatment unless it was her own wish. The carriage approached Kano and the others without stopping. Just as they were about to pass him, a clear voice rang out from within. "Captain Mark, take them, miss, it seems a bit inappropriate to take them. We don't have any extra horses, and they look a bit strange. After all, this isn't a place for trouble." The lady had barely finished speaking when the female guard in the carriage spoke. The captain, known as Mark, stopped his horse and stared at Kano and the others with a cold gaze. "Don't worry too much. We just want help reaching the nearest town. And if you don't want to help, you can leave." Yasuo looked unconcerned. With the 2 of them, the journey would be safe. He wouldn't force these people if they didn't want to. Since we're all travelers, it's only natural to help each other. I used to be a mercenary, and I received plenty of help. It's just a small favor, so wire refuse. But miss, we don't have any horses for them. Then come into the carriage. There's plenty of room here, but they're 2 men, it's just a squeeze. What's the difference between a man and a woman? Berna, you're overthinking it. The noblewoman's kind tone warmed Kaner and Yasuo's affection. In the land of gods and demons, whether mercenaries or the Chamber of Commerce, most people are very kind, but going out of their way to help others like this is truly rare. The guards automatically stepped aside, allowing Kaner and Yasuo to enter the carriage. The female guard snorted coldly and closed her eyes again to rest. The sound of horses' hooves echoed again, hastening their journey. Judging by their appearance, they seemed to be in a hurry. "I'm sorry, Berna actually cares about people, but I just have a cold personality. My name is Sarah Brightman, you can call me Sarah. I'm from the Brightman family, an illegitimate daughter of the Brightman family." Berna didn't seem to have any intention of intervening in Sarah Brightman's self-exposure scandal. She remained silent, her eyes closed, showing no intention of stopping it. Kano glanced at Yasuo and saw that he showed no sign of moving. The Brightman family wasn't a large one, otherwise Yasuo wouldn't have been unaware of it. "You're a magician, and at all times, you're a noble being. Nobility isn't eternal, but magicians are. My name is Kano, and this is my friend Yasuo. We're travelers from the land of gods and demons, preparing to roam the entire human realm." Yasuo's brows raised at the word friend, but he quickly regained his composure, as if completely indifferent. Upon hearing this, Sarah's eyes lit up. Staring at Keri, she spoke with a touch of excitement. I envy you all so much for traveling the human realm. My friend Anna had been planning to explore the human kingdom, but just as we were getting ready, my mother sent me to the Brighton family to claim their inheritance. She said my father died defending the Night Kingdom, and I could gain a great deal of wealth. You know, I still don't even know what my father looks like. Miss Sarah, you've already said too much. Berna finally interrupted Sarah Brightman, who gave a helpless smile. Her innocent expression seemed cheerful. Having just met, they were strangers to each other, and Sarah Brightman's thoughts were a little off. As if she had read Keno's mind, Sarah gave him a strange smile and said, the Brightman family is the third largest family in Wind Sword City, on the border of the Sword God Empire. The infighting is intense. With my abilities, I'd be utterly annihilated if I went in. So, I'd like to ask for your help. Just follow me and do everything I say. Then, I'll give you half of my wealth. How is that? Palna remained silent, but Yasuo opened his eyes. The third family in Wind Sword City was undoubtedly a powerful one. The internal strife, open and secret, was too much for a magician to easily participate in. If they weren't careful, they might not even be able to find their bones. Letting them take advantage of the situation would drag them down with them. If they were truly only sword masters and high-level swordsmen, they wouldn't know how they died. Well, don't you think our strength is a bit low? I know the heir of a big family, who is only 18 or 19 years old and is as strong as Lord Kanuo, and his guards are about the same strength and age as this Yasuo, so I would like to ask the two of you to pretend to be them. Don't worry, the people of the Brighton family have never seen them. It should be fine. Sarah looked confident, as if everything was fine, but Yasuo on the side frowned and said strangely, you are talking about Mozakberg, the eldest son of the Berg family, the second family of Divine Sword City, the guy who claims that he will not advance to the Swordmaster until he comprehends the sword energy. Yes, it's Mozak. In fact, he has taken a big step forward, and he is not far from comprehending the sword energy. Kano listened with an indifferent expression, but he felt a little ridiculous in his heart. Luo Ling comprehended the sword energy before he even started practicing. What kind of talent is that? He is definitely one of the best in the continent of gods and demons. This guy named Mazakberg actually wanted to comprehend sword energy on his own before the Swordmaster. Which was completely ridiculous in Kano's view. If it was so easy for a Swordmaster to comprehend sword energy, Luo Ling would not be the top genius. In the continent of gods and demons, comprehending sword energy at the Swordmaster level would already be a genius. Chapter 181, Wind Sword City. Mazakberg was probably trying to use this excuse to cover up his lack of talent. After all, in a large family, an 18 or 19-year-old high-level swordsman was truly shameful. Sarah spoke seriously, but from her tone, it seemed that she didn't believe Mazakberg either, especially the female swordsman next to her, who had already laughed out loud. She was a warrior, and of course she knew the meaning of swordsman-level comprehension of sword energy. In legend, it was a symbol of being able to enter the saint rank. The entire Sword God Empire was full of warriors. The number of great swordsmen was tens of thousands, if not 100,000, but among these people, there were only a dozen or so saint rank masters. And these 10 saint rank masters alone accounted for half of the saint rank warriors in the continent of gods and demons. Mozakberg isn't lacking talent. He advanced to the Swordmaster level at 13 and is now a senior Swordmaster. And when he reached intermediate Swordmaster at 16, he comprehended Sword Key. It's just that he's been hiding his abilities, hoping to make a splash. I'm a member of the royal family and have heard about him. Most importantly, he's joined the royal family. At that moment, Yasuo telepathically transmitted to Kano. After advancing to the saint level, a saint can telepathically transmit messages, and any beings below that level cannot be sensed. Kano was also surprised to hear this news. After all, reaching saint at 13, comprehending sword key at intermediate at 16, and reaching advanced at 18, this kind of talent is definitely among the best in the continent of gods and demons. With the Berg family's support, Mozak could very well reach saint, but his expectations were now high. He'd be polite to those at the saint level, but forget about those who haven't. Furthermore, Mozak wasn't even a great sword master yet. What puzzled Kano was why such a man would choose a junior swordsman as his bodyguard. If something really went wrong, wouldn't that be like asking for trouble? What's the deal with that junior swordsman bodyguard? A junior swordsman bodyguard, in his 30s. He appears to have little talent, but he's actually a genius. It's said that he started out as an ordinary slave, began training as a warrior at 25, became a swordsman at 30, and simultaneously mastered sword energy. He can tear tigers and leopards apart with his brute force, and it's said that he has beastman blood. It's a secret. Mozak and I have a good relationship, otherwise we wouldn't know. Sarah's expression left Keno speechless. However, since she knew this secret, she probably knew Mozak, and their relationship was probably pretty good. However, Sarah had such bad intentions, and he didn't know if Mozak would be tricked by her. Sarah gave Keno a quizzical look, glancing around. Then, she smiled. Don't worry about messing up. This is absolutely foolproof. Trust me, I've been prepared. Actually, Palna, Mark, and the others are Mazikberg's men. I didn't want you to impersonate them. It was just because Mazikberg couldn't make the time to come. Palna remained silent, a tacit agreement that surprised Keno. He hadn't expected Palna to pull such a stunt. The blatant impersonation of a guard from Sword God City's second family was unthinkable. After all, if Mazik learned of this, it would be practically a death sentence. While the Brightman family might be wealthy, they certainly wouldn't impress the second family of Excalibur City. After all, Wind Sword City is a second-tier city, while Excalibur City is a first-tier one. The gap between the first and second tier is enormous, so vast, it's practically a different level. Honestly, what can we get? Forget about a third of the wealth, that's too much. A third of the wealth is simply impossible. There are so many swordsmen here, all of them from the Berg family. If they take a third, how much will the Berg family get? 2/3? The simplest outcome would be to kill them. To insignificant people, the death of them wouldn't be a big deal. Sorry, I said it wrong. 1/10, your reward, that's still a bit much. 1/10 is still a lot. Despite the important roles played by Kino and Yasuo, they don't receive the corresponding amount of money because they lack strength. The Brightman family has a history stretching back thousands of years, even having produced a sword saint. Their wealth is truly extraordinary, and I don't know the extent of their true wealth. All I've received is 1/3. Even with the Berg family's backing, I can only get 1/3. As for how much that third is, I don't know. Maybe it's a lot, unimaginably much, maybe it's very little, unimaginably little. But according to rumors, the Brightman family possesses a wind sword, a true holy weapon and the origin of Wind Sword City. If you can grant me this holy weapon, I'll give you 10,000 gold coins. The wind sword, a holy weapon, the inherited sacred artifact of the Brightman family, the symbol of Wind Sword City. How could they possibly give it to a woman like Sarah, an illegitimate daughter at that? Even if she brought members of the Berg family with her, it would be useless. No matter how powerful the Berg family was, they couldn't meddle in the affairs of other families. Otherwise, the wind sword would have been taken long ago. I like to talk to smart people. You don't need to worry about the wind sword. Now, just do as I say. I chose you because you're not from the Sword God Empire, and the Brightman family can't find out your details. There's no one else more suitable than you. Deal. Kano wasn't interested in anything else, but he was quite interested in the wind sword. If it suited him, he wouldn't mind taking it and playing with it. After all, neither Yasuo nor the zombie lord had a good weapon. And his sword of terror was a bit mediocre. It was okay against his own level, but it was completely useless against a saint level. Kano was impressed by how well trained the Berg family guards were. They made no noise the entire way. The female guard, in particular, kept her eyes closed, her eyebrows barely twitching. But Kano suddenly remembered Berna's smile when Sarah mentioned Mozak's strength. Now thinking about it, that smile was a bit unusual. How could a guard mock their master? And judging by her appearance, she seemed to be a member of the Berg family. Kano stared at Berna's face and suddenly felt something was amiss. He noticed a subtle change on her neck, a shift in skin color, as if someone had tampered with her. A disguise. Kano was stunned. He hadn't noticed it before, so he hadn't noticed. Then he looked at Berna's hands. Sure enough, she didn't look 30-something. Judging from her skin, the girl was about 15 or 16, around the same age as Sarah. She must also be a member of the Berg family, but somehow she had been tricked into coming to help. A 15 or 16-year-old novice swordsman was quite talented, but for a family like the Berg family, one of the most prominent in the Sword God Empire, this was not unusual. This made things even more interesting. Sarah must have used the legendary saint-level wind sword to lure Berna here. Kano was puzzled by the lack of guards surrounding such a young lady. With his and Yasuo's strength, It was impossible for a great swordsman or mage to be hiding around, unless they were saint level. While there was indeed a saint level within the Berg family, he was definitely stationed at the Berg family and wouldn't be out with a child. Yaso, does the Berg family have any female descendants around 15 or 16? Berna Berg. Yasuo was startled, suddenly glancing at Berna. But he quickly realized what was happening. After all, the saint rank strength wasn't in vain. If he hadn't discovered this, it would be truly shameful. He closed his eyes, then opened them again after a moment. A hint of strangeness lingered in his expression as he said, "There's no one else around. It's really strange. It looks like Miss Berna came alone. She came alone, so the Berg family probably didn't know. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent several swordsmen to escort her." Kaner smiled faintly. Suddenly, they were acting as bodyguards. And it seemed the person they were protecting wasn't Sarah Brightman, but the aloof female guard, Miss Berna. With a Berg family medallion in hand, the journey was uneventful. After all, the Berg family was one of the 10 great families in the Sword God Empire, with a saint rank as its leader. They were the pillars of the Sword God Empire, and who dared to trouble them? Furthermore, this group seemed to be traveling light, seemingly unassuming, as if they hadn't brought anything valuable. Those within were either experts or novices, hardly worth attacking. In just a month, they entered the Sword God Empire and arrived at Wind Sword City. It must be said that their journey was indeed swift, and the carriage was not at all bumpy. Upon arriving in Wind Sword City, Keno's first impression was its sheer power. As befits an empire built on military might, its scale and grandeur surpassed even that of the Magic Empire. Even the brave king's capital seemed somewhat inferior in comparison. In comparison, the Sword God Empire's warrior culture was overwhelmingly strong. It was filled with warriors of all stripes, so much so that Keno didn't even see a single magician. They were all arrogant, even looking down on the nobles. However, they possessed sufficient strength, and being a swordsman was considered par for the course here. An empire is an empire, and its foundation is undoubtedly extraordinary. If the Orc Empire had used the Sword God Empire as a pretext from the outset, it would likely have been annihilated by the Sword God Empire after a while. He was puzzled. With such a powerful nation, why didn't they attack the Orc Empire? Instead, they allowed it to grow stronger, seemingly unconcerned. The Orc Empire has a serious culture of warriors, and magicians are not truly treated with justice here. The rumors outside are all lies, because they are truly capable of confronting magicians and killing them directly. The royal family of the Sword God Empire is very powerful. Rumor has it that there are gods in the Sword God Empire. And any powerful person who advances to the saint level will obtain martial arts to deal with magicians. Otherwise, the Sword God Empire cannot compete with a magic empire. Chapter 182, The Tide Sutra. Upon entering Wind Sword City, Keno's expression suddenly changed, and a surge of rage rose within him. Everyone around him sensed his change. Berna and Sarah were puzzled, while Yasuo was shocked. His young master usually didn't get angry. Whose family owns that large mansion 10 miles ahead? Our Brightman family. Hurry. Keno's anger quickly subsided, and he fell into a state of deep thought. If it weren't for the connection in his mind, he might have thought he'd misjudged it. When they arrived at the Brightman gate, a group of people were already waiting. However, they were all butlers and servants, seemingly unconcerned about the illegitimate daughter. Sarah dismounted the carriage with a calm expression, ignoring the butlers and servants. Naturally, Keno, posing as Mozak, walked in front. This is the Brightman family's privileged grounds. No unauthorized entry. A middle-aged man, a junior swordsman, with a cold gaze, instantly blocked Keno's path, seemingly trying to intimidate him. This scene made Berna and the others look grim. They clearly despised the Brightman family's hospitality. To treat them like this before knowing the other party's identity was simply asking for trouble. Before Sarah could even begin to introduce herself, Keno had already slapped her. Although the other party was a swordsman, he was completely unprepared and without any fighting spirit, so how could he be a match for Keno? Caught off guard, Keno sent him flying over 10 feet, spitting blood and losing several teeth. This scene completely stunned everyone. Sarah and Berna had never expected Keno to attack directly. Mark, on the other hand, was astonished by Keno's strength. He was clearly just an advanced swordsman, but he could beat a junior swordsman like this with just one move. Even if it was a sneak attack, it shouldn't be like this, unless he was hiding his strength. How dare you, daring to be so brazen in the Brightman family? This move had stirred up a hornet's nest. In an instant, all the surrounding guards rushed over. Mark was about to react when Yasuo, standing behind Kano, saw his eyes darken. He drew his sword halfway, and a stream of sword energy emanated. This moment stunned everyone present. Sword masters wielding sword energy were rare in the entire Divine Demon continent. In the Sword God Empire, it was a symbol of even greater power. And the one with such guard seemed to be the eldest son of the Berg family, a direct descendant. You are Mozak Berg, the eldest son of the Berg family. Get out of here, Kano said coldly, and the butler immediately stepped aside. You're kidding. Who dared to stop the eldest son of the Berg family? Sarah didn't need to explain, and everyone else believed her. As Sarah had said, the ability to emit sword energy with the guards of a junior sword master, the strength of a high-level swordsman, was Mozak Berg's badge of identity. Kano ignored the others and entered the Brighton family directly. With someone clearing the way and having already reported, his passage was naturally smooth. Soon, Kano passed a courtyard. In the center of the courtyard stood a large iron cage. Inside, a young woman sat, her legs casually swinging, a look of leisure and contentment under the scorching sun. Around her hands and neck were silver chains, shimmering with runes. They appeared to be magical items, the magic chains. Imprisoning a magician without authorization was a serious matter. The Brightman family's brazenness was a sure sign of their own doom. If the Magic Empire learned of this, they would surely attack. Even the Sword God Empire would be forced to surrender. The steward's face suddenly changed when he saw Kano stop. Then, a look of fury filled his face. He said, Lord Mozak, this female magician is a madwoman we rescued. Instead of repaying our kindness, she maliciously harmed members of the Brighton family and even killed a steward. Lately, her mood has improved, so she's feigning pity. She looks good. Give her to me. To everyone's surprise, Kano suddenly spoke coldly. The steward was stunned, at a loss for words. This magician is too dangerous. What if she hurts you? You think I don't have the strength to subdue her? Kano's tone chilled, startling the butler. Mozak wasn't someone to be trifled with, even the head of the Brighton family probably wouldn't want to offend him. Since brother Mozak wants it, I'll give it to you. I'm Meru Brightman, the eldest son of the Brighton family. I've long admired brother Mozak and would like to learn from you about sword energy. Meru presented a composed demeanor, as if eager to make a friend. However, the brother was purely a form of fraternity. Then, Meru approached the iron cage and opened it. Looking at Jingbeo, he calmly said, You'd better be polite. The one outside is the heir to the second family of the Sword God Empire. If anything truly happens, no one can save you. The door opened, and Jingbeo emerged. The magic binding ring was still on her hand, but Meru didn't open it for her. Kano had no intention of opening it for her, either, as the magic binding ring wouldn't restrict Jingbeo much. The magic containment ring only confines magic power, having no effect on strength. With Jingbeo's strength comparable to that of a great swordsman, he could easily break free with just a little effort. Furthermore, the magic containment ring only confines magic, not talent. Jingbeo's talent is flight and teleportation, so he could easily escape if he wanted. Furthermore, Jingbeo also had two-dimensional rings on his fingers, meaning his captors hadn't removed them. What did this mean? Could they just be trying to prove their identity? Furthermore, Jingbeo's dimensional rings contained numerous high-level magic scrolls. Unleashing such power would be unstoppable for the Brighton family. The Brightman family lacked a saint-level commander or a flying mage. Facing Jingbeo was a complete no-brainer. I need to rest for a bit. You guys are free to do whatever you want. Palna tried to follow, but was repulsed by a glance from Kano. With a cold snort, she followed Sarah Brightman. Mark following Sarah Brightman struck Kano as odd. This high-level swordsman gave him a distinctly different vibe, as if there was something special about him. The two men met eyes and smiled calmly. Mark's eyes shone with composure and dignity. Mozak Berg. The name crossed Kano's mind, and he was instantly amazed. He also noticed that the other guards kept a respectable distance from this Mark. Kano felt a flicker of amusement. It looked like this Mark must be Mozak. However, with him even here, things might not be so simple. The Brightman family's wind sword might be in jeopardy. Kano, Jingbeo, and Yasuo entered the specially prepared room for the Brighton family. Jingbeo quickly stared at Yasuo, slightly puzzled, and said calmly, Saint rank. Before the Angel of Light self-destructed, the Zombie Lord and Yasuo both reached the Saint rank. Then, he decided to follow me and travel the land of gods and demons. Kano spoke casually, but Jinbei knew the difficulty of the situation. Even a saint-rank angel of light had self-destructed, and the fight must have been incredibly grueling. With Kano's prowess as a high-level swordsman, that was even more of a challenge. The slightest misstep could have cost him his life. What's wrong with you? What about Ellie, Lianen, and Zufu? Could it be that someone from the saint rank was the one who threatened you? Did you know Zufu is an elven mage? She's not only a mage, but also an elven saint. Seeing the hint of displeasure in Jinbeo's eyes, Kano said calmly. It looked like they were truly in danger, otherwise Zufu wouldn't have revealed her strength. Even so, Jinbeo was captured. It seemed the orc cavalry weren't the ones who attacked. Yasuo, listening nearby, was stunned. Kano must have been referring to 4 women, only one was an elven mage, and a saint. Even so, a saint rank wouldn't have needed to intervene. Snap, Jinbeo exerted force, effortlessly breaking the magic binding ring. Yasuo was stunned by her casual demeanor. She practiced both magic and martial arts, and her strength was considerable. Hey, you've advanced to a mage? I'm lucky, I advanced, but, didn't you also advance to a mage? Jinbeo took off the magic suppressing chain from his neck and casually threw it aside. Then he poured himself a spit and slowly said, not long after we left, we ran into a group of mercenaries. We didn't pay attention at the time, and they attacked us directly. Good guy. There were 10 great swordsmen, 5 mages, and 8 archers at the beginning. What's more infuriating is that their arrows were magic-breaking arrows, and the arrowheads were coated with stun poison. Fortunately, my reaction ability was relatively fast. I summoned a large pile of iron blocks from the space ring to block the attack, then I smashed the high-level scrolls and took care of those archers. The other side was too powerful, so I let them retreat first, and I would hold on for a while. Lianen and AI Li both knew how powerful I was, so they naturally didn't worry about me. That Zufu was also loyal, and when she left, she used the high-level magic of nature's wrath. Although the surrounding trees were not lush, it did entangle them. Then Zufu spread her elven wings and took away Lianen and Ellie, while I released the undead behemoth to kill them by surprise. Coupled with the laser cannon you gave me, not only did I severely damage them, but I also killed 3 great swordsmen and 2 magicians. I could have escaped easily, but who would have thought that a space magician would come at this time? Using the magic circle that had been prepared long ago, he directly imprisoned the space around me. As a result, I couldn't escape by teleporting, and the fight started again. Finally, I tried my best, swung out hundreds of magic scrolls, killed the remaining 3 magicians of the other side, and then I escaped. When I found Zufu and the other 3, I discovered that they seemed to have been attacked as well, but it was a nearby group of thieves who attacked them, but they were dispersed and seemed to be injured. But later I checked, and all the thieves at that time were dead, and there was no sign of other people's activities. So they should be fine. Later, I came to the Sword God Empire to find you, but unfortunately I was captured by Mary Brightman and his men. When I was about to escape, I felt your arrival, and I disappeared. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 183, Cooperation. Jinbeo finished his words slowly, and Kano felt relieved. As long as they were safe, it wasn't a big deal. It was a perfect opportunity for them to gain some experience. Ellie is a master of both magic and martial arts, and with her vast experience as a magic archer, she's agile and well-equipped. She's already been traveling alone for a long time, so there's no need to worry about her safety. Zufu is, after all, the saint of the elven tribe, and possesses many skills. She shouldn't be in any danger if she wanders around freely. As for Lianen, she's killed more than once or twice. With her status as a junior mage and a few instant spells, she shouldn't be a problem. Only then did Kano finally feel relieved, but then his brow furrowed again. Those people are from the Church of Light, there's no doubt about that, but how did they find us? I thought of someone. You're talking about Mingaya Arsenuo, Kano said calmly, his brow furrowed. Jinbeo nodded, seemingly unsurprised that Kano had guessed. Actually, I thought of her, too, because she has that ability. But if it's really her, then everything about us must have been calculated, but I'm a little reluctant to believe it. Forget it, we're all safe. Let's wait for next time. If it's really her, I really can't do anything about her. Thinking of Mingaya Arsenu, Kano felt a surge of powerlessness. This was his first woman, and the only one he was wary of. Starblade Lord was powerful enough, a god king, but he and him had no real relationship. Their relationship was merely a partnership, and there wouldn't be any conflict. But who was Mingaya Arsenu? She was the incarnation of the god of time, under the goddess of light. After all, she was on the goddess side, and her own relationship with the light faction wasn't great. Mingaya Arsenu had no objection to this, as if she didn't care about Kano's relationship with the light faction at all. In other words, she didn't care about the followers of the gods and demons continent. The Lord of Light's power came from faith. The more believers, the greater her power. Could it be that she didn't care about the faith of her people? Kano shook his head. The situation was far too complicated, at least with his current abilities, he couldn't solve it. In another room, Mark, Berna, and Sarah all looked perplexed and uncertain. Of the three, Mark sat in the center. I really didn't expect this collaboration to go as planned. Those Kano and Yasuo don't seem like ordinary people. Mark's face was grim, as if he was lost in thought. He was naturally preoccupied with their plan. And that female magician clearly knew Kaner. When Kaner entered the Brighton family, he went straight for her. Seeing Kaner's calm demeanor, she seemed to have known he was coming. Kaner's fury upon entering the city must have been related to that female magician. Could there be some special connection between them? Kaner appears to be only at the level of an advanced swordsman, yet he was able to send a junior swordsman flying with a single blow. Even a sneak attack wouldn't have been possible. And that Yasuo, apparently at the level of a junior swordsman, yet he exudes sword energy just by drawing his sword. I doubt he's mastered sword energy at the level of a swordsman. Could it be that Kaner is a dual practitioner of magic and martial arts? Yasuo is also a powerful warrior, but they're both hiding their abilities. Mark's eyes lit up. And he spoke with certainty. Because that was the only way to explain everything. Berna and Sarah nodded repeatedly, agreeing with him. After all, they were both warriors and magicians, and their minds were incredibly bright. But if that's the case, what level are they at? And that female mage is definitely not an ordinary mage. One hiding their strength isn't a big deal, but all of them hiding their strength is bizarre. The problem is, they all managed to do it successfully. The three of them chatted back and forth, almost figuring out what was going on. But they were still puzzled by Kano and Yasuo's strength. What kind of strength was worth hiding? A swordsman mage certainly didn't need one. A holy mage seemed a bit unlikely. The three of them were all geniuses, and they wouldn't believe anyone was more gifted than them. Kano looks to be around 20. At that age, even if he's talented, he's probably only a junior great swordsman or a high-level mage. The chances of him being a junior great swordsman aren't high. Furthermore, Kano seemed to be cultivating both magic and martial arts, which meant his cultivation was slower. Therefore, he was most likely an intermediate mage or a high-level swordsman. This level was perfectly suitable, and within their acceptable range, any higher would be a huge blow to them. What about Yasuo? Yasuo should be a great sword master. Do great sword masters need to hide their strength? Sarah Brightman's words silenced Mark. The Sword God Empire was teeming with great sword masters. Even high-ranking great sword masters didn't need to hide their strength. Could he be a saint level? Paula asked cautiously, earning a roll of the eyes from Mark and the others. Saint-level ranks were undoubtedly the pinnacle of power in the continent of gods and demons, and Yasuo was extremely respectful to Kaner. If Yasuo was a saint level, what would Kaner's strength be? Besides, when did saint-level masters become servants in the continent of gods and demons? Furthermore, they hadn't heard of anyone reaching the saint level recently. The youngest saint level seemed to be in his 50s. Even if they didn't know them, they knew they weren't common. At least among direct descendants of their families, saint-level members weren't common. If he's not at the saint level, could he be a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts? Impossible. When did the continent of gods and demons have so many dual cultivators? That Yasuo doesn't look like one, because he possesses sword energy. Someone who can comprehend sword energy wouldn't be a dual cultivator of magic and martial arts. Besides, he's only in his 30s. How can he comprehend sword energy, be a swordsman, or a mage? Do you think that's possible? Paula immediately retorted, and Mark and the others nodded repeatedly. It sounded quite right. Well, what's the point in guessing like this? Why don't we just go and ask them directly? They won't necessarily hide it. If all else fails, I'll just reveal my identity. Mark's aristocratic smile made Paula and Sarah nod. If they didn't understand the true strength of such a collaborator, it would cause big trouble. Kano had acted very assertively since joining the Brighton family. This was a good thing, but to Mozartberg, it was a smear campaign. His assertiveness wouldn't bring much benefit. Ultimately, the Brightman family might resort to a ruthless strategy against Sarah. And the Brightman family wouldn't necessarily be the only ones to suffer in the end. Soon, the three approached Kano. However, upon entering, they found Kano and the other two to be indifferent. Jingbeo, in particular, viewed them with a touch of interest. His composure lacked any trace of anger or fear. Sir Kano, you are hiding your strength, Miss Sarah. We have never disclosed our strength to anyone. It is you who judges it. You are ungentlemanly. We have no intention of plotting against you, but my wife has been treated unfairly here. Do you think it's my responsibility as a man, my wife? Sarah looked at Jingbeo with disbelief, then turned to look at Mark and Palna. This matter was beyond his control. At this point, Kano had every reason to attack the Brighton family. Don't forget, you're here to impersonate Mozartberg. The real boss is here, and there's a young lady. I'm confused. Why do you need me to impersonate the real boss? What real boss? Where did that come from? Sarah said, then fell silent. She hadn't expected that Kano knew Mark's hidden identity, and that Berna hadn't hidden it either. It seemed they had underestimated Kano after all, but now that Kano had revealed it, it was clear he had a reason to find fault with the Brighton family. Yes, I am indeed Mozartberg. This is my sister, Berna. I'm actually curious about the strength of you three, sir. Mozartberg stared at Kano, hoping to discern any change in the three. While he was well versed in family feuds, he was far inferior to Kano and the others. Someone who had seen the saint rank, the angel of light, and the god king wouldn't care about a child. Though they were the same age, the gap in their perspectives was vast. My wife is a junior mage, that's all I can tell you. The Brightman family can't afford our actions alone. Sorry, let me ask you another way. What exactly are you doing here? Just like you, I'll only take it if I see fit. If it's not, I won't take it. Kano's tone was calm, but it surprised Mozartberg. It seemed he was right. Kano and the others were after the wind sword. However, the other party's identity was unknown, and their strength was considerable. A conflict wouldn't be a good thing for him. Although the warriors of the Sword God Empire looked down on magicians, their power was undeniable, especially magicians. I can sense your strength, and I don't want to clash with you. However, I'm determined to obtain the wind sword. In fact, I can offer you something in exchange, saint-level weapon, behemoth remains. Kano spoke without hesitation. These were the only two items he was interested in. Of course, he was also interested in the Godhead and the Light Jade, but the Sword God Empire certainly couldn't offer them. But Berna, standing nearby, flew into rage upon hearing this. She thought Kano's words were simply embarrassing. You're so arrogant. You start talking about holy-grade weapons and the remains of giant beasts. In the Divine Sword Capital, there are the remains of divine elephants, giant beasts that follow the god of war, enshrined in the Sword God Temple. There are 8 of them. Go get them if you can. Oh, yes, there are also weapons of the Sword God Air, far superior to holy vessels. Go get them if you can. Berna, how dare you? Mozartberg was furious, scolding his sister without hesitation. If anyone else heard Berna's words, it would be a big deal. He had expected to see Kano's anger, but he saw Kano and Jingbeo looking thoughtful. It seemed as if they were also planning to take advantage of him. Chapter 184, Assistance. Should we go find Galenia? After all, his strength should have improved by now. No, Kano's casual remark stunned everyone present. Even Yasuo hadn't expected Kano to actually target the Sword God Temple. Oh my god, you're not really planning to target the Sword God Temple, the remains of the Divine Elephant. Does it contain the Divine Elephant's soul? Of course it does. It was specially extracted by the Sword God Empire to commemorate the Sword God. But you're not an undead, Palna said, suddenly looking at Kano in disbelief. A necromancer? The person before her was actually a necromancer, otherwise, he wouldn't have set his sights on the remains. Kano had heard of the Divine Elephant. Back when the Sword God Empire was first established, the Sword God had obtained it from some ancient beast from nowhere. It was golden and measured 5 or 6 feet tall. It was as powerful as a behemoth and also mastered rare gold magic. Although it only specializes in the metal element skin enhancing and weapon buffing abilities, its use in the military is absolutely invincible. The Sword God Empire relies almost exclusively on these divine elephants for its wars. Leaving their remains as a memorial makes sense, but leaving behind their souls is a bit sinister. After all, leaving their souls behind would only lead to suffering, and the remains and souls could be transformed into undead spirits. However, the Sword God Temple is always guarded by a saint-level figure, and its location in the heart of the Divine Sword Empire's capital makes it impossible for ordinary people to covet it. Such a sacred place is simply beyond the reach of ordinary people. Kano and Jinbeo clearly seem to be plotting against it, and without the necessary strength, one would be courting death. Just because others lack the necessary strength doesn't mean Kano doesn't have it. Each of his 5 small frigates can damage a saint-level figure. A combined attack from all 5 would force even a saint-level figure to evade them. Of course, his current strength isn't enough to seize the remains of the divine elephant. He needs to make preparations just in case, and having a saint-level helper would be a plus. Damn it! Who the hell are you? What's your strength? Mazakberg lost his usual composure, feeling he'd made a fatal mistake. The man before him was definitely not someone he could easily provoke. Not only him, but even the Berg family was probably out of their league. Seeing Mazakberg's expression, Kano suddenly smiled. He found Mazakberg's irritation quite amusing. Unfortunately, in his opinion, Mazakberg lacked talent and loyalty. Furthermore, his strength was limited, so Kano had no interest in wasting a divine power on him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have minded giving him one. Don't worry, it's just a joke. The Sword God Empire's center is so prosperous. If a few of us tried to rob the remains of the divine elephant, we'd be left with nothing. Kano's words made Mazakberg and the other 2 feel relieved. They believed what he said. Anyone who dared to touch the remains of the divine elephant would be an enemy of everyone in the Sword God Empire. They would be killed in the Sword God Empire. Furthermore, the Sword God Temple is the faith of the Sword God Empire. If it's destroyed, no one will let it go. The imperial capital boasts more than just 1 or 2,000 great swordsmen. And that Sword God weapon sounds impressive too. If he can get it, Kano will certainly not let it go. However, it's unlikely to be a divine-level weapon. It's probably just a saint-level weapon. Alright, stop speculating. We'll just be here to assist you this time. You're short on manpower, so we'll be there for you. We'll go to the imperial capital with you when the time comes. As for your identity, it's best to restore it. After all, you're from the Brighton family, so getting a portrait of Mazakberg is easy. My appearance is definitely not up to par. That would be troublesome. Sarah Brightman's brother, Miri, doesn't look like someone you'd be happy to mess with. I'm sure he's figured everything out by now. Kano's lips curled into a strange smile, startling the others. Then, heavy footsteps could be heard outside. There weren't just 1 or 2 people arriving, all warriors. Leading them was none other than Mairui, who looked ill-intentioned. You're trying to make me reveal my strength? Actually, I don't think you need to hide your strength. He was just a high-level swordsman, so why should he hide it? Revealing it would bring him more benefits. After all, he had truly comprehended sword energy, and no one knew when he had achieved it. Bang! The door was kicked open, and Mairui Brightman entered the room with a sneer on his face. His cold gaze swept across Sarah Brightman, a hint of provocation evident. But soon, he turned to Kai and Yuo, his eyes cold, as if he were plotting something. His confidence stemmed from the guards behind him, all high-level swordsmen, and 2 great swordsmen. With such strength, he believed he could easily overpower everyone here. Kai and Yuo snorted disdainfully at Mairui's provocation. He didn't take such an impatient person seriously. If it were him, he would definitely wait until the entire clan arrived and then catch Kai and Yuo off guard. How dare you kick the door open? How dare you? You're the one impersonating Mazakberg. I'm pretending. The real one is behind you. Behind you. Do you think I'm stupid? Mairui glanced at him, his expression froze. At first, he hadn't noticed Mark. After all, a high-ranking swordsman guard wasn't worth his attention. But now, he realized that this guard Captain Mark bore a striking resemblance to Mazakberg. Was it a coincidence? It was too much of a coincidence. Or was this really Mazakberg? If so, his kick had completely ruined his future. But the next moment, Mairui Brightman suddenly smirked. He winked at his great swordsman, ready to deal with a few people here. Here comes an imposter, and here comes another. I wonder how many more you can come up with. Mary Brightman, you're crazy. He's really Mazakberger. I know what you're thinking, feigning ignorance and killing us. But my identity is Mazakberger. Even if I feign ignorance, your Brighton family can't withstand the wrath of our burger family. Boy, forget about those useless thoughts. Think about how to remedy the situation. Mozak Burger saw through Mary Brightman's thoughts almost instantly. After all, there were too many people here. Unless Mary Brightman could handle it all, which was impossible. With Mozak Burger's words, no one dared to take action. Even a great swordsman would surely die. Nonsense. Mozak Burg is a high-level swordsman. How come I haven't heard of him breaking through? And you, a high-level swordsman, bang! Just as Mayor Brightman's voice had fallen in frustration, Mozak Burg's sword energy emanated from his body. This scene filled Mayor Brightman with utter despair. Few sword masters in the Sword God Empire possessed sword energy, and the hidden Mozak Burg was undoubtedly one of them. Regardless, a high-level swordsman who mastered sword energy wasn't one he could easily attack. This time, he was truly reckless. He should have tested it with someone beforehand. It's a misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. I was actually worried my sister might be deceived, so I rushed here immediately. I'm desperate to protect her, so I hope you brothers will forgive me. Mayor's expression suddenly shifted, and he burst into laughter, as if he truly cared deeply for Sarah. With a real Mozak Burg here, there was no need to discuss Kaner's identity. As for his assault and his attempt to steal the sutra, that was all over. After all, someone who could be with Mozak Burg, possessed a sword key guard and possessed considerable strength. No matter how one looked at it, they were certainly not to be trifled with. Furthermore, he could see that Jingbeo and Kano had a special relationship. His previous actions were not well-intentioned. To welcome Brother Mozak, I've specially invited the nobles of Windsword City. They all want to see the future of our Sword God Empire. I ask Brother Mozak to deal with them briefly. Just consider it for my sister. To be able to appear for Sarah must mean a special relationship, or perhaps there's some hidden agenda. In that case, it would be wise to leverage his status to create momentum and stabilize the Brighton family. The death of the patriarch had left the Brighton family in a precarious position. Many were eyeing the Brightmans, and establishing a relationship with the Burg family at this time would be the perfect opportunity. Therefore, he was prepared to invest heavily this time, but he didn't want to end up with nothing. No problem, I agree to this. As a prominent figure in the aristocratic circle, Mozak Burg was well aware of the rules. He also knew that Mary Brightman was definitely prepared to pay a price, and that price was most likely the wind sword. After all, the Burg family had everything, both financial resources and precious items. The only thing they lacked was the Saint-grade wind sword. The Brightman family had once been powerful and well-established, never fearing the full might of others. However, in their generation, with a decline of talent, preserving the family business was a real challenge. The Brightman family was now eager to find a strong supporter to make themselves strong again, or perhaps to maintain the status quo. At the same time, Mozak Burg implicitly allowed the Brightman family to rely on the Burg family's reputation. With this, the Brightman family could easily overcome this crisis. Mayor Brightman suddenly became elegant and chatted freely with Mozak and the others. However, the only ones who didn't interrupt were Kano, Jingbeo, and Yasuo, which made Mayor Brightman feel very embarrassed and angry. He wanted to find out the identities of Kano and the other two immediately. If they were from aristocratic families, it would be fine, but if they were just ordinary mercenaries, this matter would definitely not be let off. After all, Kano's casual demeanor did not look like the sign of a wealthy family at all. At least compared to Mozak Burg, he was far inferior. Chapter 185, News about the Assassin. Brother Kano, would you be interested in attending Brother Mozak's banquet? No time. In their brief time together, Meru had already gotten Kano's name. The same was true for Jingbeo and Yasuo's names. Even if he had, he wouldn't have dared to speak up. Kano's wrath was more than he could handle, and besides, he couldn't figure it out. His question was clearly a test of their relationship. Kano didn't buy Mozak Burg's rhetoric, and there was even a hint of sowing discord. Mozak Burg, however, didn't care about such attempts. He wanted to, but he simply didn't have the strength. All he got was scorn from several people. Such tactics were too lowbrow and a disgrace to the Brighton family. Mayor Brightman didn't wait long before turning and leaving. The awkwardness of the situation made it impossible for him to stay much longer. After Mayor Brightman left, the three of them followed suit. Kano and Jingbeo smiled at each other. If you can find it yourself, why ask someone else to take it out? With the Sutra Treasure's teleportation ability, leaving wouldn't be easy. If you truly encounter danger, just use the magic scrolls. With a mage's strength, the speed at which he can cast magic scrolls is naturally more than double or triple what it used to be. She had been upset recently, and now she was venting her anger. Although she was captured because she didn't resist much, being caged was the ultimate humiliation in a dragon's life. The nobles all went out to nightlife that night. Mazikberg, Meru, and the others all attended the banquet. After all, with their strength, even if they tried to rob, at least they knew where the item was. Kaner's spiritual power radiated, nearly enveloping the entire Brightman clan. Although Yasuo had originally been a warrior, after merging with the divine nature, he had become a dual practitioner of magic and martial arts. Not only was his spiritual power formidable, but the energy flowing through his body was a combination of fighting spirit and magic. For this reason, Kaner specifically gifted Yasuo with 2 scrolls of forbidden spells and a large number of high-level magic scrolls. He advised against revealing his strength unless necessary. Throwing high-level magic scrolls was a piece of cake. However, after searching for a long time, Kano and Yasuo couldn't find the wind sword. With no other choice, they sent Jingbeo to the scene. Jingbeo vanished in a flash, reappearing in a secret chamber within the Brighton family. With Kano and Jingbeo on hand to ensure his safety, nothing unexpected would happen. After all, Wind Sword City was said to be governed by only one saint-level figure, usually in seclusion and unseen. Even if he were to emerge, he wouldn't be enough to defeat Kano and his team. However, before long, Kano and Yasuo's expressions became erratic. Their gazes suddenly locked onto a single point, their eyes filled with an icy coldness. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to see it in the darkness. But with Kano's psychic power now skyrocketing and Yasuo being a saint-level figure, they could clearly see a dark figure slowly approaching them, or more precisely, Kano. It was an assassin, a junior greatsword master, and from the looks of it, it looked like he was coming to attack them. Kano's first thought was an assassin from the Shadow Group. Such concealment wouldn't have been discovered unless he and Yasuo were there. The Shadow Group belonged to the Church of Light, so it was understandable they'd targeted him. But sending a junior greatswordsman to assassinate him was like asking for trouble. On the continent of gods and demons, no one knew Kaner's strength better than the Church of Light. A junior greatswordsman wasn't even qualified to test him. If it wasn't the Shadow Group, then it had to be someone Mary Brightman had summoned. Finding someone of that caliber was a real challenge for him. But there was no doubt Kaner had left this person behind. If it wasn't what he'd suspected, his escape would have been a real problem. Under the gazes of Kaner and Yasuo, the assassin stopped. Even the dumbest man knew he'd been spotted. An assassin is an assassin. Knowing he'd been spotted, he turned and fled without hesitation. But then, Yasuo casually formed his sword in the air, and with that, he severed the assassin's legs. There was no suspense, it was a piece of cake. Holy Order, the assassin's eyes were filled with disbelief. He hadn't expected to have the privilege of ambushing a Holy Order. Although he was unaware of the situation and faced a definite defeat, such an opportunity was unheard of by others. He had never heard of any assassin who had even seen a Holy Order. To them, the Holy Order was the pinnacle of existence on the continent of gods and demons. Kano flashed before the assassin. But before he could speak, he saw the assassin's mouth oozing black, poisonous blood. He had apparently committed suicide by poison. The burning spirit fire unleashed, instantly incinerating the assassin to ash. What frustrates him is that there's nothing valuable within. Who sent this assassin? What was their motive? Kano felt a headache, his expression growing even more peculiar. Meanwhile, Yasuo's gaze swept over him again. Shortly after the assassin's death, another person appeared in their telepathic connection. This person was also an assassin, skilled in concealment, but unfortunately, only a high-level swordsman. A junior greatswordsman was fine, but what about this senior swordsman? Could it be that they weren't from the same group? This senior swordsman wasn't even from the Shadow Group. Apparently, this one wasn't from the Church of Light. I just wondered if it was Mary Brightman or Mazikberg. But on second thought, it didn't matter which one it was. A senior assassin wanted to test his strength. I wondered what that guy was thinking. The two men stared coldly at the assassin. This time, the assassin reacted faster. The moment he sensed something was wrong, he fled without hesitation. But before he could take 2 steps, Yasuo swung his sword. Without a second thought, the senior swordsman was instantly killed. He was just a senior swordsman, so he didn't even have to ask. The burning spirit fire drifted away, devouring his body and soul in an instant. But then, they discovered another assassin. This time, this assassin was much weaker, only a junior swordsman. What's going on? He quickly determined they were coming for him, judging by their low-level strength. Judging by their movements, they were not of the same ilk as the previous two waves. If the first was sent by the Holy Sea of Light, then the second was definitely from Mozikberg. As for the third, it was obvious it was from Mary Brightman. "Are you an assassin from the Shadow Group?" Keno flashed, appearing before the assassin in an instant. He grabbed him by the neck and asked calmly. The target suddenly vanished, reappearing before him, grabbing him by the neck, filled the assassin's eyes with disbelief. He also realized that, despite their youth, the man before him possessed terrifying strength. Although he didn't radiate any fighting spirit, he felt as if he were being strangled by a demonic beast. The fear of death loomed before him, and the junior swordsman reluctantly nodded. He had only recently joined the Shadow Group and felt no sense of belonging, making it much easier for him to defect. Keno let go, and the assassin immediately gasped for air. However, he soon noticed two sets of assassin's night clothes on the ground, and his face suddenly turned pale. "Tell me about the Shadow Group. If your answer satisfies me, I may consider letting you go." The Shadow Group is the #1 assassin organization in the continent of gods and demons. They have a very strict organizational structure. Generally speaking, their assassins are trained from childhood. I don't know what happened recently, but they recruited a group of assassins from outside. However, people like us can't get into the core, so naturally we only know a little. All I know is that the Shadow Group's lair is in the Sword God Imperial capital. As for the rest, I don't know. The assassin's face was full of anxiety and fear, and Kano frowned when he heard this. How could he, a peripheral swordsman, know about such a hidden lair? How did you know the Shadow Group's lair was in the Sword God Empire's capital? Maybe it's a branch. At first, I thought it was just a branch, but one time, a few of us ran into a group of children. They were very young, only 7 or 8, but each one of them was a ruthless assassin. Such elite assassins could only be found in a killer's lair. The swordsman's tone was filled with certainty, which surprised Kano. He hadn't expected the Shadow Group's lair to be in the Sword God Empire's capital. Was it a coincidence, or was there some other reason? Or was there collusion between the Holy Sea of Light and the Sword God Empire? Of the 4 great empires, aside from the Light Empire, which unanimously worshipped the God of Light, none of the other empires had a branch of the Temple of Light. They seemed united in resisting the God of Light. After so many years, Kano didn't believe the Holy Sea of Light had no countermeasures. Perhaps this matter had reached its final stage. The Magic Empire, with its Magician's Guild, was a categorically atheist. The Ice Empire, with its Ice Goddess, would never believe in the God of Light. Furthermore, the Holy Sea of Light had no intention of attacking them. The Sword God Empire, however, claims to believe in the Sword God. In reality, their faith is illusory, relying solely on force. If Kano were the Holy Sea of Light, the Sword God Empire would undoubtedly be the first target, as most people believe warriors are easily angered and easier to control. "Thank you," Kano thanked him, then unleashed the burning soul fire. The assassin's face was filled with a ferocious look of agony, and in a matter of moments, his flesh and soul were devoured. The power of the soul fire was undeniable, especially for a junior swordsman like this one, making a killing a breeze. Of course, this junior swordsman could just be here to die, to deliver a message, or perhaps this was a conspiracy by the Holy Sea of Light, designed to trick Kano. Kano naturally refused to believe any of this, but if given the chance, he wouldn't mind wiping out the entire Shadow Group. He was quite interested in causing trouble for the Holy Sea of Light. The Holy Sea had been constantly causing trouble for him. Chapter 186, Hidden Treasure. Found it. Not long after, Jinbei suddenly arrived with a voice transmission. Then, Kano and Yasuo discovered that Jinbei had actually gone to Maru's mother's residence, forcing her to reveal the treasure's location. With the head of the family dead, the most likely person to know the treasure wasn't his son, as he hadn't yet descended the throne. The others were locked in a power struggle, and even brothers couldn't be trusted. The only person he could trust was his wife. As for his trusted associates, no matter how trusted, they were still servants. A noble wouldn't trust those of lowly status. By then, the Countess had fainted, unaware of who was forcing her to confess. She knew full well that knowing this meant she was destined for silence. "Where is the treasure?" Kano glanced around in confusion. seeing nothing unusual. He considered this normal. After all, this involved a sacred heirloom like the wind sword. If anyone could easily find it, the entire Brightman family would be doomed. You've never guessed where the Brightman family's treasure is. Jingbeo's face was filled with mystery, which puzzled Kano. A standard method wouldn't have led him to this. Where is it? In the garden. The three of them arrived at the garden, and Kano irradiated his spiritual power. However, he didn't notice anything unusual here. Everything was perfectly normal. As for any suspicious areas, he also found nothing. Kano couldn't help but look at Jingbeo, only to see Jingbeo's face filled with pride. He then pointed to the water nearby and said, "In the divine and demon continent, there's a special space ring called a bloodline inheritance ring. Only those with a family bloodline can open it. Everything the Brightman family has is hidden in this inheritance ring. Not only that, the Brightman family is very clever. They don't have a fixed hiding place for the treasure. Instead, they throw the inheritance rings to the fish below to devour them. Only those with a family bloodline, using a special method of sensing at close range, can find the inheritance ring." "You mean, the inheritance ring is in the belly of one of these fish?" Kano looked at the 1,000-foot-wide garden, almost half covered by the water. The fish within it were filled with a variety of shapes and sizes, at least 8,000 if not 10,000. For the average person, finding one here would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. It goes without saying that this place is heavily guarded. Casting magic or attacking here would likely cause unnecessary trouble. I've inquired, and while there's no one guarding it, a special magic circle has been set up. If the fish become too few or if there's a large amount of blood in the water, the magic circle will activate, sweeping all the fish into the underground river. That means the important items of the Brightman family are stored here. Indeed, all unimportant items are handed over to the Family Elders Council for unified management. After all, for a large family, gold is the foundation, and the least important. The elders and the head of the family maintain a check on each other to prevent one from gaining too much power. The Sword God Empire is unlike the Magic Empire. They are primarily warriors, so they don't need magical materials, and there are no corresponding mineral veins. Therefore, finding magical metals here is unlikely. However, the Sword God Empire is rich in iron ore, which provides a sufficient supply of weapons. Kano is interested in the iron ore, but the Brightman family cannot possibly store it. Of course, in terms of value, the contents of the inheritance ring were far more valuable than those gold coins. Even if something happened to the ring, there would surely be a way to recover it, and it wouldn't have a significant impact on the Brightman family. The fundamental purpose was to prevent the ring from falling into the wrong hands, thereby threatening to kill Brightman family members. Whether Kano was overthinking it, he couldn't tell. Perhaps the patriarch who created the ring simply didn't care about his descendants. Without sufficient strength, one shouldn't possess everything. This was the cruel rule of the Sword God Empire. But such protection is too dangerous. This is their family heritage. Perhaps they're protecting the wind sword, but if that's the case, what should we do? Jingbeo frowned. This matter was clearly beyond her control. Any accident could activate the magic circle, and they didn't have the ability to catch enough fish. Who knew which fish held the inheritance ring? What's so difficult about this? It just requires someone with a bloodline to sense it. Just find Sarah Brightman and let her do it. A bastard is still the true heir of the bloodline. As for other solutions, Kano was powerless. Even freezing the entire river couldn't guarantee an accident. There were simpler solutions, but Kano didn't want to bother with them. He had originally planned to resolve the issue directly, but who knew it would become a complication? So, let someone else do it, and I'll reap the benefits. Yesterday, the Countess was assassinated. The assassin broke into the back garden at night, then stayed by the river, watching the fish for the night. The next morning, the news spread throughout Windsword City. The Countess denied it outright, and nothing happened after that. While the average person might not have noticed anything amiss, those with a keen eye did. Why would the assassin attack the Countess and then enter the garden, especially while watching the fish in the middle of the night? Yet, the Countess denied such an absurdity. Logically, she should have been unconcerned. Anyone with a keen eye could easily guess that there might be something fishy about the fish in the pond, or perhaps it was connected to the Brightman family's hidden treasure. This was a guess everyone could make, including Mozikberg and Sarah Brightman. The three of them sat together, their faces thick with thought. Are we really not going to look for Kano and the others? Maybe they know something, Paulna asked cautiously, and Mozikberg shook his head. If they found the wind sword, they would have the initiative. But if Keri learned of this, given his strength, the initiative wouldn't seem to be in their hands. Then, whether the wind sword lived or died wouldn't be decided by them. Sarah, think about it, is there any possible connection? Mazekberg's words were cryptic, naturally wanting to know if Sarah had heard her mother mention anything. The Brightman family patriarch was dead, and the only person who knew about the treasure was the Countess. However, the Countess wouldn't share it with them, even if he was the eldest son of the Berg family. Sarah frowned, pondering for a moment before a flash of inspiration struck her. Mother once heard father say the Brightman family's treasures are incredibly safe, even if ordinary people knew, they couldn't get them. I also heard mother say the treasures were stored in a space ring. I thought it was strange, thinking if someone discovered it, they'd just take it away. It's not a space ring, it's a heritage ring, Mazekberg said excitedly, his face suddenly brightening. His words made Sarah Brightman think of the connection. The inheritance ring is in one of the fish's stomachs, only those who inherit the bloodline can sense it. Even a saint-level magician using their mental power can't detect it. There must be some kind of magic circle in that pool, so they're so fearless of discovery. But if that's the case, then Mary Brightman should have obtained the inheritance ring long ago. But my records show him rarely visiting the garden. Could it be that his mother isn't doing anything to benefit her son? Sarah Brightman's face was filled with surprise, followed by disbelief. Even Mazekberg, standing beside her, was filled with disbelief. The three of them exchanged strange glances. It seemed there was more to the Brightman family than met the eye. Could it be that my adopted brother isn't from the Brightman family? Besides that, I really can't think of any reason why the Countess wouldn't seek benefits for her son. It's definitely not that she doesn't want to, she just doesn't have the ability. If that's the case, then we might be able to gain even more wealth. But we need to find a trusted elder to expose this matter. That way, we could even get rid of the Countess, but that's more likely to end in disaster. Besides, there's no certainty about this, or perhaps there are other reasons. Sarah Brightman shook her head slightly. This method was indeed a permanent solution. For a family, nothing was more important than bloodline. But if Mary Brightman's identity was revealed, it would mean their line would be wiped out. In that case, she might not even get a third of the wealth. As for Mazekberg, all he wanted was the wind sword. Once he had it, he wouldn't care how much wealth Sarah got. No, we should get Mary Brightman to power as soon as possible. Only then can we threaten him. That way, we can gain more. Besides, I don't care about the Brightman family at all. I don't care what they get to suffer. To prevent them from going all out, we have to seek help from Kano and the others. Although they look mysterious, their strength is undeniable. Sarah Brightman wanted to quickly get Mary Brightman to power and then threaten him. At this time, Mazekberg wanted to ally with Kano to prevent the Countess from taking desperate measures and causing any accidents. However, they were puzzled. The bloodline checks between families were very strict. How did the Countess get away with it? Could it be that Mary Brightman's father was also a Brightman? Thinking about it, it seemed unlikely. If that were the case, the difficulty would be too great. After all, the Brightman family still had magicians. The Countess's affair here was almost tantamount to seeking death. The reason for this was beyond anyone's comprehension. However, they could use it to blackmail the Countess, which was a fact. After determining this, the three decided to divide their efforts. Sarah would go to the Countess to investigate, while Mazekberg would go to Keri to discuss countermeasures. If anything unexpected happened, they would attack without hesitation, to prevent the Countess from noticing anything and striking back. Chapter 187, Brightman Family Secrets. Mary Brightman isn't from the Brightman family. Upon hearing this, Kano's face was filled with disbelief. But then he wondered why Mary Brightman hadn't already taken possession of the inheritance ring. If that were the case, wouldn't he have even more control? The family's obsession with bloodline was incredibly high, and the status of illegitimate children was extremely low. To even receive a third of the estate was unbelievable. All of this, combined, might prove that Mary Brightman wasn't from the Brightman family. In that case, Sarah's return might have other implications. That's not right. If Mary Brightman wasn't a Brightman, the elders would definitely want to make themselves direct descendants. There'd be no need to bring Sarah back. Stop talking. You've already messed up my head. I'm not interested in threats or anything like that. We just need to take Sarah to the garden and find the fish with the inheritance ring. We'll get what we want. I'm afraid none of you are interested in the third of the wealth. Sarah isn't here. Are you okay with that? Kano looked impatient. He wouldn't dwell on that. His formidable strength was there, all he wanted was the wind sword. But now there were complications, he had to find the fish. Otherwise, there wouldn't be any need for all the nonsense. This is confusing. Jinbeo shook her head, her eyes filled with worry. The family's troubles far exceeded her imagination. Like Kano, she had always relied on force to determine superiority, so she didn't care about such things. Alright, stop talking nonsense. Let's wait for Sarah Brightman to come back and see what she has to say. If she's already resolved the situation, all the better. Thinking of Sarah Brightman, Kano felt her chances of resolving the situation were slim. After all, despite her years of studying magic and her intelligence, she was no match for the ruthless countess when it came to family infighting. Otherwise, even if the head of the family died, the position wouldn't have fallen to Mayor Brightman. However, the Brightman family was indeed quite complex, leaving Kano bewildered and completely bewildered. To the point where he had no idea how to properly handle the situation. Mazekberg, standing nearby, looked visibly upset. Wherever he went, he always took the initiative, but now, he was being outmaneuvered by Kano, who was about the same age. For him, this was an absolute humiliation. Of course, with his cunning, Mazekberg had already prepared numerous backup plans. Just in case, he wouldn't mind showcasing his background. The Berg family's status as one of the 10 great families of the Sword God Empire wasn't solely due to its saint-level powerhouses. With the sound of footsteps, Sarah returned to the group, looking rather glum. The confusion in her eyes suggested things weren't going well. "What's wrong?" Barna asked anxiously. As a young, high-ranking swordsman, she lacked the patience of a magician. Mazekberg also sensed something was amiss, seemingly beyond their expectations. "I made subtle threats to my stepmother, making sure she heard them clearly. Yet, despite my threats, she calmly told me to try in the garden. She said if I could find the fish, I would become the head of the Brighton family. Won't the others intervene?" Mazekberg finally sensed something was amiss. Things weren't as simple as he'd imagined. The Countess had actually asked Sarah Brightman to try directly. What if she failed? It wasn't impossible. She accurately stated that if I find the fish with the inheritance ring, I will be the patriarch of the Brighton family. No one would dispute that. If that's the case, then your Brighton family seems to have lost its lineage long ago, or rather, those original direct descendants probably no longer exist. At this point, no one in the entire Brighton family is likely able to find the fish with the inheritance ring. Mazekberg spoke word by word, his brow furrowed. This alone might be the true reason the Countess allowed the matter to proceed. Windsword City is named after the wind sword, bestowed by the Sword God's royal family. It's better to say that a Brighton family guards the wind sword than that it owns it. After so many years, bloodlines inevitably fray. No family can maintain a true lineage after hundreds of years, as no family's direct lineage is guaranteed to be a genius in every generation. The position of patriarch is so important that other cousins aspire to take its place. Therefore, it's possible that the lineage was cut short in a certain generation. However, with their inheritance severed, they would also lose ownership of the wind sword. If this were to become public, the Brightman family, without the wind sword, would only decline even faster. The Brightman family, already in decline, needed a strong backer. At the same time, finding the inheritance ring would stabilize their position in Windsword City. What? How could this be? If that were the case, wouldn't we be unable to find the wind sword? And isn't the Countess's intention to simply give Sarah Brightman a third of her estate? I don't believe she's so kind. Berna frowned, looking as if she were racking her brains. However, she was no expert in this area, so naturally, she had no solution. I don't think we can come up with anything by staying here and discussing this. It's better for us to go our separate ways. If we come up with a better solution, we can gather together and see if it works. Kaner looked somewhat helpless. This situation had truly caught him off guard. As Mazekberg had said, no family could remain in power solely through direct descendants. After all, if anyone lacked the mental and natural talent, the inheritance would be lost. People are so greedy that many people are vying for the position of the head of the family. The reason why the Countess was able to grab it easily now is that, on the one hand, she has enough means, and on the other hand, the Elders' Council may have deliberately given it up. If it was the second one, the Brightman family might be in trouble. But these are not what he needs to consider. He only thinks about how to get the wind sword. There is a way to crack anything, and it is certain that it can be found. After the threat failed and feeling depressed, Sarah decided to give it a try. Maybe she would be lucky and find the fish directly. But there were too many fish in the pond, so she probably had no chance. Kano left the Brighton family and went out with Asutra to get some fresh air. The two walked on the street, and naturally they saw busy figures all around them. Kano did not have the habit of looking for old goods, he only believed in his own intuition. "Sir, do you need explosive grass? Even without a magician's refinement, you can take it and instantly burst into fighting spirit. Such a treasure is a huge advantage in combat, of course. There are side effects, and it can weaken you, but I promise it will definitely save your life in a life-or-death fight." A middle-aged man with a pointed face suddenly appeared before Kano, eagerly recommending the explosive grass. His shrewd appearance made him look far from honest. Explosive grass is a special herb that doubles the user's fighting spirit. Its effect is similar to berserk, but with greater risks. Someone who used explosive grass ended up hurting themselves, unable to use their fighting spirit ever again. Furthermore, this explosive grass is only effective for swordsmen. Kano, having no fighting spirit and having reached the level of a great swordsman, naturally had no effect on him. Faced with such harassment, Kano simply avoided it without a second thought. However, the middle-aged man seemed unwilling to give up and spoke again. "You don't need the explosive grass. I have a level 9 magic core here. It's an extremely rare light-type magic core. If you want it, I'll sell it to you." The middle-aged man glanced around, extremely cautious. The mention of a level 9 magic core piqued Kano's interest. After all, level 9 magic cores were truly rare on the divine and demonic continent, and he didn't believe this guy could possibly obtain one. The middle-aged man quickly handed over a wooden box, layered with knots. He seemed incredibly cautious. After opening it completely, Kano discovered that it contained a level 9 magic beast, a truly rare light type. After only showing Kano a glance, the middle-aged man immediately reknotted the magic core. There were over a dozen knots in total, and untying them would likely take half a day. "How about it? Do you want it?" "Yes." "How many gold coins?" It was rare to come across a light magic core, so naturally, Kano wouldn't let it go. However, a 9th level magic core was usually worth nearly 1,000,000 gold coins, and this middle-aged man, a mere mid-level swordsman, was quite courageous. As for the authenticity of the magic core, with his mental power, he couldn't be wrong. The only question was how much he wanted to sell it for. "To be honest, I'm short on cash lately. Since we're connected, I'll sell it to you for 100,000 gold coins." 100,000 gold coins was definitely a bargain. At an auction, this light magic core could fetch 1,000,000. "Okay, deal." Kano casually pulled a magic crystal card from his interspatial ring and immediately transferred 100,000 gold coins onto the middle-aged man's magic crystal card. He had plenty of these magic crystal cards, all stolen from others. The transaction was successful, and the middle-aged man excitedly handed the wooden box to Kano and then turned and left. Judging from his expression, he probably wanted to enjoy it. Before he'd taken 2 steps, however, Kano suddenly sensed something was amiss. He pulled out the wooden box and, exerting force with his hands, crushed it. Inside, there was no magic core, just a piece of stone. It was clearly a magic core just now. How did he switch it? Jingbao's face was filled with rage. This was a huge loss of face. The middle-aged man had tricked them right under their noses. His methods were extraordinary. They had just witnessed him place the magic core inside and tie it up. "Switch it." Kano was completely stunned, his expression changing erratically. Even Jingbao, who had been about to give chase, was momentarily stunned. She had never seen Kano like this before, and the change in his expression intrigued her more than the 9th level magic core. Chapter 188, Robbie's Godhead. "Dare to lie to me? Catch him." Kano's expression instantly turned cold. He was truly disgusted by the thought of someone treading on the side of the enemy. But it had to be said that his technique was truly impressive. Jingbao covered his mouth with a smile and vanished in an instant. The middle-aged man, beaming with excitement, suddenly saw Jingbao appear before him and his expression suddenly changed. He was momentarily stunned before a spike of earth appeared beneath Jingbao's feet. He hadn't expected this seemingly frail man to possess both magic and martial arts skills. This realization astonished Kano, who had arrived. When had dual magic and martial arts cultivation become so unworthy? Of course, this man's talent was poor, and he was currently only an intermediate-level magician. But he was still a magician after all, so where was his inherent dignity? To actually be conning people on the street was a disgrace to the Magic Guild. If the Magic Guild learned of this, they would undoubtedly strip him of his magician status, and the tens of gold coins he earned each month would surely be gone. Jingbeo was taken aback by the sudden onslaught of earth spikes. After all, this guy was only an intermediate-level magician, yet he could cast elementary magic instantly, a feat not insignificant. She simply stood there, allowing the earth spikes to strike her. With her great swordsman's physical defense, she was naturally unfazed by the mere earth spikes. The middle-aged man was pleasantly surprised to see Jingbeo didn't dodge. Seeing Jingbeo's frail frame, even if he wasn't killed, he would be seriously injured. Despite his limited strength, his ability to cast elementary magic instantly was a skill he had diligently cultivated. Many advanced magicians had fallen prey to his attacks. However, he was surprised that the earth spikes failed to strike. They didn't even scratch Jingbeo's skin, merely ripping his clothes. Instantly, Jingbeo's face darkened, and a dark binding swung out, tightly binding the middle-aged man. Then, Jingbeo calmly walked over to the middle-aged man and delivered a powerful kick. Although she only used 50% of her power, it still nearly shattered him. Crack, the sound of bones snapping echoed, and the middle-aged man's eyes bulged. His face was filled with terror, knowing he'd hit a wall. Not only was he a dual practitioner of magic and martial arts, but his strength far surpassed his own. Not bad, quite courageous. But I'm curious how you managed to swap the magic core. It's a little magical trick. I use my magical aura to mask the fluctuations of the space ring. I just took advantage of you not noticing and stored the magic core inside the space ring. No, your strength is limited. The aura of the light magic core is not easily concealed. After all, it's a 9th level magic core. Although I wasn't paying attention, my mental power is beyond your imagination. Kano was quite confident in his mental power. How could a mere intermediate-level magician tamper with something under his nose? Unless there was some special reason. Seeing Kano's look of disbelief, the middle-aged man's face suddenly turned pale. Although Kano hadn't made a move yet, he could sense that his strength surpassed that of the nearby sutra. I swear, everything I said is true. I originally thought you were too young and weak to see it, but I didn't expect, well, I'll return the 100,000 gold coins to you. And give you an extra 10,000. Seriously, I don't have much left. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, heartbroken. Upon hearing his words, Kano sneered and took his interspatial ring. Sir, please let me go, and I'll... Kano was barely halfway through his words when his burning spirit fire enveloped the interspatial ring. It was just an ordinary mark, nothing to him. With a simple sweep of the burning spirit fire, it completely erased a mental mark within. However, when Kano's mental power entered the interspatial ring, he was surprised. Unexpectedly, within this intermediate magician's interspatial ring were numerous 9th level magic cores, even 2 saint level magic cores. Such a vast treasure immediately reminded Kano of ancient ruins. Could this boy have been so lucky as to have found one? Tell me, what's going on? 2 saint-grade magic cores, and you got an ancient relic. Kano said this, and Jingbeo beside him looked at the middle-aged man in surprise. Despite his pointed face, he had some pretty good luck. However, with his strength, a saint-grade magic core would be of no use to him. He wouldn't even dare put it up for auction. He was too weak, and showing off his wealth would only lead to being silenced. Ancient relic, indeed. I accidentally found it by falling off a cliff. I was so scared, afraid of powerful beasts in magic circles, so I took the things and left. The middle-aged man looked at Kano cautiously, his forehead covered in sweat. His expression of fear made him look like a complete nouveau riche. Besides these magic cores, what else did you get? Tell me the truth, or I'll kill you. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I just got lucky and got these magic cores. Nothing else. If you let me go, I'll give you all these things, and I won't tell anyone. The middle-aged man begged for mercy, but Kano couldn't help but feel something was amiss. He didn't know what it was, but he could sense he was lying. If he truly had something to hide, it would surely be worth far more than a saint-grade magic core. Naturally, Kano wouldn't let go of such a thing. However, his mental power scanned the middle-aged man, but he found nothing amiss. He didn't have it on him, nor in his interspatial ring. Kano didn't believe he could have something more valuable than a saint-grade magic core hidden somewhere. What's your name, Robbie? Then Robbie, tell me, What are you hiding? Nothing. You're looking for death? Kano's calm tone darkened, and he unleashed his psychic blade. Granted, the attack wasn't powerful, only causing Robbie to scream in pain. What he didn't expect was the look of terror on Robbie's face, but otherwise, no other changes. Kano was stunned. His psychic blade had failed. Why couldn't it harm a mere swordsman before him? I just used a psychic attack, and it failed. Kano's tone returned to composure, but his words startled Jinbeo. Even a mage wouldn't be able to withstand Kano's psychic attack, let alone a junior swordsman. This meant Robbie possessed a psychic defense magic item. However, such items were rare in the divine and demonic continent, and most were auxiliary, with minimal impact. Even if such an object existed, Kano's mental power would surely have revealed it, but he was now certain that Robbie possessed nothing. Besides magic items, what else could withstand a mental attack? Kano asked, looking at Jinbeo in confusion. But soon, both of them shared expressions of shock, staring at Robbie in disbelief. Godhead, Godhead, they uttered the words almost simultaneously, and Robbie was terrified. He had painstakingly discovered the Godhead after discovering it, yet these two had instantly guessed it. If it were the Godhead, then everything would be easily explained. Robbie's dual cultivation of magic and martial arts was due to his possession of the Godhead, and his disregard for these saint-level magic cores was due to his future strength. The only unexpected outcome was that he had accidentally provoked Kano and Jinbeo. He would be strangled before he could even grow. Ah! Robbie roared, and a cocky light erupted from his body. The next moment, he directly devoured the dark binding magic. Since you know it's a divine power, you should know how powerful I am. I'm giving you a choice. Give me everything you have, or I'll show you the power of a divine power. Tisk. Jinbeo snorted coldly, then launched a kick that landed squarely on Robbie's philtrum, sending him screaming and falling to his knees. Despite the divine power's remarkable recovery abilities, he'd been kicked in a soft spot, and the pain of recovery was inevitable. Having a divine power is indeed powerful, but unfortunately, your current strength is too weak. While you can withstand mental attacks and recover quickly, there are limits. Jinbeo finished her words, swiftly grabbing at Robbie's chest. With this grab, the chances of Robbie losing his divine power were practically 100%. You can't kill me. Only I know about that relic, and within it, there's something even better than a divine power. Robbie, clearly sensing the threat of death, cried out desperately. Jinbeo's hand rested on his chest, a look of shock and uncertainty. What is that? A ball of purple gold light, Robbie said reluctantly, cautiously opening his eyes. He saw Kano and Jinbeo's faces filled with caution, as if they were contemplating something. A ball of purple gold light, what could it be? Kano had no idea. But Robbie's words were likely true. How do you know it's more valuable than the Godhead? In the ancient ruins, these magic cores were scattered on the ground, and in the center was an altar. A light shield enveloped the purple gold light. Next to it was a corpse, containing the Godhead. The corpse was kneeling on the ground, hands raised high, seemingly performing some ritual, but died unexpectedly. Robbie's description left Kano and Jinbeo even more puzzled. But if what he said was true, then the purple light within the shield must be even more valuable. I also wanted to take that purple light, but the moment I touched it, I was struck by a purple lightning bolt. Fortunately, I had the divine power in my hands at the time, which saved my life. I later memorized a place and met you not long after. The ruins are on the border between the Dwarf Kingdom and the Sword God Empire. I can take you there. Chapter 189, Weird Fish in the Pond. What Robbie lacked most right now was time. Possessing divine power, he only needed enough time to fully develop. He could even reach godhood in just a few decades. Both Kano and Jinbeo knew this, but they didn't care. Finding the ancient ruins wouldn't take long, and even if Robbie's power improved rapidly during that time, how high could he reach? Furthermore, they had Yasuo, who had also used divine power to break through a bottleneck and was now a saint. Kano also had a saint-level zombie lord in his pet ring. The only problem was if Robbie caused trouble midway through the process. After all, unnecessary trouble wasn't easy to resolve. Is there any way to restrain him? If he tries to fight to the death, it'll be troublesome. There's no way to restrain him. He has the divine power within him, and it's already fused with his body and soul. If you take it away, he'll surely die. Now, if we want to find the ruins, we must bring him with us. But I can plant a mark on him, so if he escapes, we can track him down. Kano wanted to restrain him, but because of his divine power, the scripture treasure couldn't do anything. However, planting a mark wasn't a difficult task. Okay, your words have worked. I can spare your life, but I need to plant a mark on you. And for the time being, it's best if you don't cause any trouble or leave me. No problem, everything is up to you. If I do anything wrong, you can always kill me. Robbie finally breathed a sigh of relief. His life was temporarily saved. However, what happened next depended on his luck. They had left as a group of 2, and returned as a group of 3. They practiced both magic and martial arts, and could also release sword energy. Mazekberg was initially filled with disdain at Robbie's sharp, monkey-like appearance, but once Robbie displayed his true abilities, he suddenly shone brightly. Though Robbie was already in his 30s, his future was only just beginning. With his talent, reaching the saint rank was not impossible. However, Yasuo, standing nearby, immediately recognized Robbie's divine amalgamation and immediately received orders from Kano. If this cunning individual attempted to escape, he was to be killed immediately. Despite being a prisoner, Robbie felt a natural pride in the presence of Yasuo, but upon finally confirming Yasuo's saint rank, that pride vanished. Meanwhile, he looked at Kano and Jinbei with a strange look. There were probably only a few in the gods and demons continent who could employ a saint rank as a thug. Everyone, I've come up with a plan. With a little more time, we might be able to find the fish with the inheritance ring, Kano said calmly as they gathered again. His words immediately piqued everyone's interest, as Sarah Brightman had already tried it in the garden, but to no avail. It seemed the Brightman family's lineage had indeed been lost long ago. Searching for a pure bloodline now would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. Kano's announcement of a solution naturally excited everyone, and he quickly laid out his plan. My method is simple: replace all the fish in the pond. You mean, replace them all, one by one. Then there won't be any blood, and there won't be any fish missing. That way, the 2 most difficult problems will be solved. Berna spoke excitedly, and Mazekberg nodded. It had to be said that this method was truly excellent, solving the problem perfectly. It's a very good idea. But haven't the Brightman family thought of it all this time? The water in the garden pond is stagnant. There might be something special in it. If the fish outside can't adapt and die, then this thing will be much easier to mess up, Sarah Brightman whispered, unwilling to dampen everyone's enthusiasm. But they had to be prepared for any eventuality. They didn't have a second chance. At this, the others' expressions suddenly changed. Indeed, Kano's method was simple. It had taken so long. Could it be that the Brightman family hadn't thought of it? It was likely that there was something wrong with the water. The water in the pool was originally stagnant, yet it remained intact for decades without being changed. There must be something special about it, or perhaps there was a magic circle underneath. If ordinary fish were added without authorization, there would likely be some mishaps. The result would definitely not be as expected. Then catch one, and if there aren't any, mark them. It might be slow, but it's the safest. At this moment, Robbie suddenly spoke up. He had been confused by what he had just heard, but he knew his chance to show off had come. His words suddenly brightened the others' eyes. While this method was a bit clumsy, it was the safest way to release the fish. Furthermore, with their mental power, it wasn't feasible to wipe out a whole group at once, but catching just one wouldn't be a big problem. And here, Kano, Jinbei, and Yasuo could all play a role. Okay, it's settled. We'll begin tomorrow. As for the Brightman family, if they try to interfere, we'll see what happens. If nothing else, anyone who stands in the way will be killed. After several days of delay, Kano was growing impatient. It was just a saint-level weapon, not a divine artifact. It wasn't worth wasting his time. If he hadn't wanted to avoid being hunted by a horde of saints, Kano would have cast a high-level ice spell to freeze the garden. Then, the fish wouldn't have been able to escape. The next morning, Kano and his companions arrived at the garden. They immediately grabbed a fish and began examining it. This revealed that these fish were no ordinary fish. Their scales seemed to be unique, even weakening the power of spiritual power. The only solution was to open the fish's mouths and penetrate them with spiritual power to check for foreign matter. This meant they could only examine each fish individually. Replacing them with other fish was impossible. Kano and his companions made no secret of their busy work. Almost all members of the Brightman family could clearly see. But while they saw it, they showed no intention of stopping it. There was even a glimmer of hope in their expressions, hoping that Kano and the others would find the inheritance ring. I have a bad feeling these guys seem to have used the same method, With the strength of the Brighton family, finding a few mages would be a piece of cake. It seemed they probably knew the fish's secret. But there was nothing else they could do. Kano and the others could only continue. They caught one, examined it carefully, and after confirming it was free, they marked it and returned it to the water. 1, 2, 5, 10, 50, 500. One by one, they were marked and released back into the water. Kano kept checking. As time went on, more and more fish were marked. Even so, at the end of the day, over 90% of the fish in the pond remained unmarked. After a busy day, Kano and the others needed a break. The constant drain on their mental energy was not a good thing for them. However, the next day, when they returned to the pond, they discovered that none of the fish they had marked the day before were there. Fuck, Kano finally couldn't help but curse out loud. It seemed like all the hard work yesterday had been for nothing. Everyone, thank you for your hard work yesterday. In fact, we in the Brighton family have considered every method you've come up with. If it were feasible, we would have obtained the inheritance ring long ago. An elegant figure appeared before them. It was the Countess. However, when she saw Jingbeo, a hint of fear crossed her face. Jingbeo smiled calmly, unconcerned. To her, even killing the Countess was no big deal. When our Brighton family first began searching for a mansion, we were drawn to this pond of fish. Although it was a stagnant pool, the water never dried up, and the fish population never diminished. As for what secrets lie within, no one truly knew. Later, members of the family constructed a magic circle here, using this pool of water as its base, and the fish within as its core. If anyone disturbs the fish, the magic circle will activate, creating a massive pit connecting to the underground river, and all the fish will flee. The Countess spoke slowly, outlining the secret. The true secret, of course, was not accessible to the common people. Perhaps, even they themselves didn't know it. With this remark, everyone looked at the pool with a strange look on their face. Perhaps it held a greater secret. Compared to that, the wind sword was nothing. It was just unknown what secret it held. Kano stared at the fish in the pond thoughtfully for a while, then his eyes suddenly turned cold. He then stretched out his hand and a ball of burning soul fire shot into the pond. The nearest fish was enveloped by the burning soul fire and burned to ash in an instant. However, Kano did not obtain any soul or essence. This situation made Kano fall into deep thought. It reminded him of the soul restoration stone in the endless cave of the abyss. Could there be a soul restoration stone here as well? If so, it would be a great harvest. After all, soul restoration stones are very rare in the god realm. It is a bit unlikely to get two at once. It is estimated that this should be another treasure. The burning soul fire was continuously emitted, but it did not work once. Kano saw that the burning soul fire enveloped the fish in the water and it did burn. However, it really did not produce any results. Use magic to attack me. If there is a sinkhole, we will go down. I also have a feeling that there must be something special here. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 190, Blockage. Wait, you can't attack the pool. If you do, the whole thing will sink. The Countess finally lost her patience. She hadn't expected these people to actually attack. Although rumors had it that the pool would collapse after an attack, they couldn't afford to gamble. If the pool sank, it would mean the end of the Brighton family, and there would be no chance of it ever becoming powerful again. Mazekberg and the others naturally offered no objection, and with Kano standing in the way, they saved themselves a lot of trouble. Following the Countess's protest, a group of guards and elders appeared before them, their eyes cold and unfriendly, staring at Kano and the others. Despite being born into a family, Kano didn't understand the significance of family. For the gods and demons continent, family was everything. Life would be extremely difficult if they left it. Despite the chaotic infighting within the family, they were accustomed to it. They weren't mercenaries, and they didn't want to risk their lives in the monster forest. Although the Brightman family had gradually declined, it still had the legacy of Windsword City's second largest family, over 20 great swordsmen and thousands of sword masters. Meru, with a calm expression, stepped out of the crowd. Approaching Sarah, his tone was uncharacteristically cold. Because you brought these people here, 1/3 of your inheritance is gone. Furthermore, as the future head of the family, I inform you that you've been deleted, Mazikberg. I'm sorry to have you witness our family's misfortune. However, our family has its own rules, and I hope you won't interfere." Mary Brightman was extremely polite, and Mazikberg nodded slightly. While the Berg family was powerful, as heir, there were many restrictions. Interfering in the internal struggles of other families was inherently taboo. After dealing with Mazikberg and Sarah, Meru finally fixed his gaze on Kano. Hesitation was evident in his expression, evidently not having fully ascertained Kano's identity, background, and capabilities. Speaking rashly would be an extremely unwise move, but he was helpless at the moment. If he didn't intervene, would Kano ruin the entire family? "Sir Kano, I'm very sorry to bother you. It's just that this garden belongs to our Brightman family and is of great significance. You can't destroy it, so I need to tell you that I'm not provoking you without reason. It's because you captured my wife earlier and put her in an iron cage," Kano said with an icy tone. At this moment, Mary Brightman's face turned extremely ugly. When he captured Jingbeo, he felt that it was a little too smooth. Although he still didn't know Jingbeo's strength, it was definitely not low. Who would have thought that a moment of confusion would cause so much trouble? "I'm very sorry for this. I can also give your lady sufficient compensation. Or, Lord Kano, do you have any requests? I want the wind sword." Kano didn't waste any words and went straight to the point. Just hearing the two words wind sword filled the faces of the Brightman family with anger. It was obvious that Kano's words had touched their bottom line. The wind sword, that's the inherited sacred artifact of our Brightman family. "Lord Kano, do you understand what you're saying? Your Brightman family's lineage has been cut short, and the sacred sword is nowhere to be found. If that's the case, then the wind sword can no longer be considered yours. If I take it, it won't matter." "Nonsense. The wind sword is the inherited sacred artifact of the Brightman family. As long as it exists, our Brightman family's glory will never end," an elder couldn't help but roar. While it sounded a little lacking in momentum, it still sounded impressive. Kano, however, completely ignored them. Just a dozen great swordsmen, he took them for granted. If it weren't for Mazikberg, he would have needed his help to search for the remains of the divine elephant, and his strength would have been exposed long ago. Kano didn't take action, and the Brightman family held back. They were wary of Mazikberg, and they were wary of Kano. Something about Kano seemed strange. "So you're definitely going to stop me?" "Yes, for the sake of family honor. Even if the wind sword is gone, your Brightman family still exists, but if you're gone, what good is the wind sword?" Kano sneered, his gaze icy. It felt like the strong looking down on the weak. The Brightman family finally couldn't stand it any longer. They wouldn't tolerate slander. Every family member, especially those with a long and established legacy, prioritized the dignity of their family. "May I ask who you are?" "Actually, I have a family too, but it's too weak for you. Although I lived in that family, I never took it seriously. For me, strength is everything. I have the power to crush your Brightman family, so I'll take that wind sword." Thinking of his own light family, Kano pondered. The place he once lived in meant nothing to him now. Even in the entire 12 Alliance, there wasn't a single saint-level person. It seemed that only he and Lanier Robert had left that world. Lanier Robert might have had considerable talent, but to him, it was nothing. "Damn it. Stop provoking our Brightman family. We will defend our family honor with our lives. If you don't want to leave, die." Kano and Jingbeo's magic scrolls instantly activated, creating a protective shield that enveloped them. They clearly looked ready for battle. "Be careful. That girl can teleport," the Countess shouted, believing she needed to warn them. Otherwise, a surprise attack would most likely result in death. "You know that, and yet you still say that? You're courting death." Jingbeo appeared before the Countess in an instant, piercing her chest with his sword. The Countess was merely a high-level mage, no match for Jingbeo. "No, mother. Go. Kill him," Mary Brightman roared, but he had no intention of charging forward. Jingbeo's technique was too uncanny. The ability to dodge and teleport was not something everyone could master. The next moment, Jingbeo appeared before Mary Brightman, thrusting his sword forward, about to pierce his chest. However, at that moment, a slash of Daoki struck Jingbeo. Jingbeo snorted disdainfully and teleported away. "Archers, attack that teleporting bitch. Everyone else, attack that little bastard first. Lord Mazikberg, this is too dangerous. Please leave." The situation was in chaos, and Mazikberg had no choice but to leave. Waiting or watching was undoubtedly not a good option. Helplessly, Mazekberg could only take Pana and Sarah with him. After all, their strength was limited and they would be easily caught in the crossfire. Keri had no intention of taking action at this moment. His mental power was sifting through all the surrounding information. If the opportunity arose, he wouldn't mind unleashing his mecha warriors to annihilate them all. One last question. Swish. Before Mary Brightman's words had even finished, a sharp arrow shot towards them. Jingbeo casually swung his sword, deflecting it. The apparent effortlessness of the attack made the surrounding pupils shrink. The fact that such a powerful being could be captured so easily was a serious problem, and they even speculated that it was intentional. Die. Jingbeo's tone was icy, and he disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was standing before a great swordsman. Without any means of attack, the great swordsman suddenly screamed in agony. He clutched his head with both hands, his face grim and filled with pain. His fighting spirit instantly became unstable. Jingbeo's sword instantly pierced the great swordsman's chest. Without a trace of suspense, the lethality of the attack sent a chill through the hearts of the crowd. Fire Serpent. A magic scroll unleashed, and a massive fire serpent appeared in the garden. The surrounding great swordsman's expressions paled at the sight. If it were allowed to wreak havoc here, the garden would be doomed. In a flash, all the surrounding great swordsmen rushed forward. However, in the blink of an eye, Kano threw down several scrolls, immediately summoning 7 or 8 fire snakes and firebirds. This sent the great swordsmen into panic, their fighting spirit bursting forth, attacking Kano. Kano casually unleashed 2 high-level magic scrolls, each one a high-level defensive magic shield. A great swordsman's full-strength attack could only shatter one side, while Kano possessed 2 layers of 12. The great swordsman's comprehensive defenses, even the attacks of the Sutra treasure, were ineffective. She then teleported continuously, unleashing a barrage of magic scrolls, primarily focusing on high-level magic, particularly fire-attributed attacks. Yasuo constantly dodged the attacks, primarily targeting the swordsman. With his strength, he could easily cast high-level magic scrolls instantly. Only Robbie added a large layer of defense to himself, then, with a wing, he flew into the air and carefully released magic. Advanced Fire Snake, Advanced Chain Fireball, Advanced Firewall, Advanced Earth Spike, Advanced Giant Blade. At this moment, the small garden was instantly filled with magical attacks, and the entire Wind Sword City could see them. They all had a common thought, that is, the Brightman family was in trouble. The other party's goal was most likely to get the Wind Sword. In an instant, several major families in the surrounding area immediately prepared their personnel and surrounded the entire Brightman family as quickly as possible. The rise and fall of a family meant nothing to them. What they wanted was the Wind Sword. They even acquiesced to the decline of the Brightman family. As long as they saw someone coming out, they would capture them and look for the Wind Sword. The battle in the garden was still going on, and the magic inside had almost spread to the entire Brightman family. Almost all the servants and stewards inside had already fled, and only the guards kept rushing in. Just looking at the large number of magic spells inside, the one who cast the spell was probably either a saint-level magician or a group of high-level magicians. Even if there were more than 100 great swordsmen gathered outside, it would be uncertain if a fight broke out. Chapter 191, Seizing the Godhead. After over 100 high-level magic scrolls were used, a dozen great swordsmen and over 1,000 sword masters were nearly wiped out. After all, their fighting spirit wasn't infinite, and the attack power of each high-level magic scroll was equivalent to a full-strength great swordsman strike. In a matter of moments, the entire Brightman family mansion was reduced to ruins, and the garden itself was even more devastating. The only thing that remained unchanged was the stagnant pool of water and the fish swimming freely within it. Even a saint-level cultivator couldn't escape unscathed from over 100 high-level spells, yet, this ordinary pool of water and its fish remained intact. The magic circle and the sinking incident hadn't occurred, suggesting the rumors were false. Most notably, the fish in the river weren't shedding any blood. Kano drew the Sword of Terror and struck the fish, instantly splitting it in two. Blood again flowed. But that was all, no other abnormalities occurred. Instead, the surrounding fish quickly sucked up the blood-soaked water. Kano's Sword of Terror swung repeatedly, slaying fish after fish. As the number of dead fish increased, blood soon stained a large area of the pond. Yet, even then, there was no sign of any magical fluctuations. With a single glance from Kano, Yasuo, Jingbeo, and Robbie joined the slaughter. The fish were weak and practically killed with a single strike. Blood immediately emanated, spreading across the surrounding waters. As more and more fish died, the entire pond was stained with blood. Even after Keno had slain all the fish, there was still no sign of the inheritance ring, nor any signs of a sinkhole. What's going on? Am I being tricked? Why isn't there any reaction? Jingbeo asked curiously. The situation was truly bizarre. No magic circle, no sinkhole, no inheritance ring. After a moment's contemplation, she suddenly had an idea and spoke. Could it be that the Brightman family's wind sword was lost long ago, and this is all a hoax, designed to trick others into believing it's not? That's unlikely. It's just too much trouble. Besides, there's definitely something wrong with this pool of water. Did those over 100 magic scrolls we just used have absolutely no effect? Kano was equally puzzled. This was truly bizarre. But one thing was certain, there was something wrong with the pool of water. Under Kano's control, the burning spirit fire struck the water. Immediately, the blood in the water quickly vanished, as if consumed by the burning spirit fire. However, when Kano withdrew the burning spirit fire, nothing had changed. It felt as if everything just now was an illusion. You guys stay up there. I'll go in and take a look, Kano said, and he jumped in. The moment he entered the water, he felt a chill all over his body, and a sudden shudder ran through his body. Almost instantly, Kano's face paled to pale white. Those who didn't know the reason might have thought he was exceptionally weak. In the icy river, Kano felt as if he were in a refrigerator. The bone-piercing cold threatened to kill him even a moment longer. Kano, what's wrong with you? Why are you so pale? Is there something in the water that's preventing you from venturing deeper? Master Kano, what's wrong with you? Do you need to be brought up? No, I'll just soak here, Kano said, his tone filled with certainty. He was now absolutely certain that the pool held some profound secret. After all, his body was now equivalent to that of a high-level great swordsman using Dao-Ki defense, and his mental power had reached the level of a half-step saint. The fact that he couldn't withstand the cold water was telling. After a moment of contemplation, Kano calmed down. He slowly closed his eyes and sank completely into the bloody water. He stopped breathing, blocked his mental energy, and used his body to sense the changes around him. Time slipped by, and nothing happened. It was as if everything was perfectly normal. But Jingbeo and the other two could sense that Kano wasn't just playing around. He must have discovered something, but he hadn't yet discovered it. Look, that water, Robbie suddenly exclaimed, pointing at the blood in the pool. Suddenly, as if possessed by a spirit, the blood began to slowly flow. There was no movement, not even from beneath the surface, yet Jingbeo, Yasuo, and the other two couldn't detect anything amiss with their mental powers. Kano, however, was now centered in the blood, surrounded by it like a galaxy of stars surrounding the moon. As time passed, the blood gradually faded, and small, blood-colored fish appeared in the pool, similar in size to the previous fish. As time went on, the blood thinned, and the color of the fish within gradually changed, until they were exactly the same as they had been at the beginning. The same pool, the same fish, the only difference was that the surroundings had been reduced to ruins. Water, water, there's a treasure in the water, an excited roar echoed, and a group of great swordsmen appeared around the pool. The one who had spoken was a junior mage. Looking at the clear water and the swimming fish, everyone's eyes were filled with greed and excitement. They rushed over at top speed, trying to enter the pool. With Kano now in the water, he undoubtedly had the advantage of being close to the water and getting the moon. They naturally didn't want Kano to have it all to himself. You're courting death? Jingbeo's face turned cold as she watched the great swordsman, no longer interested in watching the show, rush over. In her heart, no one could delay Kano's enlightenment. Judging from Kano's current appearance, he was clearly at a critical juncture. Everyone, be careful. This guy is a saint-level being. They're searching for the Godhead, and the Godhead is in that pool, Robbie suddenly shouted at the crowd, then broke into a run. It would be a real loss if they didn't utilize so many great swordsmen wisely. Hearing the word godhood, the surrounding great swordsmen went wild. That was godhood, and after fusion, one could achieve godhood. In the entire god and demon continent, there was barely a single god-level being. Moreover, after fusion, one could directly break through to the saint rank. Even if a saint-level figure stood in their way, they would charge forward. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, they would never give up. Go to hell. At this point, Yasuo naturally stopped hiding his strength. He felt only pity for Robbie's foolishness. It was precisely because Keno, at this crucial moment of comprehension, was distracted, otherwise, he could have summoned a swarm of mecha warriors and swept everyone in the area. The word godhood wasn't the only thing that attracted them. Almost everyone else who had heard of it rushed over. While there were many swordsmen among them, there were also many great swordsmen from Wind Sword City. 100-foot-long sword energy swung out, leaving no room for suspense. Over 30 great swordsmen were unable to dodge and were instantly cut in half. The saying everyone below the saint rank is an ant was no mere rhetoric. After a brief moment of panic, the others rushed forward frantically. Witnessing the power of the saint level, their thirst for strength intensified. They imagined that simply by plunging into the pool, they might attain godhood. Seeing Robbie fleeing further and further away, Yasuo was unable to keep up. Jinbei waved his hand and unleashed a laser cannon from his special ring. Hovering in midair, he aimed it at Robbie and pulled the trigger. The laser cannon blazed out, instantly burning Robbie's waist to ash. Only because of the divine power did he survive, even his wounds were healing at a visible rate. Everyone around stared at Robbie in stunned disbelief. Even after such a devastating injury, his body could still heal so quickly. They had never heard of such a thing before. Godhood. He has it within him. After a brief silence, a great swordsman shouted excitedly. Then, his heavy sword, surging with fighting spirit, slashed at the crippled Robbie with all his might. At this moment, Robbie was cut in half. Unable to move at all, he watched helplessly as the great swordsman struck with all his might, instantly splitting his body in two. The integration of divine nature into the body can strengthen it, rapidly increase strength, and quickly heal wounds. Even as long as some flesh and blood remain, it can be fully restored. However, divine nature is not omnipotent. At this time, Robbie's strength is still very weak, and he can't withstand the great swordsman's attack at all. Under this powerful slash, a cocky divine nature appeared in everyone's sight. Seeing the divine nature right in front of them, everyone instantly went crazy. Get out of my way, that's mine. The great swordsman who killed Robbie had just grabbed the divine nature when he was attacked by the surrounding great swordsman. His body was instantly torn into pieces, and even if it was integrated into the divine nature, it would not be saved. Get out of my way. The godhead is mine, damn it. It's mine. I'm going to become a saint. I'm going to become a god, pitiful reptile. May the glory of the Ark family live forever, damn it. The area around the godhead instantly became a meat grinder, with corpses collapsing into shredded flesh. Whether it was a great swordsman or a swordsman, anyone who tried to touch the godhead would die. Despite this, people continued to charge forward, even at the cost of their lives. They were willing to gamble on becoming a god. Jinbei and Yasuo remained silent, completely watching the spectacle. Their mental powers had locked onto the godhead, and as long as it remained, they would not fight for it. Wouldn't it be better to let them fight it out? More and more people gathered, including swordsmen. Some mages remained calm, watching from afar, waiting for an opportunity. Some clever mages even summoned magical beasts, ready to launch a surprise attack. For the sake of the godhead, every sacrifice was worth it. But Jinbei's expression quickly darkened. With such a commotion, the saint rank of Wind Sword City couldn't possibly be unaware. With a godhood within his grasp, he likely wouldn't give up. But up to this point, that person hadn't appeared at all. This made Jinbei wonder if he was waiting until the very end to strike. Chapter 192, Aksu. Yasuo, keep an eye on Windblade City's holy steps to prevent anyone from trying to seize the godhead. Don't worry, I've already seen him, he just seems wary of me, so he hasn't made a move, Yasuo sneered, looking off into the distance. Atop a castle, a figure soared in midair. Though the distance made it hard to see his features, the presence of a soaring figure was the hallmark of the holy steps. Many of them, conscious of the holy steps, had remained calm and refrained from seizing the divine power. After all, obtaining the divine power was one thing, using it was another. Lives fell like straw, never to rise again. Yet, others continued to rush forward, their eyes bloodshot, as if possessed. Even amidst the raging battle energy, they couldn't help but reach out. However, this blood flowed like streams into a pool. The blood of hundreds and thousands of people stained the pool, turning it crimson. And within this pool, a subtle ripple of blood formed, centered around Keno. A strange ripple emanated from the pool, and Jinbei and Yasuo's mental powers shifted involuntarily. With their powers, they could clearly sense the blood in the pool slowly seeping into Keno's body. As the blood seeped in, Kana's skin slowly turned a blood red. The saint in the distance could sense the changes in the water, but couldn't understand the cause. After all, the distance was too great, and the saint wasn't omnipotent. With a divine nature at its center, a mountain of flesh quickly grew. A tangle of broken bodies piled up for nearly 10 feet. Numerous bodies fell into the pool, yet many people continued to dig through the corpses, trying to find the divine nature within. Looking for death, Jingbao's face suddenly darkened, and he vanished in a flash. The next moment, the mountain of flesh parted, revealing two figures. One was Jingbao, who had just teleported away, and the other was an ungainly old man, seemingly in his 50s or 60s, barely more powerful than a high-level magician. Yet, he had managed to evade detection and reach the center to seize the divine nature. It was the power of magic, and this old man seemed to be a divinely gifted being. He could burrow underground, passing directly beneath the surface. If Jingbao hadn't been constantly monitoring his divine nature, he would have easily succeeded. The old man's talent for burrowing underground was indeed formidable, but his other abilities were truly unremarkable. His strength was truly deplorable. Jingbao grabbed his arm and, with a single thrust, broke it. Then, as he watched in horror, he kicked him through the chest. With his heart shattered, he naturally died. After all, he was only a high-level magician. Beyond his burrowing talent, his strength was even lower than that of a beginner. The old man wanted to fight, and risk his life. Jingbao obtained the divine nature and immediately stored it in his interspatial ring. Now that he had it, there was no way he could take it out again. Moreover, the surrounding great swordsmen were already nearly defeated. Although numerous, they posed no significant threat to Jingbao. The only threat was likely the saint-level powerhouse in the distance. However, he seemed rather timid and was still watching. "Everyone, you bastards. If you don't leave, I'm going to unleash a forbidden spell." Jingbao casually pulled a scroll from her interspatial ring. It was indeed the forbidden spell, Ice Storm, that Kano had given her. Of course, she couldn't really unleash it here, as that would reduce the entire Wind Sword City to ruins. If these people continued to persist, she would unleash a swarm of high-level magic attacks. With their swordsman's strength, they had little chance of blocking them. As expected, under the threat of death, everyone fell silent for a moment, but soon, greed replaced fear. "Don't be afraid, everyone. She's alone. With her strength, she can't unleash a forbidden spell. That's right, she's a magician. Her magic power will eventually run out. When that happens, she'll have no fighting power left. A little strength is nothing. There's no need to be afraid. You're courting death." Seeing the greed before her, Jingbao flew into a rage. He immediately unleashed scroll after scroll of high-level magic, and within a moment, magic raged across the ruins of the Brighton family. Jingbao didn't even need to speak. Yasuo's magic scrolls continued to fly, and he fired them much faster than Jingbao. Under the onslaught of nearly 100 high-level magic scrolls, the surrounding swordsmen were instantly terrified. Even the great swordsmen were no better. "Stop. Who are you? Why are you killing people in Wind Sword City?" A flash of sword energy 100 feet away shattered all the high-level magic. Then, the opponent soared into the air, hovering above Jingbao and Yasuo. Jingbao remained calm in the face of this saint-level powerhouse's questioning. In the past, she might have shown respect to a saint-level figure, but now she had a saint-level figure behind her, and one who is no less powerful than the one before her. "You've been watching here for ages, don't you know what's going on? If you want the godhead, go ahead and make your move. Let's see if you have what it takes. Are you the master here? What do you think? Can't you see?" Jingbao sneered disdainfully. This saint-level expert's provocation wasn't much of a skill. Anyone with a keen eye could see that Jingbao was the master here. "I'm Aksu, Barbados, of the flame level. You may address me as Lord Aksu." "Lord, I'm only a saint level. What's so great about that? If you're capable, let's fight. If you win, the godhead is yours." Yasuo's gaze was filled with defiance towards Aksu. Merging with a godhead didn't require comprehension, and his power of the wood principle was constantly increasing. Although he had only advanced a few months, even those with less natural comprehension skills, even those with centuries of comprehension, might not be his match. Aksu's face darkened. Despite having advanced to the saint level for decades, he remained at the initial stages. Without any opportunity, a further breakthrough was impossible. After all, comprehending the laws isn't like improving Dao Qi. If you're unlucky, you'll likely remain at the elementary level for the rest of your life. 90% of Saint-level warriors remain at the elementary level. We're all Saint level, and a fight would inflict too much damage. Why don't we fight outside the city to avoid harming innocent people, diverting the tiger away from the mountain? Good idea. If you don't want to fight, get out. Seeing Aksu's reaction, Yasuo grew impatient. He knew his primary mission was to protect Kino. If Kino's understanding was interrupted, he didn't want to face his zombie lords. Although both were Saint level, the gap between them was vast. Generally speaking, the more difficult the advancement, the greater the strength. For a Saint-level warrior, being humiliated by someone of the same level was unbearable. If he tolerated it this time, he'd lose all dignity in the future. However, he also understood that Yasuo's ability to use magic scrolls likely meant he had fused with a divine power. While he didn't know when divine power became worthless, he knew he was in trouble. Especially Kino in the pool, seemingly the leader of the two. Though seemingly only a junior mage in strength, he must have something special. In that case, let's have a sparring match. Sparring? That's not your call. Yasuo's figure flashed, leaping into the air in a split second. Then, a 10-foot wide sweep of sword energy erupted, its force shocking the sword masters below, who had never seen a Saint-level swordsman in action. Facing such an attack, Aksu remained expressionless. He then unsheathed his sword and swung it, unleashing a 10-foot wide sweep of sword energy. Their sword energies collided, then instantly deflected, before striking the void and slowly dissipating. Not bad, another one. Yasuo's expression was evidently excited. After all, opportunities to fight against someone of his own rank were rare. Just like Aksu, he had never even fought one of his own rank. Their first encounter, neither of them exerted their full strength, but the result was a draw. Then, in a flash, he appeared between them. A fiery fighting spirit erupted from the two, followed by a sweeping wave of sword energy. The surrounding sword masters retreated, fearing injury from the impact. Given the sheer power of the sword energy, even a single strike could inflict fatal damage. However, most eyes remained fixed on Jingbeo, for the divine nature resided within her interspatial ring. With that, they could attack the two men in midair. Swish, swish, swish. A barrage of sharp arrows pierced the air, but Jingbeo snorted coldly. Then, she unleashed another high-level magic scroll, this time showing no sign of stopping. I'd assumed these arrows were just ordinary attacks, but one was an explosive arrow. By the time Kino reacted and tried to dodge, it was too late. Boom! With a massive explosion, she was completely engulfed in searing flames. Despite the advanced earth armor she possessed, the explosive arrows were clearly quite powerful. Jingbeo's earth armor was instantly destroyed, and the flames soon followed. Fortunately, her body was incredibly strong, otherwise she would have suffered a great loss. Ah, damn you all! At this point, Jingbeo was completely enraged, and her figure flashed into the air. The only ones who could harm her were the magic archers. Without stopping, Jingbeo continuously hurled high-level magic scrolls downwards. With her magic lock, her attacks rarely missed. With just a few high-level magic scrolls, the archers were nearly wiped out. But at this moment, a sword energy suddenly descended from the sky, its target aimed squarely at the exhilarated Jingbeo. Faced with this 10-foot-long sword energy, Jingbeo's eyes filled with terror. His concern for the saint rank didn't mean she could stop it, rather, he had saint rank himself and wasn't afraid. Chapter 193, Death's Door. Aksu's sword energy attack was a success, as neither Jingbeo nor Yasuo reacted. However, facing a similarly leveled spirit master attacking others wasn't without its dangers. Furious, Yasuo attacked with all his might, severing Aksu's arm in a single blow. While his saint-level strength could still regenerate a limb, his strength was significantly reduced in a short period of time. The sudden sword energy struck Jingbeo, and though she quickly teleported out of the way, a massive wound 2 inches deep and 2 feet long remained on her back. The intense pain left Jingbeo covered in cold sweat, and her face pale. If the sword energy had struck her heart meridian, she would have been in grave danger. Despite this, Jingbeo's rage remained unquenchable. It felt as if this was the first time in her life that she had been injured, and nearly died. Damn it, you all deserve to die, roar. Jingbeo's fury erupted in power, unexpectedly summoning a massive undead behemoth. As its massive form emerged from the ruins, the others realized Jingbeo's identity. Necromancer. Jingbeo's eyes were bloodshot. With the appearance of the undead behemoth, Deathly aura erupted from his body, and his entire form instantly reverted to its original form of an undead dragon. He then soared into the air, uttering obscure dragon magic. Oh my god, what is that? Is that a giant dragon? Why is it so small? Is it not yet an adult, undead dragon? It's a young dragon transformed into the undead. Damn, what do you know? It's a mutated form of the dragon race. In legend, the appearance of an undead dragon heralds impending disaster. Look at all the dead here. Has the disaster truly arrived? Don't be afraid, everyone. Kill this undead dragon. Kill her, and the disaster will cease. Everyone kept talking, their thoughts focused on killing Jingbeo. Whether for the sake of godhood or the legend, killing Jingbeo was the best option. Aksu naturally wanted to attack Jingbeo, but he simply couldn't do that right now. He had lost an arm and was being directly attacked by Yasuo. Forget about attacking Jingbeo again, just being able to defend himself was a blessing. Transformed into an undead dragon, Jingbeo's abilities were nearly all enhanced. While not doubled, their strength was still increased by 20%. Jingbeo chanted the magic spell for less than 10 seconds before his eyes suddenly opened. Their eyes were pitch black, a faint aura of death emanating from them. Open, my gate of death. With those words, a 10-foot wide, dark portal swung open beneath Jingbeo. Accompanied by roars and howls, undead spirits rushed out excitedly. Ordinary skeletons, silver skeletons, golden skeletons. Ordinary zombies, silver-haired zombies, golden-haired zombies. Headless knights, death knights. These undead spirits were immense. While most were only at the level of swordsmen, there were also quite a few, like golden skeletons, golden-haired zombies, and death knights, capable of master swordsmanship. In a single breath, 100 undead spirits burst forth, and as many as 5 were capable of master swordsmanship. Jingbeo remained suspended in midair as the undead continued to surge forth. Though the number of swordsmen outside had already reached 10 or 20,000, the undead army, unaware of pain, proved difficult to defeat. Oh no! This is the undead dragon's innate death gate, connecting to the undead plane. Stop her quickly, or all of Windsword City will be doomed, Aksu roared, warning the crowd below. He truly regretted his surprise attack on Jingbeo. Who could have imagined that this Jingbeo was actually an undead dragon? Legend has it that the undead dragon emerged with chaos. Dragons possessed innate magical powers, usually usable only once. These powers were often reserved for survival, never deployed unless in a life or death situation. Most dragons, until their deaths, never used their innate magical powers. He had no idea that Jingbeo, an undead dragon, would summon the Death Gate simply out of anger. As the Death Gate opened, more and more undead creatures surged into the continent of gods and demons. Silver skeletons and silver-haired zombies dominated, while the number of golden-haired zombies and golden skeletons also increased significantly. Warriors who had initially attempted to attack Jingbeo were quickly overwhelmed by the undead. Even a great swordsman, facing several undead of the same level, could not hold out for long. Unintelligent, they rely solely on instinct. Unfeeling pain, they would continue their attack even if their limbs were severed. Often, they charged forward with fighting spirit, their bodies chopped into pieces, yet a single strike was enough to kill their targets. Death Knights and golden-haired zombies were especially formidable in their defenses. A close-range attack would instantly slay a human great swordsman. As Aksu watched the undead swarm below him, he realized there was no turning back. These undead alone were enough to destroy the entire Windsword City. Damn it! Are you still human? Why are you helping the undead dragon, you traitor to humanity? Aksu roared in anger, barely blocking Yasuo's attack with a single sword. If only Yasuo had stopped, there would be hope. But hearing his words, Yasuo's face darkened. He kicked out, forcing Aksu to retreat with his sword. Is that so? I'm a traitor? If that's the case, there's even less reason to hold back. Go to hell. If you hadn't seen all this, you wouldn't have to blame yourself. Yasuo slashed with a cross, his expression filled with disdain. If it weren't for these people's greed, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. They only regret it when they can't bear the consequences, shifting all the blame onto those who were hurt in the first place. Damn it. You'll regret this. You might not even see that. Who summoned the great Lich Lord Kenolite here? To thank you, I can grant you immortality. A hoarse voice rang out from the Death's Gate, and a lich mounted on a silver-winged dragon burst out, its aura remarkably reaching the level of a half-step saint. The moment Kenolite appeared, he fixed his gaze on the spellcasting Jingbeo and the two saint ranks in midair. A wave of pure death surged through his eyes, radiating death, and he hesitated. One of the two saint ranks was clearly on Jingbeo's side, but if he misjudged his attack, without the saint ranks restrained, he'd be in trouble. However, upon catching sight of Keno in the pool, disbelief crossed his face, as if he'd witnessed something impossible. A faint cry of pain echoed from midair, and Jingbeo's body lurched, plummeting from the air. While she didn't faint, she was clearly visibly weakened. Damn it, the death portal vanished, and the Lich Kenolite was visibly furious, simply because there was no escape route, and not many had arrived. Jingbeo had opened the death portal for a total of 100 breaths, and over 10,000 undead emerged. Over 500 were at the level of a great swordsman, 6,000 at the level of a swordsman, and the remainder were at the level of a swordsman. Despite the strength of this group of undead, they were significantly weaker than the entire Windsword City. With Windsword City's capabilities, even a few casualties could easily wipe them out. Seeing this, Aksu finally breathed a sigh of relief. The appearance of the undead finally captured the attention of the entire Windsword City. Almost every warrior gathered, and upon seeing the undead, they charged directly. By this time, those who knew about the divine nature, aside from Aksu in the sky, had either fled or perished. At the very least, most were unaware of the initial fighting. Even if someone wanted to target the divine nature, now was not the right time. Although Jingbeo was severely weakened, she was surrounded by numerous undead. These undead had temporary summoning contracts with Jingbeo, temporarily under Jingbeo's control. A subtle vibration echoed, barely audible, and even more so in the clamor. The fighting warriors and undead paused, sensing a strange aura emanating from them. Their hearts trembled at this peculiar aura, and in that instant, the entire world shifted. Everyone's gaze converged, finally settling on Keno. To everyone's surprise, the entire pool was completely dry, no water, no fish, no blood. Only Keno stood there, quietly, a foot above the bottom. He looked eerie. Keno's eyes snapped open, a flash of blood emanating from them. Then, a strange wave of energy emanated. For a split second, everyone felt their blood boiling. Those below the level of Swordmaster spat out blood. Instantly, Keno's eyes returned to normal. He glanced calmly around him, and then a hint of consciousness returned. What happened? Where's Robbie? Robbie started a fight, and I killed him. The item is in my interspatial ring. I'll give it to you later, no need. I'll leave it with you. What's wrong with you? Why are you so weak? These guys were fighting over the item. That Aksu sword saint in the sky ambushed me and severely injured me. Then, in a rage, I used my innate death gate. It was only because I was weak that I summoned over 10,000 undead. Jingbeo spoke with a hint of bitterness. Ultimately, it was because he was too weak, otherwise he wouldn't be so weak. Lich Lord Kenolite greets you, sir. From now on, I am willing to follow you forever. If I betray you, my soul will be tormented forever. Kenolite's expression was solemn, and he actually pledged his allegiance to Keno. This was something that no one else, not even Keno, had expected. The next moment, a black light emanated from Kenolite's body and entered Keno's body. In that instant, Keno felt that he controlled everything about Kenolite, including his life. Soul contract. He actually signed a soul contract with you directly. How is it possible? Jingbeo's mouth twitched, obviously a little bit unbelievable. It is really rare to see someone who is so eager to pledge allegiance. Chapter 194, Instant Kill. Kenolite is the Lich Lord of the Undead Realm, and the Undead Plane was an offshoot of the Dark Plane. Its vast territory was closer to the Divine Realm than the continent of gods and demons. As the undead there grew in strength, they journeyed to the Dark Plane. Although Kenolite's strength was only at the half-step saint level, it wasn't much weaker than Aksu's. His direct allegiance to Keno was truly incredible. Well, since we've already massacred the city, let's do it. The undead holy dragon has almost recovered, so a blood sacrifice is a good opportunity to increase its strength. They provoked us, and they should pay the price, Keno said casually, yet his words sealed the fate of Windsword City. His words were met with disbelief, and even more laughter. Keno's full strength was now on full display. He was only a junior mage, such strength was nothing to Windsword City. How could he possibly have the power to annihilate it? Who are you? Who gave you the arrogance to massacre Windsword City? My name is Keno. Keno, I haven't heard of you. You want to massacre Windsword City? Do you have more saint-level minions? Saint-level minions aren't many, but there are few comparable to them. And the most common ones you have here seem to be sword masters. Keno glanced casually around, a faint sneer curling his lips. Indeed, Windsword City wasn't very large. During the initial struggle for godhood, many great sword masters had already died. Later, when the undead appeared, a large number of great sword masters rushed forward without hesitation. As a result, they were besieged and many more died. Now, sword masters are everywhere here, but there aren't many great sword masters. At most, there are only 100 or so. Warriors are not lacking in courage. They will protect their families and Windsword City with their lives. And there are hundreds of thousands of sword masters here. They are simply impossible to kill them all, at least that's what they think. This is only Windsword City, which ranks lower in the Sword God Empire. If it were other major cities, the number of great sword masters would be at least tens of thousands. Swordsmen, you seem to look down on swordsmen, but you know, a swordsman can release that key, even just a tiny bit, enough to destroy you. Oh, why not destroy them first? Kano smiled faintly, and with a wave of his hand, 10,000 mecha warriors appeared before the crowd. In addition, there were 5 small frigates and 8 reconnaissance aircraft. This situation was beyond everyone's expectations. At this moment, they suddenly remembered someone, a figure that the entire god and demon continent feared. You are. Aksu's face changed drastically, and he turned and ran. Although this escape would be humiliating, there was no other way. Kano's mecha warriors were well known throughout the god and demon continent. Not only did they massacre the warrior city, they were also enemies of the Church of Light. Even the pursuit of the Holy Angel of Light failed to kill Kano. This was unknown to the general public, but Aksu, a holy angel, knew it. Although there were many swordsmen here, it depended on the person they were compared to. If it was an ordinary mage, even a slightly more powerful one would not be a big deal, but Kano was clearly out of their league. It doesn't matter if you know. You can go die now, with his mind. The 5 small frigates' laser cannons instantly launched an attack. Aksu, already locked onto his position, had already fled, but his injuries had significantly slowed his reaction time. The attack of 5 laser cannons was no joke. They struck Aksu almost instantly, killing him instantly. A saint-level expert, even injured, was still a saint level. To be killed like that was truly unexpected. Kano was quite satisfied with the small frigate's offensive power. Now, he finally posed a sufficient threat to the saint level. He wouldn't be so passive against the next saint-level Angel of Light. The other warriors stared in disbelief. A saint-level warrior, at the highest level on the continent of gods and demons, had been slain. What a concept. It felt like a lie. Yet, it was the reality. He was easily and instantly killed. Their confidence in Kano instantly waned. Roar, roar, with 2 furious roars, Kano unleashed the zombie lords and holy undead dragons within his pet ring and pet space. A terrifying aura instantly filled the surroundings, causing the already terrified warriors to collapse. The zombie lord's saint rank power was undeniable. Adding Yasuo to the mix, that was 2 saint ranks. Leading the mech warriors and undead on a rampage, who in all of Windsword City could stop him? 10,000 mech warriors flashed their lasers, knocking down scores of warriors. Kano unleashed his burning soul fire to its fullest, absorbing all the surrounding souls. Of course, some were also absorbed by the holy undead dragon, whose burning soul fire was now quite powerful, especially under the holy armor's consuming power, which was even more rapid. The Lich Lord Kanalu seized the opportunity and commanded all the undead to charge forward. With 10,000 mech warriors, comparable to sword masters, at their disposal, they were easily defeated. Don't be afraid, everyone. We have over 100,000 men. Stopping these guys is a piece of cake. Our families are right behind us. We must not retreat, otherwise, we'll regret it. Let's fight them. Kill them and prove the honor of a warrior. Warriors roared with righteousness, charging forward without hesitation. A single breath of the undead holy dragon's igniting soul fire annihilated a dozen warriors. The undead's attacks weren't terrifying, but the mechas were incredibly threatening. Each strike would bring down a large number, at least thousands. Yasuo stayed by Kina's side, while the zombie lord charged forward. With his strength, he easily dealt with these men, leaving bodies everywhere he went. Under this unstoppable attack, the inhabitants finally collapsed. Some began to flee, and then more fled, and the entire Windsword City was engulfed in blood. Many, still confused as to what had happened, had just regained consciousness when they found the undead appearing before them, slashing their lives with a single blow. The deaths and escapes of the warriors unleashed a wave of rampage among the mech warriors and the undead. Having already slain so many, Keri naturally had no qualms about slaughtering the entire city. The Lich Lord, Kenolite, directed the attack from the sidelines, while Keri cradled the sutra treasure. Simultaneously, a faint blood-red light from his hand channeled into the sutra treasure's body. In a matter of moments, the sutra treasure had nearly recovered. What is this? A talent, or the power of the law? Rapid recovery is no ordinary means. A recovery rate even more terrifying than the self-healing abilities of a saint-level being truly extraordinary. Especially since the sutra treasure felt that, in addition to his soul, his entire body and magic had recovered. While physical recovery was a minor matter, restoring magic was a far more complex undertaking. Keri shook his head slightly in response to the sutra treasure's confusion. Honestly, he still didn't understand what was happening. I don't know what happened. I was just hoping to gain some insight, but I couldn't quite figure it out. Then, all of a sudden, I felt the water around me become animated, as if possessed by spirits. I don't know how, but the water then underwent a qualitative change. It became bloody, thick and viscous. If my mental strength wasn't strong enough, I'd have been driven mad the moment I absorbed it. Of course, the spirit fire also played a huge role. It helped me purify some of my negative emotions, otherwise I would have gone mad. Kenolite spoke with a lingering fear. This realization could be considered pure coincidence, or perhaps it was the help of those guys outside. He simply didn't know the exact cause. He initially suspected the power of the law, but this law seemed a bit overpowering. It was comparable to the law of time he had obtained, and even its sheer strangeness was far more intense. I don't know either, but I believe Lich Lord Kenolite must know something. He signed a soul contract with you the moment he met you. If he wanted to stay in the main plane, he wouldn't have needed to do so. Unless you have something even he would envy and couldn't obtain. Jingbao's words made sense to Kenolite. The Lich Lord Kenolite's expression at that moment spoke volumes. Especially with his soul contract, it wasn't a casual one, it was practically handing over one's life. If things went wrong, Kenolite's life would be gone. The power of the Lich clan is undeniable, and cultivating to the half-step saint level is even more difficult. There's no reason why he wouldn't be working for Kenolite without a special reason. With a massacre underway, Kenolite naturally wouldn't miss out on the wealth within. Windsword City's wealth is undoubtedly greater than Kenolite's, and iron is the most abundant commodity here. Lich Lord Kenolite fully demonstrated his worth, capturing a group of swordsmen and controlling them with soul magic, turning them into obedient puppets. Under threat of death, they naturally carried the goods obediently. Fortunately, Windsword City was home to many low-level warriors, and the Lich Lord Kenolite quickly brought tens of thousands of them under his control. While most of them were junior swordsmen, it was still more than enough. Windsword City was most abundant in weapons and iron, along with magic cores. After all, with so many warriors so close to the monster forest, it would be a waste not to hunt monsters. The long-established families naturally held a considerable amount of gold coins and various collections. However, in Keno's view, most of these were of no value, and he simply didn't bother to deal with them. Aside from gold and silver items, he simply discarded most of the antiques. However, this was the Sword God Empire after all, and there were many valuable weapons here. Almost every family possessed a weapon of some note. While none of them reached the level of a sacred weapon, they were not far behind the Sword of Terror. Two weapons were even more powerful than the Sword of Terror. Chapter 195, The Law of Blood. Everything was being gathered by Kenolite. Lich Lord Kenolite had already arrived before him, his face reverent, as if facing a god. You know my situation. What exactly is that blood-red light? Kenolite asked directly. Like Jingbao, he believed Kenolite should know about this matter. Kenolite's expression paused slightly, and then he said solemnly and respectfully, Lord Kenolite, you must have comprehended the advanced law of blood just now. The law of blood is a law of mutation, which integrates the laws of life and water. Even in the realm of gods, it is an extremely rare existence. Although I have just arrived, I can guess roughly what happened. That pool may contain a trace of water-attributed law power, and when you comprehended it, you happened to encounter a massacre, and a large amount of blood and resentment entered the pool, causing the law of water to mutate, which created your current law of blood. The law of blood is a mutated high-level law, only below the law of the soul, and is a law close to power. It can bless strength and recovery, and can also resurrect life, and, most importantly, Kenolite paused when he said this. Looking at his appearance, it was obvious that the next words were about him. Does it have anything to do with you, the undead? Yes, the law of blood holds immense benefits for the undead. It can allow them to advance a level at any time without side effects. Of course, this has limitations. With your current law power, you can only advance to the saint level or below. Even if you cultivate the law of blood to its fullest potential, you can only advance from a mid-level god to a higher god. Any undead can advance a level without side effects. Moreover, it can also allow a mid-level god to advance to a higher god. What a concept. It's simply outrageous. If Kano wanted to create an undead army, he could simply acknowledge a 9th level undead as his master when he reached the saint level. Then, advancing a level, wouldn't that be the saint level? In the undead world, Kano is a national treasure. No one would want to offend him. For any race, reaching the god level is a huge hurdle. However, Kano can easily overcome it. If he reaches the god realm, Kano can quickly create a large number of lower-level gods. Of course, to control the next level, Kano needs to advance to a mid-level god. If he wants to upgrade to the same level, it will probably consume a lot of the power of the law, but even so, the impact will not be small. Tell me about the hierarchy of the god realm. The god realm doesn't only have god-level masters, there are even more saint-level and ordinary levels. It's just that their lives are extremely difficult, even more difficult than those in the lower planes. Only by breaking through the god level can they have status. The so-called god level is actually a lower-level god. If the power of the law advances to the intermediate level, it is a middle-level god. If it reaches the advanced level, it is a higher-level god. If it reaches perfection, it is a god king. It's just that there are very few such beings. There are only a few god kings in a god plane. They are all the god king's confidants. What about the laws? Be more precise, the laws are basically gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, followed by mutated wind, ice, and thunder, and above that are darkness and light. There is also the unconventional law of poison. Gold and earth extend to the law of force. The law of wood extends to the law of life. The law of darkness extends to the law of death. The law of water extends to the law of blood. As for the laws of time, space, and soul, they are also very rare. Among them, the law of time, the law of soul, the law of blood, the law of death, and the law of life, they all belong to high-level laws, and are also very difficult to comprehend. Of course, there are also variations of the air, mist, and illusion systems. They're generally useless, but if mastered, they can be truly extraordinary. Kenolite knew a great deal and explained it in detail to Kaner. Kaner nodded slightly, feeling quite enlightened. He hadn't expected so many different laws, and their variety. He felt incredibly lucky to have comprehended a blood law and a time law. Can that kind of cultivation talent only cultivate the power of one law? Everyone has all magical talents, but some are so low that they can't be felt at all. But if you reach the god realm, there is no such thing as an ordinary person. Even if you are just a necromancer now, you can comprehend other systems in the god realm. It's just that the talents are different, and the ability to comprehend varies. Many people don't spend time on other elemental laws, so they only comprehend one or two. In the god realm, except for those who have merged with a godhead, 90% of people comprehend one or two laws. There are not many who comprehend 3 laws, and very few who comprehend 4 laws. As for those who comprehend 5 laws, there are probably only 1 or 2 in each god realm, because the power of laws is extremely difficult to comprehend. Generally speaking, comprehending one is already very difficult. Even more than 90% of people remain at the level of lower gods. Okay, no need to say more. I'll learn about the details when I go to the god realm. As long as I get to the god realm, everything will be clear. Kano's tone was filled with anticipation. That supreme divine plane was his absolute current goal. Given his current situation, reaching the saint level wasn't a problem at all. It simply took time. The massacre was over, most of the people dead. A large amount of items were gathered and stored in Kano's interspatial ring, with some special items being treated specially. Jingbeo was naturally an expert at categorizing things like this. She'd already sorted them out without Kano needing to ask. Hey, what's this? Judging by the location, it seems to be the Brightman clan, Jingbeo suddenly said to Kano, holding up a scroll. Her expression was filled with curiosity, suggesting this item was something special. Kano took it and examined it, discovering it was a map. It depicted the entire Windsword City. While some buildings had been altered, most of the iconic landmarks remained. Among them was a sword-shaped marker, located at the Brightman clan, seemingly on the pond next to them. Could this be the location of the wind sword? Why is there so much commotion, and nothing's happening here? Looking at the sword symbol, Jinbeo and Kano both thought of the wind sword. Logically, it couldn't be anywhere else. It was just that the commotion they just made was indeed loud, nearly bringing them to the point of using a forbidden spell, yet even then, with no results, something felt amiss. Kanalu, you're quite knowledgeable. Do you know what's going on? Jinbeo was clearly unaware of this. Dragons weren't omnipotent. It was normal for their inherited memories to lack any special details. Kano recounted the general situation, and Kano listened intently. In some ways, liches raised on inherited memories were far more knowledgeable than dragons. This was due to their ancient heritage and their infinite lifespan. Every lich was unique and powerful, a fact well known. This place should be where the wind sword lies, and the rumor is true. However, I suspect the end of the underground river is where the wind sword resides, and the story of the inheritance ring in the fish is probably fabricated. It's just that the person who created all this was completely unaware of the existence of the water law. Because of the water law, this area has been sealed automatically. Unless you use a forbidden spell or higher, it's completely useless. Kano's reasoning was logical and convincing, suggesting the wind sword truly lies beneath. He had come here, seemingly solely for the wind sword. Unexpectedly, by chance, he had comprehended the blood law. While his current blood law wasn't even as powerful as the time law, it was still comprehended. Simple recovery and strength increases were certain. Against injured enemies, he could accelerate their blood flow. And because he possessed the blood law, he never had to worry about running out of blood himself. The blood law, combined with the burning spirit fire, was undeniably powerful. He could accelerate blood sacrifices, increasing his power even further. If I want to enter the underground river now, a little attack will be enough. It should be a saint-level attack, no big deal, Kano commanded in his mind, and the zombie lord immediately rushed over. Then, with a roar to the sky, he slammed his fist into the pool. The fist fell, carrying a deadly aura, and the entire Brighton family immediately began to shake. With a trembling sound, a large area of the ground collapsed. Kano retracted the Mecha warriors, and the Lich Lord Kanalu retracted the summoned undead. Several people stood on the air, observing the movement below. As the ground collapsed, a huge crack continued to expand, and soon a huge canyon appeared, 100 feet long and 10 feet deep. At the bottom of the canyon was a cave, through which groundwater continuously flowed. Kanalu, is there anyone still alive in Wind Sword City? Don't worry, sir. Aside from those who escaped long ago, the rest have been dealt with. Alright, then, let's go down. It's just a holy artifact, yet you've gone to so much trouble to retrieve it. I'd like to see what's so strange about it. Kano was growing increasingly intrigued by the sickly wind sword. Apart from anything else, this underground cave river was a massive undertaking. To completely conceal the cave river, they'd even resorted to a series of deceptions, designed to confuse others. In fact, they were quite successful. After all these years, no one had found the wind sword. You have to remember that the wind sword is just a holy artifact. The continent of gods and demons has many artifacts. Would such a thing be necessary for a single one? Unless there were some other secret hidden within. Kano wanted to know what that secret was. What secret could a mere Brighton family possibly be hiding? Or perhaps there were other forces at work? After all, the wind sword was a gift from the royal family of the Sword God Empire. Perhaps there were other secrets hidden within it? Or perhaps this secret concerned the entire Sword God Empire. Chapter 196, 4 Forbidden Martial Arts and the Heavenly Demon Erase Spirit. Kino, Jinbeo, Yasuo, and the newly joined Kano. Yasuo and Jinbeo could both fly, Kino using wings formed from his burning spirit fire, while Kano, naturally, relied on the secret techniques unique to his Lich clan. After the four entered the cave, Kino immediately shattered the surrounding rocks, completely sealing the exit. After all, no one knew what hidden secrets lay within, so to save trouble, it was better to destroy the entrance directly. With their strength, even if they were trapped below, escaping would be a piece of cake. A few sword strikes from Yasuo would easily resolve the problem. The four continued along the passage. Although there was no light inside, with their strength, they didn't need to worry about that. The only problem was that the cave was interconnected. Not only were there many entrances, but some were filled with water. These underground entrances ranged from 70 or 80 feet wide to as small as half a foot. Furthermore, mental power was completely useless here, and searching for them one by one would drive one crazy. These are formed by countless years of underground water erosion, and there seem to be some special magnets embedded in the rock. Even the strongest mental powers are useless here. We need other methods. Jinbei naturally knew such a simple thing, but knowing it was enough, she had no better solution. Drilling them one by one would take ages, and the thought of it made her give up. Use the undead. The lich Kenolite silently chanted an incantation, and undead skeletons emerged one by one. Although there were many caves here, his summoning technique directly summoned from the plane of death. He could summon as many as he wanted, perfect for filling the caves. Whoever created this cave certainly didn't include a lich, otherwise, they might have created more connecting passages. The skeleton soldiers went up to explore the way, while Kino and the others stayed behind to await news. After half a day, Kenolite suddenly smiled faintly and said, "We've found the exit. Follow me." Kenolite led the three men through twists and turns, finally arriving at a 10-foot wide passage. The further they went, the larger the space became. Suddenly, the four men paused. A dangerous aura emanated from the cavern, as if an extremely powerful being lurked within its depths. In such a bizarre situation, Kano couldn't afford to be careless. He immediately summoned the zombie lord to prevent any unforeseen consequences. As a precaution, he sent two mech warriors out in front to clear the way. This way, any surprise attack would surely strike the mech warriors in front first. After all, this place had existed for countless years, and some of them were undoubtedly magic circles. Magic circles, when activated and launched, didn't care about the target. Anything that moved was a target. The two mech warriors led the way, 100 feet apart. Add-in Yasuo and the zombie lord, both saint level, and Kano, a half-saint level. If anything could truly harm Kano, he would have to count himself out. Suddenly, Kano's face darkened. He felt his two mech warriors lose their sense of presence. Then, a moment later, two balls of burning spirit fire returned, and as expected, the two mech warriors were instantly killed. Pay attention, something's wrong up ahead. Even without him saying anything, Yasuo and Kano had already noticed something was amiss. Their mental powers were already superior to Kano's, and they'd already noticed the unusual fluctuations ahead. After all, they were only 100 feet away from the mech warriors, a mere moment's effort. Just in case, Kano summoned two more mech warriors, but only 10 feet away. The zombie lord led the way, followed closely by Yasuo. Then came Kenolite and Jinbei Kano. After a while, as they neared their target, they finally spotted the object attacking the mech warriors. It was a magic circle, shimmering in 4 colors: green, cyan, khaki, and fiery red. The 4 colors blended together, constantly rotating, like a giant, animated light shield. The shield, 100 feet across, appeared grayish-gray. Even with Yasuo's saint-level power, he couldn't detect the slightest sign of aberration. This was undoubtedly a high-level magic circle, impenetrable to the inner workings, nor to the precise nature of its contents. "Do you know this magic circle?" Kano looked at it for a long time, but could not think of any clues. Although he had studied magic circles before, they were mainly low and medium-level ones. This magic circle was obviously a high-level magic circle, and it was not an ordinary high-level magic circle. Apart from anything else, the fact that it could be preserved for so long was enough to explain the problem. At the very least, this should be a forbidden-level magic circle, which was much higher than a high-level magic circle. Jinbei looked at it for a long time and shook her head slightly. It was obvious that she did not know such a strange magic circle. As for Yasuo, it goes without saying. He was originally a warrior and was not proficient in magic circles. No matter how he looked at it, he could not figure out a clue. Now the only hope lies on Kano. His arrival did solve a lot of troubles for Kano. We're in trouble. This is a 4-element forbidden magic circle. Logically, this magic circle should appear in the divine realm. In your divine and demonic continent, it's a powerful forbidden magic circle. Although this is only a simplified version, it's not far behind. At least 1 or 2 saint-level experts wouldn't be able to break it. Kano spoke cautiously, as if this 4-element forbidden magic circle was truly extraordinary. Being able to be used even in the divine realm, its power was undeniable. Tell us about this 4-element forbidden magic circle. Let's find a countermeasure. Something that's so carefully protected must be more than just a common saint-level weapon. Kano felt a surge of anticipation. It seemed like they had finally found their target. However, from what Kenolite had said, the magic circle didn't seem easy to break. But with the object right before his eyes, Kenolite wouldn't give up. Even at the cost of something, he had to see what it was. Kenolite was patient, explaining the four-element forbidden magic circle in detail. However, after listening, the faces of the others were noticeably grim. The so-called four-element forbidden martial arts magic array, as the name suggests, prohibits martial arts. This martial arts, of course, refers to fighting spirit. However, the four-element forbidden martial arts magic array doesn't restrict martial arts solely to the four elemental powers, but rather to the four magic elements as well. These four magic elements are, naturally, the ordinary fire, earth, wood, and water. This means that anyone who enters the four-element forbidden martial arts magic array cannot use wood, water, fire, earth, or fighting spirit. If that were all, it wouldn't be called a forbidden magic array. Within this four-element forbidden martial arts magic array, a demonic spirit is also sealed. This demonic spirit's power must be at least saint level. It serves as the core of the entire magic array. As long as it survives, the formation will remain intact. Furthermore, this demonic spirit, a spiritual form, is completely immune to physical attacks. Its body can teleport infinitely and can become part of the formation. Its physical attacks are uncanny and are specifically designed to break magical defenses. Kenolite's remarks only serve to illustrate one point: the demonic spirit within this magic array is extremely powerful, and any ordinary person who enters it will be absolutely mortal. Yasuo cultivates the wood principle, so entering the four-element forbidden magic circle instantly reduces his combat power to 0. While the zombie lord cultivates the death element, its primary focus is physical attacks. Charging in is useless except for taking a beating. Kino and Jinbei enter, using only necromancy and soul attacks. As for the Lich Lord, Kenol, he uses death magic. With these alone, slaying a saint-level demonic spirit is highly unlikely. Is there any other solution, such as forbidden spells? Any four-element magic and fighting spirit will be restricted within, regardless of level. Of course, if you have scrolls of forbidden spells outside the four elements, you can use them. But using them within the circle will depend on luck. Also, once you enter this magic circle, you can't exit. Furthermore, the air is forbidden within, so you can't summon pets or use magic rings. Without killing the demonic spirit, you can't leave. Kenol's tone grew extremely cautious. He fully expounded on the horrors of this four-element forbidden magic circle. Entering without breaking the circle would result in death. If that's the case, then I have to go in. I wonder what lies within. Yet it's so mysterious, sir. I advise you, this matter is of grave importance. Once inside, there's no turning back. Will you come in with me? Kenolite asked calmly, his lips curled slightly. His words startled Kenolite, and then, bitterly, he added, Sir, I've signed a soul contract with you. From now on, my life belongs to you. If you unfortunately depart, I will also perish. So, you don't need to ask this question. Kenolite had signed a soul contract himself, a desperate gamble. He hadn't anticipated that it would be his turn to pay the price so soon. What are we waiting for? We'll have to go in sooner or later. There are no scrolls of forbidden magic beyond the four elements, so we'll have to rely on ourselves from now on. With that, Kenolite summoned 1,000 mecha warriors, and without a moment's pause, they all rushed in. How could 1,000 mech warriors rush in without being instantly annihilated? Kenolite then summoned the undead holy dragon, the phantom, a small frigate, and a reconnaissance aircraft. With a roar, the zombie lord charged forward. Besides Yasuo, Jinbei and Kenolite also rushed in. However, upon entering, Kenolite discovered that all the mech warriors had been slain. Kenolite, now horrified, cried out in disbelief, "A celestial demon soul! How could this be possible?" Kenolite peered at the celestial demon soul and saw ghostly, monkey-like figure floating in mid-air. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 197, Heavenly Demon Soul. Be careful. The Sky Demon Soul is a ghost. It lacks any magical attack capabilities, but is proficient in psychic attacks. If you're struck by it, you're doomed. Just as Kenolite finished speaking, Kenolite felt a strange wave in his consciousness. His face suddenly changed, and he dodged to the side. His speed wasn't slow, but compared to a psychic attack, it was far inferior. In an instant, Kano felt as if his head had been struck by a hammer. With a scream, he fell to his knees. But before that, he had already issued the attack command to the undead dragon, the small frigate, and the small reconnaissance aircraft. Then, a laser shot out, striking the sky demon ghost. Ouch! A painful cry was heard. The sky demon ghost seemed to have some intelligence. Sensing the formidable situation facing Kano's mech, it flashed and vanished instantly, apparently merging into the magic circle. For a moment, all the mechas became headless flies, floating in place, waiting for the attack. Kano felt dizzy and dazed for a long time before regaining consciousness. When he opened his eyes, he found Kanalu and Jingbao beside him, their faces etched with worry. "Where's that celestial demon?" Kano shook his head and staggered to his feet. Fortunately, the laser cannon's attack was blocked because the light jade wasn't a fire-type attack, otherwise this would have been disastrous. Kanalu had clearly not anticipated the celestial demon's appearance. If things went as they had, he might not escape unscathed. "Sir, the celestial demon was severely damaged and integrated into the formation. It should be recovering from the magic circle now. Once it's fully healed, it will attack again." Kanalu was visibly frustrated, his words lacking confidence. This left Kano feeling somewhat frustrated. It seemed he was still quite wary of the celestial demon. "What is a celestial demon?" "You look very powerful." The celestial demon is a special form of ghost. Legend has it that it is formed naturally by the condensation of souls from heaven and earth. Its soul body is extremely powerful and it is good at mental attacks, but there are also rumors that the celestial demon is actually a ghost that was mutated after the death of a soul-type monster, and it carries a strong resentment. No matter what the legend is, the power of the celestial demon is absolutely unquestionable. The only thing that can cause harm to him is a powerful magic attack, and in this four-element forbidden martial arts magic circle, it is absolutely difficult to kill him. I don't know how these people did it. They actually found a celestial demon, and they caught it and made it into a formation spirit. What a pity. Kanalu's face was full of regret. After all, if such a celestial demon were to be a spiritual pet, it would naturally be more suitable, but unfortunately, in the four-element forbidden martial arts magic circle, if they wanted to break the formation, they had to kill this celestial demon, otherwise they would die. But at this moment, Kano suddenly sensed something was amiss and immediately asked, "For a celestial demon to be so powerful, there must be some flaw. And with its soul talent, how come a saint-level power didn't just kill me, huh?" "Yeah, with your mental power, it seems you shouldn't be able to block the attack." Kanalu also sensed something was amiss, his expression filled with astonishment and doubt. This four-element forbidden magic circle seemed to have a problem. The powerful mental attack of a celestial demon with a saint-level soul only managed to stun Kano, a junior mage. No matter how you think about it, it seems a little incredible. If that's the case, then it's possible this celestial demon's spirit was originally broken. Because it's broken, its attack power isn't strong. As for the celestial demon's flaw, it has poor magical defenses. Furthermore, if it encounters a familiar of the same element, it might be devoured due to its weakness. As for the so-called familiar of the same element, it's the legendary origin of celestial demons. Each celestial demon has a different origin. If this celestial demon is a phantom demon, then it will be suppressed by your phantom demon, Kanalu said, staring thoughtfully at the phantom demon on Kino's shoulder. He had just mentioned two possible outcomes. One was that the celestial demon's spirit was broken, greatly reduced in strength. The other was that it was suppressed by the phantom demon, unable to unleash a lethal attack. Both of these scenarios were unlikely, in fact, practically impossible. While capturing a phantom demon is difficult, it's not impossible. Especially when the four-element forbidden martial magic array was constructed, there were already god-level powerhouses. It's also possible that this place wasn't even founded by Windsword City. It's very likely that this celestial demon's predecessor was a phantom demon. If that were the case, the situation would be much simpler. Roar! A sudden roar echoed, and the sky demon appeared before the three. The zombie lord roared and charged forward. However, the sky demon's eyes were filled with disdain, revealing a considerable intelligence. With a low growl, he launched a strange mental attack at the zombie lord. The zombie lord paused, still charging forward. But Kano was certain he had been stunned. If it weren't for its soul residing in the deepest reaches of its sea of consciousness, immune to mental attacks, the attack would have likely shattered it. I can now confirm that its soul is intact. The fact that a mental attack could stun a saint-level zombie lord with a single blow demonstrated the Sky Demon's immense mental power. A flawed one would never have reached such a level. The zombie lord had been poised for great use, but was instantly crushed. It was likely that the attack would be ineffective in the short term. Roar! The undead holy dragon roared, spewing a stream of igniting soul fire. In an instant, it completely enveloped the Sky Demon. Struck by the burning soul fire, the celestial demon screamed in agony. The damage to the soul from the burning soul fire was undeniable. Even a saint-level celestial demon spirit could not withstand it. After a flash, it vanished once more. Clearly, this celestial demon possessed considerable intelligence, knowing the principle of fleeing when outmatched. Having lost its target, the undead holy dragon roared furiously, attacking its surroundings. However, with nothing around, its attacks were ineffective. Can the celestial demon always use the four-element forbidden martial magic array to recover? If so, our repeated attacks are certain to kill us. And if he persists, we're not doomed either. This celestial demon was clever, practically striking and fleeing, acting as if he were engaging in guerrilla warfare. However, such depletion was too much for Keri and his companions to sustain. With no food to eat and no way to recover, the celestial demon could reappear and launch a surprise attack at any moment. Who could possibly withstand it? The Sky Demon's soul has been damaged, and its recovery is slow. Furthermore, each time it hides, it can only remain in hiding for a day at most. Generally speaking, to break the four-element forbidden martial magic array, one must absolutely dominate. Kenolite was now helpless. If the Sky Demon attacked again, it would most likely be the Holy Undead Dragon. If it defeated the Holy Undead Dragon, he would be next. He could easily knock them all out one after another, and even he wouldn't be able to withstand the Sky Demon's attacks. A headache struck Kenolite, and he felt this situation was truly difficult to handle. First, his methods were of little or no use against the Sky Demon. The only illusionary demon possessed illusion abilities, but unfortunately, their strength was low. Casting illusions on the Sky Demon was simply impossible. Since a direct attack won't work, let's just wear it down. Isn't it said that mental attacks take time to recover? We'll use them. I'll have the mechas cooperate and try to inflict heavy damage on it. Indeed, this is our only option now. Keep draining it. Hopefully, he won't fully recover in a day. Keri, Jingbao, and the Lich were all necromancers. Their mental power was formidable. While not yet at the saint level, their combined strength was formidable. A combined mental attack would pack a punch far greater than the sum of its parts. With luck, they might even inflict heavy damage on the celestial demon. As for destroying the celestial demon, that was highly unlikely. After all, a saint-level being wouldn't be easily defeated. But Keri wouldn't give up no matter what. He had no other option but to destroy the celestial demon before him. A day slipped by unnoticed, and the celestial demon reappeared. Without hesitation, it unleashed a mental attack on the Holy Undead Dragon. It seemed prepared, and this attack was undoubtedly powerful. It stunned the Undead Dragon almost instantly. At the same time, Keri and his three companions launched a psychic attack, instantly striking the Sky Demon. Simultaneously, other mechas aimed their laser cannons and launched a barrage. Despite the Sky Demon's quick reaction, it was still struck by the lasers. With a scream, it vanished in a flash. Kenolite didn't even glance at the fallen undead holy dragon, staring instead at the spot where the Sky Demon had vanished. After a moment, he said thoughtfully, "Why do I feel like the Sky Demon always disappears and reappears in the same place?" Hearing Kenolite's words, Jingbao sighed in surprise, then realized that this was indeed the case. Kenolite's eyes gleamed, as if he had grasped the key point. With a touch of excitement, he said, "If that's the case, we can indeed sustain significant damage to him repeatedly. However, before that happens, there's a greater chance we'll be wiped out." Kenolite felt a sense of distress. After all, they were so outnumbered. While the previous attack had damaged the Sky Demon, it was far from fatal. "If that's the case, I do have a way. Perhaps I can destroy that celestial demon." "What method?" "The illusionary demon." Kenolite gave a strange smile, leaving Kenolite stunned. After all, with his ideas, he really couldn't come up with a key. The illusionary demon beside him, while quite capable, was only level 9, specializing in illusions, making it useless against the celestial demon. Kenolite looked utterly confident, as if he had every confidence in dealing with the celestial demon. From the celestial demon's first attack, Kenolite knew it The celestial demon easily dealt with saint-level creatures, but was clearly insufficient against him. The fundamental reason was that he had too many magical familiars, and his mental power was greatly increased. After being attacked again, Kenolite would recover in less than a day. Now with his defenses in place, Kenolite could easily fight a war of attrition. He just didn't know who would hold out in the end. Chapter 198, Phantom Demon defeats the enemy. When the Phantom Demon reappeared this time, Kenolite and the other two instantly launched a psychic attack. Simultaneously, laser cannons blazed out, striking the celestial demon. Ah! Kenolite screamed, evidently the first target. His half-step saint status was too noticeable, both in terms of mental power and strength. If it weren't for Kenolite's Phantom Demon's restraint, the initial attack would have likely bedridden him for half a month. And with Kenolite's half-step saint mental power, he simply couldn't withstand the celestial demon's attack. With a scream, Kenolite fainted. The celestial demon, now ambushed by Kenolite and the other three and their laser cannons, was naturally no better off. Its body was noticeably more ethereal, merging directly into the magic circle. Kenolite, observing the celestial demon's heavy damage, curled his lips in a cold smile. He showed no concern for Kenolite's calamity. This time, rather than waiting a day, the celestial demon, seemingly aiming for a more effective sneak attack, emerged half a day later and launched his attack. Kenolite's hasty psychic attack was ineffective. HMPH, Jingbeo let out a muffled groan and collapsed to the ground. Apparently, he'd been struck by the Phantom Demon. Kenolite remained unmoved, continuing to control the mech and wait. While the psychic blade attack hadn't been effective, the laser cannon had certainly landed. The laser cannon's power was enough to severely damage a saint-level being, let alone a mere saint-level celestial demon. Even if its spirit was concentrated, it wouldn't be able to withstand a few more attacks. The laser cannon had struck the celestial demon at least 7 or 8 times. With such damage, its spirit must have been severely weakened. And now, the celestial demon was even more eager to kill Kenolite, so it naturally wouldn't wait another day. Sure enough, within a day, the celestial demon reappeared and launched a psychic attack directly at the small frigate in midair. The celestial demon's spiritual fire, while high level, wasn't strong enough. Almost instantly, it fell from the sky. Fortunately, Kenolite reacted quickly and caught it, otherwise, if he had damaged a small frigate, his losses would have been severe. Looking at the small frigate in his hand, Kenolite's eyes suddenly lit up. If he detonated the small frigate, the power of the light jade's self-detonation would be enough to destroy the sky demon. If one didn't work, then he could blow up too. He just couldn't believe he couldn't scare the sky demon to death. Of course, this was a bad idea. After all, the light jade's self-detonation power was terrifying, and destroying 2 light jades at once, in this 100-foot space, there was a 99% chance that he would be destroyed as well. This was not what Kenolite wanted. Unless he was forced to do so, he might even give up the zombie lord and the undead holy dragon to ensure his own safety. Roar! With a low roar, the sky demon flashed out again, but now he looked extremely weak. After quickly destroying the small frigate, he merged back into the magic circle. After a series of surprise attacks, and enduring 11 laser barrages, the sky demon finally defeated 5 small frigates. As for the last one, his soul was clearly damaged, his mental power greatly reduced, and it took 2 attacks to defeat it. After defeating the 5 small frigates, the sky demon rested for a full day. Meanwhile, Kenolite was busy, preparing a surprise for the sky demon. A day later, without another roar, the sky demon appeared before Kenolite. Though frail, his face was filled with a ferocious expression. With a flash of his body, he was instantly in front of Kenolite. Just as Kenolite was about to attack, he suddenly felt dizzy, followed by a sharp pain in his neck. It was the sky demon's sneak attack. First, a mental attack, leaving him momentarily dizzy, then a sharp claw attack, aiming to strike a vital point and end his life. Although the sky demon's blow tore his neck to a bloody pulp, his understanding of the law of blood, combined with his previous recovery abilities, meant that even without godhood, his resilience reached a terrifying level. At least a fatal blow against the great swordsman wasn't fatal. What made Kenolite slightly excited was that the celestial demon's soul was weak, and the mental attack seemed to only stun him. In comparison, magical beasts have stronger recovery abilities, but recovering in just 1 day is simply impossible. This is why a celestial demon with a powerful soul was so depleted by Kenolite. An ordinary saint-level being would have been annihilated long ago. Despite his weakened body, the celestial demon hadn't yet absorbed into the magic circle. He seemed determined to fight Kano to the death. Roar, another mental attack came, but Kano had been preparing for it. The mental blade was unleashed, and as he was struck, the celestial demon was not immune. Kano and the celestial demon paused, then charged again. The celestial demon's claws clawed at Kano's chest, attempting to rip out his heart. Just as the celestial demon approached Kano, Kano's burning soul fire instantly erupted. Immediately, the sword of fear, carrying the burning soul fire, plunged into the celestial demon's body. The burning soul fire's impact was significant, but it wasn't fatal to the sky demon. However, the sky demon was now so weakened that the damage dealt by the burning soul fire was doubled. Roar, with a low roar from the sky demon, Kano retreated instantly. He was joking. He didn't retreat even when confronted by the sky demon. He was asking for trouble. A strange wave emanated from the sky demon's body, and the burning soul fire was instantly extinguished. Then, with a look of cruelty, the sky demon charged at Kano. Seeing the sky demon approaching madness, Kano's lips curled into a faint sneer. Then, with a cold snort, he unleashed his spirit blade once more. Although the sky demon had prepared for this attack, it was no match for the spirit blade. The sky demon roared and froze. At that moment, the 5 small frigates of Konilu Jingbeo and the holy undead dragon, which had been lying on the ground, suddenly launched their attack. Furthermore, these attacks were powerful and had been prepared for a long time. Mental attacks, soul-igniting fire, laser cannons, the sudden onslaught caught the sky demon off guard. Almost instantly, his body was riddled with the wounds, leaving him utterly weakened. At that moment, the phantom demon on Kano's shoulder suddenly let out a strange cry and rushed forward, grabbing the sky demon with incredible agility, its mouth emitting strange chirping sounds. The next moment, as if struck by something horrifying, the sky demon collapsed to the ground, uttering a piercing cry that pierced Kano's heart. At that moment, Jingbeo and Kanalulu suddenly screamed, their previously blank pupils shrinking as if they were suffering from some kind of agony. And they collapsed. Kano's expression was filled with worry, but he quickly realized they were not seriously injured. He immediately looked at the phantom demon, only to see it clutching the sky demon's soul like a pancake and biting it frantically. The sky demon was in agony, but seemed oblivious to the phantom demon. Its body hadn't merged with a magic circle, and it continued to struggle. But his struggles were futile, his body slowly being devoured by the phantom demon until it was completely consumed. After devouring the entire celestial demon, the phantom demon burped sweetly, its eyes closing slightly as it looked drowsy. However, through soul perception, Kano knew that having devoured the celestial demon, the phantom demon seemed to have reached the required level for advancement. It only needed to sleep for a while before it could advance again. Kano was unsure of what level it would reach, saint or half-saint. Kano was eagerly anticipating this. Once it reached that level, the phantom demon's power would be revealed. As for why all the mechas and the undead holy dragon, Konilu Jingbeo, had awakened and launched their strongest attack simultaneously, this was all part of Kano's plan. The celestial demon's mental attack was indeed powerful, and indeed, it succeeded. Both the undead holy dragon and the mechas were instantly defeated without a trace of suspense. But the sky demon's understanding was too limited. Both the mecha and the holy undead dragon were fueled by Kano's burning spirit fire. While the sky demon rested, he restored both the holy undead dragon and the mecha. As for Jingbeo and Kanilu, Kano had initially ordered the phantom demon to control them. Direct control wouldn't have been possible, but with their cooperation, it was possible. So even when the sky demon severely injured them, they feigned unconsciousness, for they had been trapped in the phantom demon's spell from the beginning. Kano and the sky demon fought tooth and nail, ultimately leaving both wounded. While Kano was weaker, the sky demon wasn't much better off. Then, everyone gathered their strength for a surprise attack, but with the sky demon's weakened form, how could he possibly withstand it? Then, taking advantage of the sky demon's extreme weakness, the phantom demon controlled him with a magic spell, slowly devouring his soul and then increasing his own strength. With the celestial demon dead, the 4-element forbidden magic circle was broken. Seeing Yasuo outside, Kano's body slumped, and he collapsed to the ground. He was still too weak, after all. The constant mental attacks he endured and launched had taken a heavy toll on his mental strength. He wouldn't recover for at least 2 weeks. Meanwhile, Yasuo came to Kano's side, closing his eyes and looking as if he was waiting for Kano to wake up. After an unknown amount of time, Kano awoke in a cold sweat. He seemed to have just dreamed, but he couldn't recall what the dream was about. His shouting also awoke Jinbeo and Kanilu. Seeing Yasuo standing nearby, sword in hand, they felt a sense of relief. That's the wind sword. Kano glanced around and quickly spotted a sword embedded in a distant rock. The rock was half a foot across, pitch black, and resembled a large piece of raw iron. A large piece of raw iron in a cave wasn't anything special, however, being used to hold a sacred artifact was a real honor. Chapter 199, Memory Medal. Kano's voice roused Jinbeo and Kanilu, who were still half-conscious, to their feet. They shook their heads, secretly thankful to have survived. After collecting the zombie lord, the undead holy dragon, and the mecha, Kano approached the stone. Upon closer inspection, he discovered it was indeed a piece of raw iron, albeit one that appeared battered and used to hold a sword. Kano's mental power swept over it, but it was instantly absorbed. However, it wasn't the raw iron that absorbed his mental power, but the wind sword embedded in it. The majority of the blade was embedded in the raw iron, yet after thousands of years, it still shone with a cold radiance. On the hilt, an ancient character for wind appeared, seemingly ancient and holding special significance. Beyond anything else, its ability to absorb mental power alone made this wind sword far more powerful than ordinary sacred artifacts. Even some divine artifacts lack this ability. Even with the protection of a celestial demon attached, Kano still sensed something was amiss. Kano reached out to grasp the hilt of the sword, and a sharp aura suddenly spread through his body. He shuddered, but his grip tightened. But then, Kano suddenly realized that the wind sword seemed embedded in the stone. Even trying to pull it out seemed impossible. Kano took a deep breath and exerted all his strength. The result was exactly the same. The wind sword remained motionless, as if connected to the stone. Unable to pull it out with all his might, Kano increased his strength, but no matter how hard he pushed, the wind sword remained motionless. Yasuo, pull the sword out from me. If he couldn't pull it out himself, he would have to ask someone else to do it. With Yasuo's saint-level strength, he should be able to do it. Yasuo took a deep breath and unleashed his Dao Ki to the limit. The next moment, with a loud shout, he gripped the hilt and violently pulled it out. After a moment, the wind sword remained motionless. Even with such strength, it couldn't be pulled out. There must be another reason. Perhaps, force alone isn't enough to draw this wind sword. Kanilu, could you please finish? Do you think I'm in a good mood right now? My apologies, sir. I believe this wind sword needs to recognize a master. Although it possesses only the aura of a saint, it seems its rank is more than just a saint-level weapon. Kanilu's expression was respectful, showing no resentment towards Kano's words. He then spoke seriously, expressing his thoughts. Are you talking about recognizing the master through a magic circle or a drop of blood? Magic circle recognition is only suitable for magical weapons. Generally, warriors' weapons are recognized through a drop of blood. You knew that. Why didn't you say so earlier? Kano curled his lips, a look of resignation on his face. He then bit his finger, and a drop of blood dripped onto the hilt. The next moment, the first drop of blood seeped into the hilt. A soft humming sound followed, and a chilling sword aura instantly permeated the entire cave. Kano grasped the hilt and effortlessly drew the wind sword. A cold light emanated from the wind sword, which looked incredibly sharp. Nice sword. It looks like this wind sword is more than just a sacred artifact. Perhaps there's something special about it. Yasuo was a saint-level warrior, and naturally valued fine weapons. However, he knew in his heart that such a weapon would never fall into his hands, so he could only watch helplessly. Kano struck the raw iron with his sword, instantly splitting it in two. He couldn't help but feel a sense of satisfaction at the smooth cut. It had to be said that this wind sword was truly remarkable. Among divine artifacts, it was definitely a rare gem. A sudden thought struck Kano, and he channeled his sword energy into the wind sword. Then, he struck through the air, and a 10-foot-long wind blade emanated from the wind sword. The wind sword, now a magical weapon, had transformed. What was even more surprising was the incredible speed of this wind blade, composed entirely of sword energy. It could attack in a straight line and even curve. It even required no mental control to accurately strike its target. The wind blade struck the rock above the cave, instantly creating a massive breach. Its power was nearly 10 times greater than that of Kano's Sword of Terror. Kano hadn't expected the wind sword to be so powerful. This time, his efforts had paid off. Combined with the law of blood, the rewards were truly immense. Oh my god. How is this possible? At that moment, Kenolite exclaimed in astonishment, his face filled with disbelief, as if he had witnessed something impossible. Kano was stunned, only to realize that Kenolite's gaze wasn't fixed on Kano's sword, but on the piece of iron he had chopped in two, as if it were some rare treasure. The next moment, as if he had seen a precious treasure, Kenolite practically teleported to the iron, trembling all over as he stroked it. How is it possible? There's actually a treasure like this in the God and Demon continent. Oh my god, I've actually encountered it. Your lord, you're incredibly lucky. Looking at Kenolite, who was trembling with excitement, Kano couldn't help but feel a wave of wonder. This raw iron looked like a treasure, but he'd just scanned it with his mental power, and there wasn't anything unusual about it. Furthermore, this thing was used to pierce the wind sword, so almost anyone would mistake it for a sword-piercing stone. With such a powerful saint-level weapon in hand, who would care about a piece of broken stone? Is this raw iron valuable? Valuable, sir? You're insulting him. You know, this piece of raw iron is extremely rare even in the god realm. Even a god king would immediately collect it if he saw it. It's simply priceless. I don't know what the saint-level weapon you hold is capable of, but it's definitely not worth as much as this piece of memory metal. Kenolite spoke excitedly, his body trembling uncontrollably. His expression was ridiculous and uncontrollable, but it spoke volumes about the value of this piece of rubbish. Memory metal, the name sounded special, but he was a little unconvinced that it was even more powerful than the wind sword in Kano's hands. Memory metal, that's a good name. Tell me about it. Kenolite's expression instantly became serious, and then he suppressed the trembling of his body and said seriously, memory metal is a kind of magic metal, and it is also very rare in the divine world. Its grade ranks second among metals, second only to life metal. Memory metal is a metal with the 5 attributes of gold, wood, water, fire and earth. Its only characteristic is that it can recover to its original shape on its own, and the more magic power it has, the faster it recovers, the more magic power it contains, the stronger it is. And this memory metal can be said to be a magic core to some extent. It can store magic power and even divine power, as big as a fingernail. It can store the divine power of a lower-level god. This is the prototype of memory metal, and there are impurities in it. Based on the size of this memory metal, at least 80% of memory metal can be extracted. After Kenolite finished speaking, Kano and the other two were completely stunned. A magic metal actually has 5 attributes. If you're calculated this way, then the so-called life metal must have 7 attributes. It possessed the ability to self-restore, and the more magic power it possessed, the faster it would restore. A single object, the size of a fingernail, could contain the divine power of a lower-level god. Kano's eyes lit up. Compared to this memory metal, the wind sword was nothing. The two were simply not on the same level. Gazing at such a massive piece of memory metal, Kano nearly went insane. Unable to suppress his excitement, he burst into laughter. Mutated mech warriors. Kano's first thought was mutant mech warriors. Mutated mech warriors, also known as shape-shifting mechas, were typically small, about human-sized, but could constantly transform and accomplish many impossible tasks. Naturally, Kano desired such a mech warrior, but it required the necessary materials. Even in the future mech era, there were only 1 or 2 such warriors, top secret, and even glimpsing them was a privilege. However, the mech rulers at the time had passed on the production method. Kano didn't know the purpose, only that they had heard it was to share their spirit. Kano certainly didn't believe this. There must be some other ulterior motive, though Kano was unaware of it. A mecha enthusiast, Kano naturally knew the manufacturing methods intimately. However, the technology of that time was beyond Kano's reach today. Unlike the mecha era, however, he was now a necromancer and possessed the soul fire. Awakening mecha warriors was a simple task. However, there was a problem: the inheritance. Memory metal was inert, and the soul fire could only awaken it. If you were to manipulate it, it would be a bit of a hassle. Kenolite, can you imbue the memory metal with inherited memories? Sir, I'm a lich, but I can't imbue memory metal with inherited memories. Furthermore, it's truly difficult. Even with your power, you'd need to be at least god level to do it. In that case, I'll have to trouble you for now. Kano was a little frustrated, but he had no choice. Furthermore, given the preciousness of memory metal, he couldn't just waste it. Fortunately, he had a special smelting method. Later, he could create several more magic circles. Otherwise, just the soul gathering array and the flying array would be a waste. I'm going to build a mech warrior for a while, so you guys should recover first. Yasuo, take this sword of terror and use it for now. Thank you, sir, no problem. I'll give it to you next time I find a suitable artifact. If the wind sword weren't so special, Kano wouldn't have kept it for himself. His attack methods were mechas and undead, so he didn't usually need weapons. But the wind sword seemed to have other uses, so Kano kept it for himself. Moreover, the wind sword was truly powerful, perhaps providing a surprising victory in a crucial moment. He smelted the memory metal, shaped it, and carved the spirit-gathering array and flying magic circle. Once all this was completed, Kano suddenly thought of a problem: weapons. A headache soon began to overwhelm him. Because the transforming mech was small at the moment, a laser cannon would definitely not be suitable. A laser gun would be too weak. But besides laser guns, there were other energy weapons. Nuclear and quantum weapons, while powerful, could also be scaled down. The problem was that his limited abilities prevented him from manufacturing them at the moment. Chapter 200, Transformed Mecha and Mutated Phantom Monster. Following the principle of better to have less than less, the Transformer's weaponry must be impeccable. For now, use the laser cannon it carries, and upgrade to energy weapons later. Making a random laser gun would simply diminish its value. This isn't Earth, a laser gun is more than enough to handle 90% of the problems. Kano didn't bother carving the Transformer's spirit-gathering array and flight magic circle. A thumb-sized piece of metal is equivalent to the divine power of a lower-level god, and it's impossible to use it all up in a short period of time. Furthermore, at this stage, its combat effectiveness is minimal. The chances of Kano unleashing it are slim. The only thing Kano hadn't anticipated was the influx of the burning soul fire. He had only needed a single ball of burning soul fire, but he quickly realized his mistake. While this memory metal was only as high as an ordinary human's, it actually required more burning soul fire than the undead holy dragon. The more burning soul fire it required, the more powerful it would become. Kano hoped to be able to channel it, but the possibility was almost zero. According to Kano, it's not impossible to channel memory metal, but it requires numerous conditions. These conditions are by no means easily met. Even if all are met, everything depends on luck. The divine realm possesses many materials capable of self-channeling, such as a drop of water, a stone, or a piece of wood. They were originally unable to channel spirits, but through chance, they were able to do so. However, this undoubtedly takes time. Even the shortest possible time would still require hundreds of millions of years. Of course, these self-channeling beings are incredibly powerful, capable of nearly defeating enemies above their own level. Their understanding of the laws is also incomprehensible to ordinary humans. In the divine realm, they are beings that most people would rather avoid. Fortunately, Kano's resilience is immense, otherwise the supply of burning fire would be substantial. Even with time accelerated, it took Kano a full month to resolve the issue of injecting the burning fire. A month left Kano feeling almost helpless. He was a mage, and how much burning fire could he release in a month? Even the undead holy dragon at the time didn't seem to have such a problem. He just didn't know if his efforts were worth it. Looking at the transforming mech before him, which looked like an ordinary human, Kano's mind was stirred. Under the control of the burning soul fire, the transforming mech's form and appearance rapidly changed, and in the blink of an eye, it took on Kano's likeness. However, transformation is still transformation, and it can only imitate appearance. Without a system, voice and aura cannot be accurately imitated. It can fool ordinary people, but magicians and warriors will be immediately aware of the problem. In the following control, the transforming mech transformed into a bright angel, an iron-winged eagle, an earth-blasting bear, or a puddle of water, a drop of rain, a piece of wood. Kano was pleased with its condensability and extensibility. Like the undead holy dragon, after possessing the burning soul fire, the transforming mech also gained the ability to devour. It can also use the burning soul fire to attack, whether it is directly concentrated or condensed into a transformed weapon. The power is even greater than Kano's own. However, due to its lack of mental power, the concentrated weapons cannot be used to attack outside the body, which means that this transforming mech, like the undead holy dragon, is purely melee. Kano's punch to the transformer mech only left a wound about an inch deep. Within a breath, the sunken wound had healed to its original state. This satisfied Kano immensely. Apart from anything else, the memory metal's defense and recovery capabilities were truly terrifying. After a moment's contemplation, Kano drew his wind sword and struck the transformer mech with all his might. The blow was powerful, approaching a saint-level strike, yet, the wind blade only inflicted a half-foot deep wound on the transformer mech, which he recovered to normal after only 30 breaths. Kano hesitated, wondering whether to dismantle the transformer mech and put on his own battle armor. Such a battle armor was truly incredible. However, with the transformer mech's transformative properties, transforming into battle armor seemed like a piece of cake. He could simply don the battle armor if needed, and even fully encased in it. As for when the transformer mech would be useful, it would likely have to wait until he reached a god level, only then would energy weapons be equipped. A month wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. Besides the immense gains from the transformation mech, Kano's phantom monster had finally evolved. By devouring the sky demon's soul, the phantom monster had made a significant leap, advancing directly from a level 9 beginning monster to half-step saint. While still a ways off, given its natural talent, a breakthrough was inevitable. The phantom monster's advancement to half-step saint status significantly boosted its mental power, naturally boosting Kano's as well. Even more astonishing for Kano was the transformation of the phantom monster's body. Its original fleshy form had transformed into half-soul and half-flesh form. More precisely, it could switch between the two at will. This allowed its body to withstand magical attacks, mitigating the damage. For physical attacks, its transformation into soul form provided immunity to some physical damage. The phantom monster's illusionary attacks also contained a hint of mental power. While not as terrifying as the sky demons, they were certainly no less powerful. At the very least, from now on, the phantom monster would be able to deliver substantial attacks, rather than merely conjuring its opponents into illusions and waiting for their demise. Both of these weapons were now Kano's trump cards, so they naturally couldn't be used lightly. Although this was a bit of a petty judgment, he didn't mind. After nearly 2 months of living in the cave, Kano was eager to see the sun. For Yasuo, this would naturally only require 2 sword attacks to deal with. As the ground shook, a large amount of rubble fell. Kano and his 4 companions flashed back to the surface. They now found themselves in a valley. There was also a passage leading to the cave below, but it had been blocked for too long. Not long after the 4 of them emerged, the sound of horse hooves could be heard. It seemed that someone was not far away and had discovered them. Kano did not leave immediately, but waited quietly. He knew nothing about what was happening outside for 2 months, so he went to ask these people. Horse hooves approached quickly in the distance. It was a group of cavalrymen. They looked elite. And the sharp arrow medals on their chests should represent the Sword God Empire. This cavalry is Prince Gudorn's personal guard, the elite of the Sword God Empire. Their arrival usually signifies the arrival of Prince Gudorn. This place isn't far from Wind Sword City, so it seems Prince Gudorn is there. He's a saint-level warrior, and he has 2 saint-level followers, 3 saint-level warriors. Kano appeared unconcerned. With his current strength, dealing with 3 saint-level warriors wouldn't be too difficult. A surprise attack could easily wipe out one. The cavalry consisted of 8 men, each at the level of a swordsman. A murderous aura emanated from them, intimidating even the most ordinary. The cavalry moved in subtle coordination, seemingly in perfect sync. With their combined strength, an average great swordsman would likely be no match. The 8 cavalrymen approached Kano and his companions, and the leading senior swordsman frowned. Clearly, their initial contact had given him the impression that Kano and his companions were something special. "Who are you and why are you here? Can't we just be here?" Jingbao snorted coldly. They were just 8 sword masters, any one of them could easily take them out in a few moves. After hearing what Jingbao said, the leading cavalry captain's face suddenly darkened. Then, with a cold gaze, he said calmly, "You misunderstood. It's not safe around Fengjian City recently. I'm just reminding you for your safety." "Oh, Fengjian City is not safe. Did something happen?" "We don't know the latest news for special reasons. Fengjian City was massacred, and the royal family is very angry about it. They've issued a bounty to the entire god and demon continent to find that guy." "What's that guy's name? How dare he massacre Fengjian City?" Kano thought for a moment and asked casually. The knight captain thought for a moment and shook his head. "I don't know. It's said that everyone who knew about it is dead. Even if there are still some alive, they probably wouldn't speak out easily. Being able to massacre a city means he's certainly powerful. It's very likely he's a saint-level being, or perhaps, at this point, a hint of fear crossed the knight commander's eyes, as if he'd conjured up some sinister existence. It's common knowledge across the continent of gods and demons that a puppet demon has appeared, controlling many powerful magical puppets. It could be that person. The knight commander spoke, once again examining Kaner and the others. Kaner looked ordinary, only slightly thin. Compared to him, Jinbeo had a perfectly formed figure. Yasuo dressed like a warrior, seemingly indifferent to everything. The only person he cared about was Kenol, a tall figure in a black robe, who looked anything but ordinary. Hearing this, Kaner couldn't help but smile. It looked like the people who had come at the beginning had already fled, either killed or not. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been unaware that he knew Palna. As for the group fight later, quite a few people had fled. They had all seen Kaner and the others clearly. There couldn't have been no portraits. If one person was afraid, everyone else would be afraid. There's always that idiot. There should be a portrait. I think it's me you're looking for. Can you tell me what the Sword God Empire plans to do to me? Are you kidding? It seems I was right. You truly suspect us. You want to sneak back and tell the others, run. The knight captain roared, a glimmer of hope in his heart. Perhaps with luck, he could escape these demons. But before Kino could even speak, Yasuo's sword energy swept across. Without a trace of suspense, the 8 sword masters were almost cut in half in an instant. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.